Have the flowers on the mountain withered? They're still blooming. Has senior brother forgotten? No. Chenine hadn't forgotten. It's just that the summit of Mount Yu was perpetually shrouded in mist. Apart from the mist Yu flowers, no other flowers could bloom in such a harsh environment. The fog was so thick that often the flowers couldn't be seen clearly. Why does senior brother seem strange? The young girl inquired, tilting her small head, slender arms behind her back, blinking her eyes at him. Strange how? Do I look more handsome? Not really, but senior brother has always been quite handsome. Then, would Xiang want to be senior brother's Dao companion? Chen Yin said this with a grin. But Yu Xiang's face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands in panic. Say senior brother, what are you saying? Didn't master say we're not allowed to cultivate together before reaching the cloud ascending realm? Then, according to Xiang, does that mean you want to cultivate with senior brother after reaching the cloud ascending realm? Yu Xiang couldn't withstand Chen Yin's teasing expression any longer and cried out in embarrassment. Senior brother is so mean. I'm going to tell master on you. Huh, aren't you afraid master will betroth you to me on the spot? Before his voice faded, the shy little junior sister had already run away. Watching Yu Xiang's retreating figure, Chen Yin's mischievous smile gradually faded, and he turned his gaze back to Mount Yu before him. Although strictly speaking, this was his 10th year living on Mount Yu. But it wasn't. In his previous life, he also lived here for 10 years. Adding them up, it was 20 years. 20 years, the plants and trees on this mountain were deeply etched in Chen Yin's heart. After all, there were countless immortal mountains in the world, but few places were like Mount Yu, where only 3 people lived on a single peak. Cultivation resources were precious. A single immortal mountain could often support an entire sect. But for so many years, only 3 people had lived on Mount Yu. Chenine, little junior sister Yu Xiang, and their master, immortal Yu Ling. 10 years ago, he and Xiang were brought up the mountain separately by Master Yu Ling and joined the Mist Spirit sect. The days that followed were the happiest times in his memory. He was the senior brother, Xiang was the junior sister, and they had a master who wasn't too strict with them. Every day was simply a leisurely cultivation, exploring the mountains and rivers, teasing the adorable little junior sister, and cleaning up the messes of their irreverent master. Chenine truly loved that kind of life. If he could, Chenine wanted to live in such a carefree time forever. But once again, following the route in his memory, he returned to the summit. The summit had been sculpted by his master into a combination of courtyards and pavilions, a true immortal's abode. The usually thin mist enveloped the gardens and waterside pavilions, making them appear dreamlike and illusory. Chenine walked through the winding corridors and arrived at the main hall of the cave dwelling. Today, his master told him that someone from the main sect had come and wanted to see him. Chenine knew what it was about. In reality, Mount Yu was just a branch of the Mist Spirit sect, managed solely by Master Yu Ling. Although they usually had little contact with the main sect, in principle, they were still a subsidiary mountain gate of the Mist Spirit sect. It was rare for people from the main sect to come to Mount Yu. In his previous life, when Chenine first heard that someone was looking for him, he was also curious. However, at that time, he didn't know what would happen next. Collecting his thoughts, Chenine slowly pushed open the door of the main hall and walked in. Inside, incense smoke lingered. A seemingly 10-year-old childish girl was sitting cross-legged on the main seat in an unladylike manner, lazily saying, "Ah, you're here." As her voice fell, a celestial woman as elegant and refined as a snow lotus, seated in the secondary position, also slowly shifted her gaze towards him. "Let me introduce you. This is Dash." Presumably, this beautiful fairy is the chief disciple of the main sect, the personal disciple of the main sect's sect master, senior sister Shen Shuanglian, right? The moment Shen Shuanglian saw Chenine, a strange glint flashed in her bright eyes, but after hearing his words, she quickly concealed it. "What? So you knew?" Master pouted. "As expected, you male disciples are all more attentive to beautiful fairies." Chen Yin respectfully cupped his hands. "I've long heard of Fairy Shen's extraordinary talent. Having embarked on the path of cultivation for over 10 years, you have already reached the elder-level boundless realm. Who in the current cultivation world hasn't heard of the Frost Moon Sword Immortal, Fairy Shen? Shen Xuanlian's rosy lips parted slightly but made no sound. After a moment, her eyelids slowly lowered. You flatter me. Heh. Master's eyes twinkled with amusement and mischief. It's rare that you didn't make any lewd remarks about a beautiful woman. Since you know Fairy Shen's identity, you should also know the reason for her visit, right? I've heard a little. Chenine nodded. It was nothing more than the main sect selecting disciples with decent aptitude from the subsidiary branches and absorbing them into the main sect. Every sect was the same. Actually, Chen Yin's aptitude wasn't considered excellent. His root bone was a very ancient type recorded in ancient texts, the boundless root. Although the name sounded grand, it was actually a useless root bone. The sect probably thought this kind of root bone was rare and, out of curiosity, wanted to take it back for a closer look. Everything was slow with the boundless root. Slow cultivation, slow learning of techniques, slow improvement of physique. Even the ancients who recorded this root bone couldn't explain its purpose. That's good, it saves me the introduction. Master lazily yawned, covering her mouth with her small hand, and said in a childish voice, dealing with this stiff girl is too tiring. Just give me a straight answer. Do you want to go to the main sect for further training? Shen Xuanlian also looked at him. There was an unreadable expression in her eyes. Chenine met her gaze. The moment their eyes met, overwhelming emotions surged uncontrollably in his mind. Self-blame. Regret. Sorrow. Everything began after he made the decision to agree to go to the main sect for further training in his previous life. After composing himself, Chenine calmly cupped his hands toward Shen Xuanlian and said apologetically. I apologize, Senior Sister Shen. This disciple is of foolish aptitude and shallow cultivation. Even if I go to the main sect, I would only be wasting the sect's resources. Please forgive this disciple for being unable to part with my master and junior sister. I only wish to stay on Mount Yu and focus on my cultivation. After hearing these words, a trace of loneliness flickered in Shen Xuanlian's eyes, and she almost subconsciously wanted to say. You don't want to go with me? Even Shen Xuanlian herself didn't realize the meaning behind these words. Chenine continued with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry. My master is too casual. If there's no one to take care of her, I'm afraid she'll cause chaos. My junior sister is still young and naive, unable to care for master. With these concerns in my heart, I cannot travel far. Master suddenly giggled, although you seem to be taking the opportunity to slander me. But it seems you have some filial piety. That's it. My boy can't bear to leave me, his master. You go back and tell that old geezer Wu Sun to find someone else. After saying that, she waved her hand dismissively, we won't see you out. Shen Xuanlian wasn't embarrassed by Immortal Yu Ling's dismissal. Her bright eyes couldn't help but glance at Chenine. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said. Yes. This disciple will report back to my master. Then, master, this disciple will take her leave. With a cupped hand gesture, Shen Xuanlian slowly backed out of the main hall. As she passed by Chenine, she gave him a complicated look. Chenine, however, acted as if he didn't see it, maintaining a calm smile. The two passed each other without a word. After Shen Xuanlian left, Chen Yin's expression instantly crumbled. He lazily stretched and complained, phew. As expected of the number one beauty in the cultivation world. She only said 2 or 3 sentences the whole time. She's really cold. Hee hee. I thought with your personality, you'd be eager to follow such a stunning beauty. What, don't you have a thing for ice-cold beauties? Master Yu Ling also lay on her chair in an unladylike manner, her loose silk robe draped over her body, revealing her enticing, fair shoulders. Heh. Master, what are you saying? Chenine shamelessly leaned closer and massaged Master Yu Ling's shoulders. What bullshit fairy. Compared to Master, she's just a little girl who hasn't even grown her feathers yet. Master is the true beauty, a national treasure, capable of causing the moon to hide in shame, flowers to lose their color, fish to sink, and geese to fall from the sky. Even if I, Chen Yin, am lecherous, can I not tell the difference between a little girl and a true beauty? Oh, oh, oh. Yu Ling furrowed her delicate brows and pouted like a child. What, are you mocking Master for being old? Not at all. Master still looks like a child. So, you're a lolicon. Master, that's a bit much. Yu Ling wrinkled her little nose and let out a dissatisfied humph. You brat. I raised you to cultivate and become an immortal, not to act like a hoodlum and lust after every beautiful woman you see. That depends on the person. Chen Yin became serious. Except for Master, who is so incredibly beautiful that I can't control myself, ordinary beauties aren't qualified to make me lustful. Yu Ling raised her eyebrows and poked Chen Yin's chin with her fair, tender, and slightly chubby finger, gently lifting it. Boy, are you flirting with your master? Aren't you afraid that your master will use you, a handsome and pure little virgin, as a cauldron, and then discard you after getting tired of playing with you? Please do that to me, Chen Yin said righteously. Seeing that she couldn't tease this thick-skinned disciple anymore, Yu Ling pouted in disappointment and muttered. Forget it. With your small physique, you'll probably be drained dry in 2 seconds and never be able to get it up again. Then the pet that I painstakingly raised for so long would have been raised in vain. Chen Yin chuckled, but just now, Master's pet was almost snatched away by the main sect. That's because your master was certain that you wouldn't betray me. Yu Ling raised her little head proudly. Then I should thank Master for her trust. Chen Yin was smiling, but his heart felt inexplicably bitter. In his previous life, he failed to understand. The hesitant expression on Master's face after he agreed to go to the main sect with senior sister. Thinking about it now. It was probably sadness. Actually, Master was truly good to us. Immortal Yu Ling was a legend in the cultivation world. The only supreme clarity realm immortal who achieved longevity before enlightenment, her self-created, forgotten everlasting heart sutra, cultivation method was not only undefeated but also had the effect of rejuvenation. As a result, she now looked like a beautiful 10-year-old girl. Although she held the title of elder in the Mist Spirit sect, her detached status was comparable to that of the sect master. Countless people in the cultivation world were desperate to become her disciples and learn this legendary cultivation method that could grant longevity. However, for so many years, Master had only taken in 2 disciples. That was 10 years ago, when she brought me and junior sister Xiang'er up the mountain. Chen Yin still remembered that back then, he was just a vagrant who had reincarnated from Earth into this world, barely surviving by roaming the streets and resorting to petty theft. Master, like a celestial descending from the heavens, appeared before him, who was unkempt and covered in dirt. Behind her hid a slightly younger girl, a little timid, yet unable to suppress her curiosity as she peeked at him. At that time, Master spoke in a calm and elegant tone. You stinky boy. You're filthy. Come with me. You won't have to worry about food anymore. It was an attractive proposition. So Chen Yin agreed without hesitation. Back then, he didn't know who immortal Yu Ling was. He knew there were immortals in this world, but he always felt it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to survive in this world. After all, this world had no social welfare or orphanages. No police officers would take you home. There was no McDonald's to spend the night in. None of the knowledge from his previous life could help him survive here. So Chenine followed Master up the mountain. After arriving at the mountain, he learned that the little girl hiding behind Master was his little junior sister. 2 years younger than him, she was also brought up the mountain by Master on the same day. At that time, Xiang'er's features hadn't fully developed, but she was still a beauty in the making, her shallow dimples appearing when she smiled, utterly adorable. She always liked to follow behind him, calling out in a childish voice. Senior brother. Chen Yin loved his little sister and always treated her like his closest family, doting on her. He also particularly enjoyed teasing her because she blushed easily and always made cute expressions when teased. The following 10 years on the mountain were uneventful but filled with warmth. Although Master accepted him and Xiang'er as disciples, she never demanded much from their cultivation, even neglecting to teach them techniques, leaving everything up to them. Thus, Chen Yin and Xiang'er lived a carefree life, practicing cultivation and reading cultivation manuals when they felt bored, and enjoying the flowers, plants, and playing around when they grew tired of that. During that time, many prodigies emerged among their peers in the cultivation world, such as the Frost Moon Sword Immortal Shen Yin from the main sect, and the Heavenly Net Sect's Fairy Luo Qiao. But neither Chen Yin nor Xiang cared. They didn't need to become prodigies. They only needed to live a happy and peaceful life. Chen Yin thought he could be happy like this forever. But then came that fateful day. Shen Yin came to find him with orders from the main sect. That time, Chen Yin agreed. He went to the main sect and became a so-called core disciple for 5 years. At that time, Chen Yin still fantasized about whether his root bone could allow him to cultivate rapidly and stand out among the many disciples. Later, he discovered that he was naive. The boundless root was just a vase root bone. Beautiful but useless. He, too, was like a vase, carrying the title of a core disciple but enjoying no resources, isolated by other disciples, enduring their ridicule, living a lonely and agonizing life. Another 5 years passed. Although those days were tough, Chen Yin still had a glimmer of hope. The sect's rules stated that after reaching the cloud ascending realm, one could be free from the constraints of the sect and travel the world. He wanted to cultivate to the cloud ascending realm as soon as possible, then return to Mount Yu to find his beloved master and his most cherished little junior sister. To achieve this, he frantically accepted sect missions, risking his life to improve his cultivation. Hard work pays off. In a secret realm, he finally obtained something that could change his destiny. But in the end, what awaited him was not the ending he desired. Just as he emerged from the secret realm, he heard disciples from other sects discussing. "Have you heard? The Mist Spirit sect has been annihilated." It said that the one who attacked the mountain gate was an inconspicuous female cultivator from their branch sect. She secretly cultivated demonic arts and suddenly became the demonic sovereign of all ages. Including the sect master, all the elders were killed or injured, but the most legendary immortal Yuang happened to be traveling. In the end, it was the renowned Frost Moon Sword Immortal who desperately used a forbidden technique to perish together with her, thus ending the conflict. Fortunately, there was the Frost Moon Sword Immortal, otherwise, the cultivation world would have another ruthless demon. It's a pity for the stunning Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Chen Yin thought he had misheard. Maybe they weren't talking about his sect. But when he returned to the main sect's mountain peak, which had been reduced to ruins, he completely broke down. The entire peak was in ruins. In the middle of the ruins, there were 2 celestial beauties, each with their swords piercing the other's dantian. One had a face as clear as snow, as bright as the moon. The other was enchanting yet retained a hint of innocence, with a youthful face as cold as the netherworld. Even though she was different from the girl in his memory who smiled with dimples, Chen Yin recognized her at once. This was his little junior sister. His closest family member, Xiang. And opposite her was the Frost Moon Sword Immortal, senior sister Shen Yin, whom he had met a few times but barely spoken to. The two maintained the posture of their mutual destruction, the residual energy preventing most cultivators from approaching. Chen Yin realized that it was too late. Although he had obtained something that could rewrite everything, he was ultimately a step too late. He didn't know what Xiang had gone through during the 5 years he was away from Mount Yu. He didn't know why Xiang suddenly fell into the demonic path and became the demonic sovereign of all ages. He didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter his senior sister had that allowed her to perish together with Xiang, who had mastered demonic arts. But he knew that he could no longer change anything. It was like the most mediocre storytelling told by a storyteller. The senior sister was the righteous protagonist, with extraordinary talent, numerous fortuitous encounters, and destiny on her side. The little junior sister was the tragic villain, falling into the demonic path, betraying her master and sect, and bearing all the infamy. But he was just a supporting character, an extra. Unable to save anyone, not worthy of being written into the script of the protagonist and the villain. Even though he had finally obtained something that could change everything, he was still a step too late. In the end, with a heart filled with despair, Chen Yin let out a miserable laugh and committed suicide in front of the 2 women. But fate played a cruel joke on him. It gave him a 3rd chance. Not to go to another world, but to rewind time. Back to Mount Yu 5 years ago. Back to the time before he made that choice. After seeing off the Frost Moon Sword Immortal, Master, as usual, wanted to take a bath. Master loved bathing, never tiring of taking 3 or 4 baths a day, claiming it was to maintain the forgotten everlasting Heart Sutra cultivation method. And Chen Yin, of course, as always, rushed to offer his services. Master, let me scrub your back. Heh, you brat, you still dare to say you're not a lolicon. Can you have such wicked thoughts towards your master's little girl body? Master, you've wronged me. I don't like Master because she's in a little girl's body, but the master I like happens to be in a little girl's body. Bah. Smooth talker. In the end, Chenine was allowed to stay by the bath. In the mist-filled pool, Yuling leaned softly against the edge, crystal water droplets clinging to her fair shoulders. Stinky boy. What do you think of your renowned senior sister? So, Chen Yin replied perfunctorily, then added after some thought, not as good as Master. Enough with the flattery. Yuling turned over, lying on her stomach by the edge of the pool, watching Chen Yin carefully pour tea. I'm curious. You're such a lecherous ghost, but when a true beauty is right in front of you, you're not interested. Could it be that you're not capable? This was not something he liked to hear. Chen Yin immediately raised his head. Hey, Master, don't slander me. I'm also known as Mount Yu's #1 little cannon. I can even poke a hole in that 1,000-year-old tree at the entrance. I don't believe it. Yuling chuckled seductively. Want to let Master try your flavor sometime? Then Master might not be a match for me. At least you're self-aware. Splashing some water on herself, Yuling said softly, let's talk about serious matters. What have you been hiding in your heart today? Master noticed. Chen Yin wasn't surprised but smiled mischievously. Nonsense. I've known you since you were a little brat picking up mud. I know how long and thick you are without you having to take off your pants. She snorted, who can you hide these little thoughts from? Tell me. Why have you been acting like something's on your mind ever since you saw your senior sister? Suddenly, she asked suspiciously, don't tell me you've been so audacious as to drug and violate her behind my back. Then it's a miracle I'm still alive. Chen Yin's mouth twitched. But jokes aside, Chen Yin had been struggling with whether to tell Master about this. With Master's immense cultivation, she might be able to perfectly resolve this matter and prevent that tragic ending from happening. But Chen Yin was more afraid of something else. Although his master was extremely protective of her disciples, she hated demonic cultivators the most. If little junior sister had already fallen into the demonic path, would Master still protect her after learning the truth? Chen Yin was even more afraid that Master would, in a fit of rage, personally cleanse the sect. That would be a complete disaster. So, after hesitating for a moment, Chen Yin chose to keep the matter to himself for now and not tell Master. Actually, Master, I was just wondering why senior sister had to come in person to ask me about something as trivial as whether I wanted to join the main sect. But seeing senior sister's expression today, I understand. Understand what? Master became curious as well. That is. Senior sister must have been captivated by my elegant demeanor and gentle personality, secretly falling for me but too shy to confess, so she could only use this opportunity to get close to me. Chen Yin said with a look of conviction. Your shamelessness is a waste if it's not used to create magical treasures. But. Master suddenly glanced sideways with her beautiful eyes and said nonchalantly. Although I know you wouldn't cause trouble. If you truly need my help. Don't hesitate. She parted her rosy lips slightly. Chen Yin was silent for a moment. Then he nodded deeply. I understand.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Chen Yin didn't usually live on the mountain. He and Xiang'er both lived in a small wooden hut they built at the foot of Mount Yu. After all, Master was a very clean person. If he messed up her cave dwelling, she would fly into a rage. It was better to live at the foot of the mountain for peace and quiet. When Chenine returned to the hut, Xiang'er was sitting by the pond in front of the hut, her embroidered shoes cast aside, her white, tender, and smooth little feet dangling back and forth in the water. Seeing Chen Yin's return, Xiang'er's face lit up with joy. "Senior brother, you're back." Chenine smiled and rubbed Xiang'er's head. "What did Master call you up the mountain for?" "To discuss my marriage with Xiang'er. Senior brother is teasing me again." Xiang'er's lively eyes showed a hint of resentment. "It was just a trivial matter," Chenine said casually. "She went to some tavern and didn't pay her bill again. I had to clean up her mess." Xiang'er couldn't help but giggle. "Master isn't as bad as senior brother makes her out to be. Be careful, if Master hears you, she'll take off senior brother's pants and hang you on a tree to spank you." After saying that, Xiang'er pouted. This was actually true. When he first arrived at the mountain as a child, Chenine angered Master several times because he didn't understand the rules. Each time, he was hung on a tree and spanked. Fortunately, there were only Master and Xiang'er on Mount Yu, so no one saw Chen Yin's embarrassing moments. Thinking about it, Chenine felt a little irritated and turned to Xiang'er, extending his evil claws menacingly. "Oh, so my little Xiang'er has learned to snitch. Before Master punishes me, I'll spank Xiang'er's but first." "Ah. Senior brother, no." The pond water was clear and cool. The two of them joked and played, getting themselves all wet. It wasn't until Xiang'er was panting and blushing, begging for mercy, that Chen Yin stopped his evil claws and turned to lie down on the side. They both fell silent, lying on the bank, quietly watching the clouds in the sky. For the past 10 years, every day had been a carefree life like this. So carefree that it made one feel reluctant to let it go. Senior brother. Senior brother, don't always tease me." "How is it teasing? Can't it be that senior brother really wants to marry Xiang'er?" Chenine turned his head, propped up his head with his hand, and smiled. A cute blush appeared on Xiang'er's face, and she said shyly, I don't want to marry senior brother." "Eh? Why? Doesn't Xiang'er like senior brother?" Chenine looked hurt. "You clearly promised me when you were little that you would marry me when you grew up." That was when I was young and didn't know better." "It doesn't count." Xiang'er explained anxiously, the blush on her face deepening. "Senior brother just knows how to bully me. If I marry senior brother, won't I be bullied to death every day?" Chenine loved to see her shy and blushing like this, unable to speak. He couldn't help but lean in and scrape her nose, laughing, "Then it's not up to Xiang'er anymore. I've made up my mind, I'm definitely going to bully Xiang'er for the rest of my life." Xiang'er's breath quickened. But the next moment, the light in her eyes dimmed for a second, and she turned her head, pouting slightly. "I don't want to. When I become stronger than senior brother one day, you won't be able to bully me anymore." A flash of sadness crossed Chen Yin's eyes. But the next moment, he changed the subject in a light-hearted tone. "Speaking of which, isn't it time for the market again tomorrow?" "Yes." Xiang'er blinked. "We've just run out of spices and salt at home. Let's go to the town tomorrow to buy some. So that means I can eat Xiang'er's homemade braised pork when we get back tomorrow night." Seeing Chenine licking his lips in anticipation, Xiang'er mumbled, "I won't make it for the bad senior brother." But the corners of her eyes were filled with sweetness and a smile. That night, after nightfall. In the next room, Xiang'er's breathing had become even, and she must have fallen asleep. Chenine sat silently in front of his bed. Tomorrow was the day Xiang'er went to the market. Before his rebirth, Chenine hadn't noticed anything unusual. He only knew that Xiang'er occasionally liked to go to the market in town and spend the whole day there. He thought she would come back with bags of things, but every time she only brought back some simple daily necessities. He didn't know what she did for the whole day. At that time, Chenine thought it was just Xiang'er's childish nature, liking to window shop but not buy anything. Now that he thought about it, the only opportunity for Xiang'er, who was with him day and night, to have contact with the demonic path was during the time she went to the market. Chen Yin decided to follow Xiang'er tomorrow. He wanted to find out what was happening to her. What was her connection to the demonic path? And, at this point, could he still rewrite everything? After a moment, Chen Yin slowly took out a scroll from his bosom. The scroll was black and old, as if it had been pulled from ashes. This was the item Chen Yin brought out from the secret realm back then. After he recognized the scroll with his blood, he kept it hidden in his dantian, and no one had ever seen it. Its only special feature was that there was an independent space within the scroll. Only someone with a boundless root bone like him could enter. Inside that space, time was completely frozen. Chen Yin couldn't even control his own body. The only thing he could do was practice swordsmanship. The scroll only recorded 3 sword moves and some miscellaneous, not very useful cultivation techniques. Each of the 3 sword moves was simple and unadorned, showing no extraordinary features. But Chen Yin was trapped in that space for who knows how long. Maybe it was only a few months, maybe it was thousands of years. It wasn't until he could barely execute all 3 sword moves that he emerged from the scroll and truly became its master, able to freely enter and exit that space. He didn't know the exact power of these 3 swords because he hadn't tested them. He only knew that if he truly unleashed them completely, it would probably be quite outrageous. If he accidentally messed up Master's beloved Mountu, he would definitely be hung up and spanked again. However, since Xiang'er might come into contact with the demonic path tomorrow, he had to be prepared to use his sword in the worst-case scenario. So Chen Yin sighed and silently apologized in his heart. "I'm sorry, Master. I'll buy you good wine as compensation another day." Then he stealthily ran up the mountain. Mountu in the evening was particularly serene and clear, with the starry river overhead and mist-dew flowers swaying in the wind. Chen Yin tiptoed to a rockery outside the cave dwelling and carefully cast a spell on it. After a moment, his figure vanished from in front of the rockery and appeared in a dark room. The room was filled with various large boxes, all seemingly covered in dust, untouched for a long time. This was Master's treasure vault. All the rare and precious treasures that immortal Yu Ling had collected over countless years were thrown here. Of course, those treasures were indeed useless to Master. She only collected them with a child's mentality of gathering toys, basically throwing them into the vault and never bothering with them again. When he was young, Chen Yin accidentally learned about this and the incantation to enter the vault from Master when she was drunk, so he had sneaked in a few times. But at that time, it was more out of mischief, just secretly taking a few small items back to amuse Xiang'er. But this time, he truly needed to find 2 things. After rummaging through a pile of boxes, Chen Yin finally found the first item. It was a sword case. To use sword moves, he naturally needed a sword. But Chen Yin's own swords were all inferior goods that Master bought in bulk for 10 copper coins apiece. They couldn't withstand his sword moves at all. Gently wiping the sword case, Chen Yin opened it, and inside lay a jade sword, entirely made of glazed glass, as clear as crystal. The sword's name was Eternal Light. Having practiced swordsmanship for so long, Chen Yin had a subtle connection with swords. This sword was enough. After recognizing the sword with his blood, Chen Yin put it away and turned to find the second item. He had seen this item when he was young. It was a mask. A mask that could change one's appearance. At that time, Chen Yin just thought it was fun, able to transform into Master's appearance to tease Xiang'er. But later, he realized that even in the cultivation world, this kind of item was a rare treasure. In any case, it wasn't something a small cultivator like him could keep. So after playing with it a few times, he put the mask back in its original place. But now, it was time to take it out. After making all the necessary preparations, Chen Yin slipped out of the treasure vault and went back to his room down the mountain. Quietly waiting for dawn. The next morning, when Xiang'er was still half asleep, Chen Yin had already prepared the water for her to wash up. Lazybones, time to wake up. Or you'll miss the market. Xiang'er opened her eyes sleepily, and upon seeing Chen Yin, quickly retreated back under the covers. "Senior brother, don't come in. I haven't washed up yet, and my hair is still messy. By the time you finish washing up, the food will be cold. After thoughtfully preparing the water for her, Chen Yin smiled and rubbed her little head. I've prepared the water for you. Hurry up and wash up to cook. I'm hungry, your senior brother is hungry. Stay hungry then, I won't cook for you. Xiang'er glared at him fiercely, then snorted and turned to wash up. Chen Yin could only shake his head helplessly. After the meal, Xiang'er changed into a light goose yellow dress and turned to bid farewell to Chen Yin. Then senior brother, I'm leaving. Come back early. Chen Yin smiled and waved. Xiang'er looked at Chen Yin, her mouth opening slightly, but she swallowed her words, revealing a carefree smile, and then slowly left. Watching Xiang'er's departing figure, Chen Yin's smile returned to calmness. All right. Next. He slowly took out the mask from his bosom and put it on. In a few breaths, he had transformed into a hooded man in black clothes and a black robe, with a cold and aloof face. Let me see who's behind this, targeting Xiang'er. Flowing Cloud City. The nearest town at the foot of Mount Yu. A small border town, neither rich nor particularly prosperous, but with a leisurely and comfortable atmosphere. Every half a month, the town held a market, where merchants from all over brought their wares to sell on the streets. The small town became bustling with people, much livelier than usual. After entering the town, Xiang'er happily strolled through the market, looking here and there, just like any other young girl out for a day of shopping. Chenine followed her from a distance, silently observing her. For the entire morning, Xiang'er didn't make any unusual moves. By noon, Chen Yin was still patiently following Xiang'er's movements. Suddenly, a sweet, childish voice sounded beside him. Big brother, do you want to buy a necklace? Chen Yin turned his head and saw a young girl of about 14 or 15 years old timidly tugging at his clothes. The little girl's cheeks were dirty, and her clothes were worn and tattered, but her eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, making it hard not to feel affection and pity for her. Chen Yin glanced at the basket she was carrying, which contained some handmade shell necklaces. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yin rubbed the little girl's head, took all the shell necklaces, and gave her a silver ingot. I'll take all of these. The little girl's face instantly bloomed with a happy smile. Thank you, big brother. Chen Yin smiled too. But when he stood up and turned around, he suddenly realized that Xiang'er was no longer where she had been. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately chased after her. Just after Chen Yin left, Yu Xiang's figure slowly emerged from around the corner of the street. Her eyes were calm as she spoke to herself. System. Who is the person following us? I don't know. A mechanical voice sounded in her ear. There's no record of him in the plot. He should be an irrelevant extra. Don't mind him. Let's just do what we need to do. As long as he's not in the plot records, whatever he does has nothing to do with us. An irrelevant character. Yu Xiang's eyes lowered slightly. Then let's ignore him. Speaking of which, you mentioned before that my senior brother is also an irrelevant character. Yes. The system seemed a little puzzled. Why do you ask? Nothing. Yu Xiang was silent for a moment, then slowly said, remember what you promised me. As long as I follow the plot, my senior brother will be safe. Don't worry. The system said nonchalantly, he's just an extra. Since there's no record of him in the plot, he'll definitely be fine. He'll probably still be an oblivious, ordinary mist spirit sect disciple even 5 years later when you've mastered your demonic arts. Yu Xiang looked into the distance, her eyes unfocused. After a while, she slowly shook her head, her gaze gradually becoming firm. That's enough. As long as senior brother is safe, I can take revenge without any worries. Then, Xiang'er's figure disappeared into the darkness once again. After circling the market, Chenine finally found Xiang'er again in front of a stall. Xiang'er was excitedly picking out some small accessories, putting them on her head with a happy expression, just like any other young girl. And Chenine, once again, began to wait patiently. This time, he waited until the sun was about to set. As evening approached, the people in the market gradually began to disperse, and Xiang'er finally showed her first sign of abnormality. She first looked around, then quietly walked into an inconspicuous small shop. Chenine followed her with a ghostly movement and watched as she twisted a brick in front of a cabinet inside the shop. Then, the cabinet slowly moved, revealing a deep entrance behind it. Xiang'er walked in familiarly, and Chenine, at the last moment before the entrance closed, concealed himself and followed her in. They walked for a long time through a long and narrow passage before the space gradually opened up. It was a deep and gloomy hall. The hall was empty, with nothing but a few pillars. Chenine could only quietly move behind a pillar and carefully listen to the sounds within the hall. Above the hall, only one person sat on the main seat. It was an old man with white hair and a long beard, his face gaunt and bony, his black robe concealing his somewhat sinister eyes. Holy Maiden. The old man said calmly as he watched Yuxiang approach, but there was no trace of respect in his voice. Elder He Ran, I'm here to collect this month's cultivation resources. Yuxiang said softly. He Ran. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Even he had heard of this name. The demonic forces were not small, but there weren't many who reached the level of Elder, a powerful cultivator. He Ran was one of the more famous ones. It was said that his last appearance was decades ago, when he single-handedly slaughtered nearly 100 disciples of the Heavenly Net sect. His methods were bloody, cruel, and outrageous. At that time, he was already at the late stage of the boundless realm. After decades of seclusion, this old monster's strength must have become even more unfathomable. He might have even reached the threshold of the supreme clarity realm. Even a prodigy like senior sister Shen Shuanglian, as abnormal as she was, would only be able to run if she encountered this old monster. Chenine couldn't help but speculate inwardly. He, the sect promised you, so naturally, we won't shortchange you. He Ran waved his sleeve, and a ring flew towards Yuxiang. After catching it, Xiang'er glanced at it briefly, and her eyes flickered, thank you. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait. He Ran's voice sounded again from behind. Yuxiang turned her head and asked calmly, does Elder have anything else to say? Although the sect promised you unconditional support with cultivation resources before you master your demonic arts. He Ran chuckled, but there was a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. But I wonder if the Holy Maiden is using these resources for cultivation, or to support a lover. If Elder is worried that my cultivation hasn't progressed Yuxiang said expressionlessly, you can test it yourself. No. I was just joking. He Ran's expression stiffened, then he laughed heartily, it would be best if the Holy Maiden focuses on her cultivation. The sooner you master your demonic arts, the sooner we can rise again. Don't bother worrying, Elder. Yuxiang turned around gracefully, her voice carrying a hint of coldness, it's best if you don't interfere with my affairs. He Ran's face darkened, but it was only fleeting and he didn't show it. I'll come again next time to collect next month's resources. He Ran also forced a sinister smile, watching Yuxiang's figure slowly disappear. Chenine, hiding behind the pillar, was speechless with surprise. Wow! Is this still my harmless, well-behaved, and shy little junior sister Xiang'er? In front of the demonic path, she actually had such a cold and aloof demeanor. Recalling Xiang'er's innocent and lovely smile when they were together on the mountain, Chenine felt a mix of emotions. However, based on their conversation, Chenine could roughly deduce something. Xiang'er must have obtained some kind of demonic cultivation technique due to her special physique or some other reason. That's why the demonic path revered her as the Holy Maiden and generously provided her with a large amount of demonic cultivation resources. But the reason why Xiang'er joined the demonic path was still unclear. However, she could even ignore an elder's face, which meant that Xiang'er's status in the demonic path was even more detached than he had imagined. Chenine couldn't help but ponder. Just then, that sinister voice sounded again. You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out and show yourself? Chen Yin's eyes narrowed. The next moment, he landed in the middle of the hall, wearing his mask and with a graceful figure. He Ran, seated on the main seat, looked at Chenine with interest. But the moment he appeared, a look of disappointment flashed across He Ran's face. Heh. It's just a brat who hasn't even reached the cloud ascending realm. He shook his head and sighed. I thought there might be some fun. For such a small fry, it's almost beneath me to even make a move. Chenine looked at him calmly. I have some questions for you. Huh? He Ran seemed to have heard a very funny joke, and his beard twitched. Little brat. I don't think you understand the situation. Whether you stumbled in here by accident or came to investigate the Holy Maiden. Since you've stumbled upon our demonic secrets, naturally, there's no reason to leave you alive. And you still want to ask me questions? You're truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. He shook his head and said casually. Forget it, I'll condescend to make a move today. Little brat, you should consider yourself honored to die under my palm. After all, those who died under this palm before, he said with a sinister smile, were all elder-level figures from your righteous path. The next moment, a black energy seemed to gather in He Ran's palm, carrying a terrifying aura. Chenine glanced at him, then sighed softly. So it's not that easy to talk, huh? I didn't want to use this move right away. Alright, I haven't tested the power of this sword move since I learned it. As he spoke, the Eternal Light sword floated out from Chen Yin's sleeve and hovered horizontally in front of him. I wonder, if you can withstand this sword. Arrogant. He Ran seemed to have been greatly mocked, and he shouted angrily, suddenly striking out with his palm. Black energy surged instantly, like a tidal wave, towards Chenine. And Chenine, holding the sword with one hand, lightly slashed towards He Ran. After an unknown amount of time, the entire hall fell silent. The surroundings had been completely reduced to a horrific ruin, with no intact spot on the ground. Chenine stood amidst the ruins, gently wiping his sword and sighing. As expected. This was why he didn't want to use this move easily. Although he had guessed that the power of this sword would be outrageous, he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. He originally had some questions to ask that old guy. But with this one sword strike, not even ashes remained. It seemed that with his current cultivation, he couldn't fully control the power of these three sword moves. If he was careless, it would be like this, unable to even leave anyone alive when he originally intended to. Sighing, Chenine was about to sheath his sword when his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he turned the blade towards a certain spot. Who's there? If you don't come out, don't blame me for making a move. After a moment, a figure emerged from the void, her face filled with terror and fragility, her body trembling as she slowly revealed herself. Upon seeing the person, Chenine was astonished. The little girl was still wearing the same tattered clothes, her dirty little face carrying a trace of fear and apprehension, as if she was afraid that Chenine would attack her at any moment. Say, Senior. Who are you? Chenine asked, his voice deliberately cold behind the mask. Are you also a member of the demonic path? And no. I'm not from the demonic path. The little girl's voice trembled as she took a small step back. As if due to excessive fear, her body instinctively reacted. Her ears slowly became pointed and thin, covered in soft fur. Behind her, a snow-white tail also swayed gently. A fox? Chenine asked curiously, are you a demon? A fox demon? The little girl nodded pitifully. At this moment, the little fox demon was far more surprised than Chenine. That was He Ran. A powerful elder-level figure, one of the top members of the demonic path. But the person in front of her, with just a single sword strike, had completely obliterated He Ran, whose strength was unfathomable. What kind of monstrous cultivation was this? At least a supreme clarity realm immortal among human cultivators, right? Why are you here? Chenine frowned slightly. The demon race and the demonic path shouldn't get along very well. I'm here for revenge. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, the demonic altar master here before was a very bad person. He killed many of my friends. I couldn't defeat him, so I wanted to keep an eye on him while cultivating diligently. That way, when I'm strong enough to defeat him, I can take revenge. But, some time ago, that person left, and the elder stationed here became He Ran. The little fox demon lowered her head slightly. He Ran is very powerful. I was afraid he would discover me, so I only dared to stay far away. Until just now. After finishing, she looked at Chen Yin expectantly. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then asked in return, "Is your ability to conceal your form and aura, even avoiding detection by me and He Ran, a racial talent?" The little fox demon nodded vigorously. Concealing in the void is the innate ability of our fox demon lineage. If we hide well, even Supreme Clarity Realm immortals might not be able to discover us. I was just startled for a moment and accidentally leaked my aura. After saying that, her little eyes drooped dejectedly. Chenine pondered. Honestly, he didn't know much about the demon race. But he could tell that this little girl was, to put it nicely, naive, and to put it bluntly, a bit silly. Her cultivation was only at the early stage of the cloud ascending realm. It would probably take who knows how many years before she could cultivate to the point of fighting a demonic elder like He Ran. However, her ability to conceal herself in the void did pique Chen Yin's interest. After a moment, Chen Yin suddenly spoke coldly, raising his sword. "Humph. No matter who you are. Since you've seen my secret, I can't leave you alive." After saying that, he pretended to raise his sword to strike. The little fox demon immediately shrank into a ball, her fluffy tail and ears trembling. "Ah! Don't kill me. I am still young, I don't want to die, I still have so many dried fish and steamed buns to eat." Chenine. Seeing the little fox demon whimpering, Chen Yin almost lost his composure from her cuteness. But in the end, he held back, coughed, and said in a deliberately stern voice. "Not kill you. If I don't kill you, what if you leak the fact that I killed He Ran and attract the pursuit of the demonic path?" The little fox pouted and fiddled with her fingers, then said cautiously after a moment. I'll make a pinky promise with you, I promise not to tell, okay?" Chenine. He suddenly began to wonder if taking her under his wing would actually be a bad thing. This girl was probably a fool. Humph. If you keep playing dumb, don't blame this sword immortal for showing no mercy. Seeing Chen Yin pretending to strike again, the little fox demon hurriedly said, "Say senior. I know another way. I can become your servant, okay?" she cried with tears in her eyes. He finally heard the answer he wanted. Under the mask, a smile appeared on Chen Yin's lips. The demon race was different from other races. A demon could, once in their lifetime, carve someone's mark on their lifeblood essence, which was equivalent to becoming their servant. After becoming a servant, they could no longer disobey their master's orders. The price of removing the mark was also extremely high. Under the threat of Chen Yin's sword, the little fox demon could only reluctantly condense a drop of her lifeblood essence and offer it to Chen Yin. Chen Yin infused it with his spiritual power, and a strange feeling grew between them. It was as if the little fox demon couldn't resist any of his thoughts. The little fox demon looked dejected and disappointed, her ears drooping as she whispered in grievance. "Woo, my first time." Chenine? No, can't you phrase it differently? You make me sound like a villain who's bullying a little girl. Ahem. After clearing his throat, seeing that the little fox demon no longer posed a threat, Chen Yin relaxed slightly and softened his tone. "All right. Don't cry. Since you've become my servant, I won't treat you badly." The little fox demon seemed not to have heard him, her eyes still red. "How about this?" Chen Yin recalled how he coaxed Xiang'er on the mountain and said. "After we go out, I'll buy you dried fish and steamed buns, okay?" Hearing this, the little fox demon slowly stopped crying and blinked timidly. "Really?" "Of course." Chen Yin nodded seriously. "As long as you want to eat, I can buy them for you anytime." "Yay!" The little fox demon immediately burst into tears of joy, happily holding Chen Yin's hand. "Then master, I also want candied hawthorns, jujube cakes, and peach preserves." Seeing the little fox demon's excitement, Chen Yin couldn't help but start doubting his choice again. This silly girl could be tricked with just a few steamed buns. Was she really reliable? Half an hour later, at a residence in Flowing Cloud City. For now, you'll stay here and use your void concealment ability to check on the situation at the demonic branch altar every day. Chenine instructed, when I come to find you, report the situation to me. Do you understand? The little fox demon absent-mindedly replied with several mms, her eyes constantly darting around. Master, are all human cultivators so rich? You can buy a whole residence just like that. Human currency naturally has no meaning to cultivators. After all, we use spirit stones. I see. The little fox demon thought for a moment and said, I thought spirit stones were worthless. You've already reached the early stage of the cloud ascending realm, don't you have any spirit stones? Chen Yin asked curiously. Yes. She blinked. But I exchanged them all for candied hawthorns. How many? 10. After saying that, she proudly puffed out her chest. You were completely ripped off. Chen Yin rubbed his forehead for a moment, then slowly asked, so, you were selling shell necklaces on the street to exchange for money to buy snacks? Yes. The little fox said happily, I found that humans seem to like those useless decorations. Every time I casually pick up a few from the beach and sell them, many brothers and sisters come to buy them. They even praise me for being cute. Master, am I not amazing? I don't think they like buying these shell necklaces. Chenine felt a little embarrassed. They just think a little girl like you looks cute and pitiful, and they feel sorry for you. This was probably the, I'm cute, please give me money, tactic. Chenine said helplessly, also, haven't I told you? You don't have to call me master, just call me young master. If anyone asks, you just say you're the maid of the owner of this residence. The little fox demon responded with an ahm and said cutely. Young master. Chenine nodded with satisfaction. Not to mention, this little fox didn't look very old, around 14 or 15 years old, but she had the natural beauty of the fox demon race. Her skin was as white as snow, her fox-like eyes were lively and adorable, and her fluffy ears and tail were especially pleasing to Chenine, who loved cats and dogs in his previous life. You can settle in for now. Spend the money I gave you wisely. Don't spend it all on snacks before I come back to find you next time. The little fox demon nodded vigorously, but judging by her eager eyes, she clearly couldn't wait to go shopping. Chenine didn't bother to care about her. As long as she had become his servant, he didn't have to worry about her betraying him. Oh, one last thing. Chenine asked, what's your name? The little fox demon blinked and smiled sweetly. My name is Lu Luo. It was almost evening when he returned to the mountain. When Chenine arrived, Xiang'er had been waiting in front of the hut for a long time. Seeing him, she hurried over. Senior brother. Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere when I came back. Seeing Yu Xiang's worried and slightly annoyed expression, Chenine couldn't help but tease her. Well, I met a few young masters at the foot of the mountain, and we hit it off. They said there's a high-class brothel in Flowing Cloud City, and they even offered to treat me to a good time. So. Chenine said with a reminiscent expression, the taste of those ladies, tsk. It was truly dash. Before he could finish his words, Yu Xiang's face gradually darkened. Senior. Brother. Actually, I just went to the next town to get a pot of fine wine for master. Yu Xiang snorted softly and turned her head away, ignoring him. Chenine cautiously approached her, what's wrong? Is our Xiang'er jealous? No. Why would I be jealous of you, a bad senior brother? Yu Xiang put her hands on her hips and pouted angrily. I'm not your wife or Dao companion, so I don't care where you go or what you do. Even if senior brother goes to brothels every day to spend money and have fun with beautiful girls, it's none of my business. Ahem. Chenine coughed and said seriously, actually, if Xiang'er wants to, you can really become my wife or Dao companion dash. No. Way. Bang. The door to the hut slammed shut. Chenine sighed helplessly. It seemed that Xiang'er wouldn't calm down before tonight. Und. Are you, the little girl who was selling shell necklaces just now? A few days later. Early in the morning. Stepping out of the wooden hut and stretching, Chenine suddenly felt his mood lift. There were still 5 years. This time, he had plenty of time. Passing by the pond, Chenine suddenly heard the sounds of splashing water and soft humming coming from the bathroom. Xiang'er was taking a bath so early in the morning. The pond was behind the bathroom, and faint wisps of steam could be seen escaping from the high window at the back of the bathroom. Looking at the wisps of steam, Chenine couldn't help but imagine the scene of Xiang'er bathing. Water droplets slowly sliding down her smooth shoulders, the misty white steam blurring the lines between the mist and her snow-white skin. Her long, slender legs moving in the water, her fair and alluring neck exposed beneath her updo. Hee. A lecherous expression unconsciously appeared on Chen Yin's face, and he almost drooled. I really want to see. The next moment, Chenine turned his head and made eye contact with a palace-dressed little loli who also had a lecherous smile on her face. Chenine, ? Master, ? Master, what are you looking at? What? Master said unhappily. Can't I look just because I'm a woman? Who doesn't like watching pretty girls bathe? That's true, that's bullshit. Chenine stood in front of Master with a righteous expression. Master. I usually respect you for your high moral standing, but I didn't expect you to have such indecent thoughts about a young girl. I can't let you do as you please. Today, unless you step over my dead body, I will protect my junior sister's reputation. Upon hearing this, Master's delicate eyebrows shot up in anger, and she put her little hands on her hips. You stinky brat, you're hoarding the view and acting so righteous about it. I'm just checking on my disciple's development, what's it to you? Besides, she said with disdain, crossing her arms, it's better than a certain cowardly pervert who can only hide outside and fantasize. Chenine was instantly furious, but there was nothing he could do when faced with the smug smile of the scheming little loli in front of him. Forget it. I'll watch another day. Let's go. Don't disturb Xiang'er's bath. Then you go quickly and let Master watch alone. Hey, what are you doing? Chenine turned around expressionlessly, grabbed the little loli by the collar of her back, and half-dragged, half-pulled Master up the mountain. Along the way, Master flailed her arms like a child, making a fuss and shouting. Let go of Master. Master wants to watch Xiang'er bathe. Master wants to see a pretty girl naked. In the bathroom, Xiang'er looked up as if sensing something and looked around blankly. Huh? Did someone call me? After dragging Master up the mountain and throwing her into the bath in her cave dwelling, Chenine sat down at the small tea table by the pool, grumbling. Honestly. If you want to watch girls bathe, can't you just watch yourself? He took a sip of tea and said dejectedly, I'm so unlucky. I finally had a chance. Humph. If you're bold enough, Xiang'er can take maternity leave. Master Yuling was submerged in the bath, only her small head exposed, her face flushed. If you weren't such a coward, you could have found a chance to be assertive and take Xiang'er down. Would you need to sneak around and peek like this? You could even go in and wash together. Chenine imagined the scene. His blood pressure shot up. He felt like his life goals suddenly became clear. Forget it. Xiang'er probably doesn't think much of me, a useless senior brother. If I really forced myself on her, I would only be holding her back. Chenine sighed and said slowly, I'm just a carefree and useless person, my cultivation isn't high, and I don't have any great ambitions. If Xiang'er really followed me, she would probably suffer. Master suddenly glanced at Chenine, then turned back. You brat. You're usually full of sweet talk, but you're quite self-aware. Chenine, I was just being humble, not for you to take it seriously. You perverted lowly granny. Let's talk about something serious. Scooping up some water and splashing it on her shoulders, Master Yuling's lazy voice became slightly more serious. Focus on your cultivation recently. If you can reach the cloud ascending realm, do it quickly. You've been dawdling for so long, it's about time. Chen Yin became curious. Master, who usually didn't urge him to cultivate, suddenly changed her attitude. Is something the matter? In a while, the #1 fairy conference hosted by the pavilion master of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion will begin again. Master said softly, it's about time for our Xiang'er to see the world. Master means, you want me to accompany Xiang'er to participate? Chenine was surprised. He had heard of this #1 fairy conference. The 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion was, strictly speaking, a merchant guild that often traded various goods between the cultivation world and the mortal world, doing business across the entire continent. The pavilion master was said to be a playboy, whose favorite pastime was ranking the fairies of the cultivation world, writing their biographies, and painting their portraits. This #1 fairy conference gathered all the young female cultivators in the cultivation world to compete and determine the #1 beauty of the cultivation world, who possessed both unparalleled cultivation and beauty. Although it sounded unreliable, the pavilion master was quite powerful, and with the wealth and influence of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, he held a certain degree of prestige in both the mortal and cultivation worlds. Moreover, for the various cultivation sects, this was also a good opportunity for their female disciples to gain experience and increase the sect's reputation. After holding it a few times, its fame gradually grew, and it became a classic event in the cultivation world. But Xiang'er is only at the early stage of the cloud ascending realm. She's just average in the current cultivation world. Why bother going there for nothing? Well, it's always good to see the world. Master shook her head. We can't keep Xiang'er trapped on the mountain forever. Besides, it's easier for you to make your move if Xiang'er is out and about. Right? She glanced at Chenine, feigning nonchalance. Chen Yin's eyes widened slightly. Master, do you know something? I don't know. And I'm not interested in knowing. Master stretched lazily and leaned against the edge of the pool, speaking languidly, you young people should handle your own affairs. Chenine pondered for a moment and nodded. I understand. Good. Master's beautiful eyes lowered slightly. The journey is long, and I wouldn't feel at ease letting your little junior sister go alone. It just so happens that I have something to attend to in a while and can't accompany Xiang'er. So I can only ask you, her senior brother, to accompany her on this trip. Something to attend to? Chenine asked curiously, is Master going out? Don't think that I'm always leisurely. Master Yuling pouted. After all, I'm a Supreme Clarity Realm immortal. Do you know how few Supreme Clarity Realm cultivators there are in the entire cultivation world? Of course, I'm very busy. You clearly spend most of your time drinking and causing trouble. If all Supreme Clarity Realm immortals were as carefree as you, I'd be a ghost. Chen Yin muttered to himself. But Master, I haven't even reached the cloud ascending realm yet. My cultivation is lower than junior sister's. He said with a wry smile, if I really escort junior sister, I'm not sure who will be protecting whom if we encounter any danger on the road. That's why I'm telling you to cultivate quickly, you little brat. Master snorted. Otherwise, if we encounter bandits on the road who want to snatch your Xiang'er and make her their wife, what will you do? That won't do. NTR is unacceptable. If you don't want to be a cuckold, then cultivate quickly during this time. Besides, Master glared at him, what are you pretending for with me? The key to your breakthrough isn't whether you can, but whether you want to. Chenine smiled without saying anything. That's it then. Master rolled her eyes at him. Why are you still standing there? Are you waiting to get caught for being a lolicon? Chenine was about to get up resentfully when he suddenly noticed a thin, black line on Master's back, twisted like a centipede. It looked like a wound. Chenine frowned slightly. Master, are you injured? Master Yuling's hand, which was scooping water, stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. What daydreams are you having, you brat? Don't you know that the biggest advantage of my forgotten everlasting heart sutra is its resilience? In the entire cultivation world, can you find anyone who can injure me? As she spoke, the little loli proudly raised her head. That was true. The forgotten everlasting heart sutra was a cultivation method that didn't focus on offense but on longevity. It didn't have many killing moves, but it emphasized being tough, with fast health and mana regeneration. At master's level, she was practically immortal. You're right. Chen Yin scratched his head. I was overthinking it. Anyway, don't be too arrogant when you're out there having fun. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to save you. Master Yuling, unusually, didn't tease him back but fell silent for a moment. After a while, she chuckled softly, closing her eyes and lowering her head. You brat. You're even boasting in front of your master now. You don't need to worry about my affairs yet. Figure out your own things first. Chenine lowered his head and remained silent. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting to take advantage of your master? If master needs anything from me, I'm always at your service. He put on a relaxed smile and cupped his hands. Although I'm not good at fighting, I can massage your shoulders, hammer your legs, and cheer you on. I can still do that. Master Yuling was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle, her voice sweet and charming. Ha, you stinky brat, you can't even pretend to be cool properly. If I really wanted someone to massage my shoulders and hammer my legs, wouldn't a pretty and soft girl like Xiang'er be better? Who would want a little pervert like you? Chenine said helplessly, Master, Xiang'er is still your disciple. It wouldn't be good for your reputation if word got out about you talking like this. Then what can I do? Master snorted and turned her head away. I'm just a pervert, I like looking at pretty girls, what can you do about it? There is a way. Master, although you seem to have an incurable disease. After some thought, Chen Yin said seriously, but humans can start anew, while flowers cannot rebloom. How about? Master, you restart? He asked cautiously, poking his head out. The next moment, a huge splash of water blasted him out of the cave dwelling. The #1 fairy conference. Xiang'er blinked. You've heard of it, right? The one hosted by the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion? I've heard of it. Xiang'er pursed her lips. But, do I really have to go? In previous years, you were still young. Now you're at the perfect age, it's good to go out and see the world. Chenine said with a grin, what's wrong? Are you worried you won't be able to win? I haven't cultivated seriously for a long time, of course I can't win. Xiang'er pouted and said dejectedly, I'm only at the early stage of the cloud ascending realm, I'm too ordinary in the cultivation world. Ah, what's there to be afraid of? If you can't win, then you can't win. Anyway, I don't want our Xiang'er to be some kind of #1 fairy. Now it was Xiang'er's turn to be curious, why? Think about it, if our Xiang'er becomes the #1 fairy, she'll definitely be publicized by that pavilion master of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, and her fame will spread throughout the entire cultivation world. What if there are fans of Xiang'er everywhere, fighting to be her Dao companion? I'd be so tired from beating them all up. Chenine shrugged. Xiang'er giggled and covered her mouth, shameless senior brother. How could you possibly beat so many people? So. Chenine chuckled and patted her head. If Xiang'er really cares about senior brother, don't be the #1 fairy. Just be the #1 fairy in senior brother's heart. Yu Xiang's face flushed red. Stinky senior brother, where did you learn those sweet words to coax girls? From the bottom of my heart. Chenine shrugged. Then, no way. Yu Xiang's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she mischievously hid her hands behind her back. Then I really want to become the #1 fairy. Chen Yin's face fell. Xiang'er would rather do that than agree to senior brother. That's not it. Xiang'er giggled. Because. Only by becoming the #1 fairy. Could she be worthy of being the #1 fairy in senior brother's heart? Of course, these words remained hidden in her heart. Seeing that Xiang'er didn't continue speaking, Chenine stopped joking and said seriously. Master's intention is simply for you to experience the world. The ranking doesn't matter. Just protect yourself. Xiang'er's eyes flickered. If I get hurt, will senior brother feel sorry for me? Of course. What if I can't help but seek revenge on the female cultivator who hurt you, and it ends up causing conflict between master and other sects? It would all be the fault of you, a silly girl who didn't take care of herself. As he spoke, Chen Yin gently pinched her little nose. Humph. Xiang'er swatted away Chen Yin's hand, puffed up her cheeks, and said, I don't want to be blamed for your actions. But I'll be careful. That's good. Chenine patted her head with satisfaction. After Chenine left, Yuxiang returned to her room. That's strange. The system's voice sounded in her ears. What's wrong? According to the plot records, you are indeed going to participate in the #1 fairy conference. The system pondered and said, but, why do I remember that you're supposed to participate as a member of the demonic path? Is there a part in the original plot where you go to the competition with your senior brother? Yuxiang was silent for a moment, then said softly. System, confirm the following plot records again. The system cleared its throat and slowly read. Participate in the #1 fairy conference, using the name of the extinct sect Changli Palace, to defeat all opponents and meet Shen Shuanglian in the final. In the final battle against Shen Shuanglian, test all her cultivation methods and trump cards. After completing the mission, surrender and leave. After reading it, the system was puzzled again. The plot records don't specify if you need to stay by your senior brother's side. Yuxiang lowered her eyes slightly and shook her head. It's okay. Let's do as senior brother said. I'll lose in the preliminary round, then find an excuse to avoid senior brother and continue the plot as a disciple of Changli Palace. That's the only way. The system sighed, then suddenly remembered something and warned. Right. The final battle with Shen Shuanglian is only to test her strength and trump cards. Don't fight to the death, and don't reveal your true identity. That girl also has a system. No one knows her true strength. You have to be patient. Yuxiang's eyes glazed over, lost in thought. After a long time, she slowly nodded. I know. After leaving Xiang'er's room, Chenine also fell into thought. Xiang'er had obviously just learned about the request to participate in the competition. Since she was going to leave Mount Yu for a while, she should make one last trip to the demonic branch altar in Flowing Cloud City before leaving. Good. He should also check if the demonic path had received news of He Ran's death. He wondered if that little fox Lu Luo had completed her task diligently. So Chenine took out his mask and turned towards Flowing Cloud City. Arriving at the residence in Flowing Cloud City, Chenine searched the entire place but couldn't find Lu Luo. Strange. Did this girl run off with my money? Just as he was about to go out and search for her, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening from the entrance. The next moment, a pair of fluffy fox ears perked up. Young master. Lu Luo ran over with a giggle, holding a large bag of snacks in her arms. You're here. So much food. Chen Yin looked at the large bag in her arms, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You didn't spend all the money I gave you in just 2 days, did you? No, no. Lu Luo's fox ears twitched, and she scratched her head sheepishly. I still have a few dozen copper coins left. A few dozen copper coins? Do you know how much silver I gave you? That money was enough for you to open a snack shop. Chen Yin covered his face in despair, and after a long while, he convinced himself that money is worldly possessions, but a lowly is priceless. What about the task I gave you? Oh. Lu Luo seemed to remember something and, with her agile fox tail, retrieved a stone from inside the house. When I went to the demonic branch altar these past 2 days, I discovered that someone had already been there. They even left this stone behind. As she spoke, she handed the stone to Chenine. Chenine took it and saw a line of small characters engraved on it. Immortal Yuling, blood for blood. Chenine narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the demonic path did have some way of knowing about Elder He Ran's death. But He Ran was, after all, a powerful cultivator who had been in the boundless realm for many years, extremely cunning and sly. In the entire area surrounding Flowing Cloud City, only the invincible immortal Yuling could have killed him. It seemed that Master had inadvertently taken the blame for him. Chenine shrugged. Of course, he didn't feel any guilt. That lowly granny already had countless enemies. If they wanted to count her enemies, they'd probably run into 10 or 8 just by buying candied hawthorns. Anyway, no one could do anything to her, so let her take the blame. Anything else? Luo Luo blinked and wagged her tail as she thought. Nothing else. That branch altar seems to have been abandoned. There haven't been any changes these past few times I went there. It's still a pile of ruins, just more thoroughly destroyed. Chen Yin nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. An exposed branch altar was no longer useful. However, it would be difficult to explain to Xiang'er. After pondering for a moment, Chenine suddenly thought of something and a smile appeared on his lips. That's good then. Luo Luo tilted her head in confusion. With his plan in mind, Chenine relaxed and sat down on a chair in the residence, beckoning Luo Luo. Come here, let me pet your fur. Luo Luo, ? Although she didn't understand what Chen Yin was saying, after becoming his servant, she couldn't resist his orders and obediently went to him. Then, a pair of evil claws reached for her ears. Ah! Luo Luo's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she couldn't help but ask softly. Why, young master? Chen Yin stroked her fluffy ears with an expression of enjoyment. To be honest, when Chen Yin was still on Earth, he particularly liked fluffy animals like cats and dogs, and he had several pets at home. Of course, petting cats and dogs was nothing new. But petting a fox was a first. Since she was his servant, it would be a waste not to pet her. So Chenine gently stroked her soft and beautiful fox ears, enjoying the feeling of the pure white fur rubbing against his palm. The little fox in front of him closed her eyes shyly, her face flushed, and let out a soft moan. Young master. Ah, as expected, petting fluffy animals is the best therapy. Chenine felt like he was back in his old life, coming home exhausted from work and being greeted by his cats and dogs wagging their tails at the door. An expression of healing appeared on his face. It's so good, and you have such a cute tail too. As he spoke, his evil claws targeted the little fox's fluffy tail. The next moment, the little fox suddenly let out a sharp, ah, her face flushing crimson. Before Chen Yin could react, Luo Luo lost all her strength and collapsed limply onto his lap. Her eyes were filled with a seductive gaze, and she gasped softly, her breath forming white puffs in the air. Chen Yin chuckled awkwardly. Sorry. I didn't know your foxtails were so sensitive. Luo Luo's eyes were watery, as if she was about to cry, but in the end, she only dared to mumble softly. Young master, you're so mean. Not only did you take my first time, but you're still teasing me. After saying that, she gave Chenine a resentful look. Chenine. Little fox, you should be glad you're still young. Otherwise, with such a seductive and alluring appearance, Chenine was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist taking her right there and then. Although in this world, it wouldn't be unacceptable. But he still felt a little guilty. Sorry. I'll be careful next time I pet you. There's no next time. The next day. Senior brother, Mrs. Zhang from Flowing Cloud City finished making my clothes. I'm going to pick them up. Do you need senior brother to go with you? No need. Xiang'er smiled. I'll be back soon. Okay, be careful on the road. Chen Yin also said with a smile. After Xiang'er went down the mountain, Chen Yin slowly lost his smile. As expected. Before leaving, Xiang'er would still find an excuse to go to the demonic branch altar in Flowing Cloud City. Fortunately, this time, Chen Yin was prepared. After Xiang'er left, he also put on his mask and chose another route, quickly heading towards Flowing Cloud City. Arriving at the demonic branch altar in Flowing Cloud City ahead of Xiang'er, Chen Yin saw the little fox Luo Luo, who had been waiting for a long time. Young master, over here, over here. The little fox hid behind a pile of ruins, wagging her tail and waving at him. Has anyone arrived yet? Chen Yin asked hurriedly. Not yet. Luo Luo looked around. It's just me and young master here. Good, go keep watch outside. Notify me as soon as someone comes in. The little fox responded with an "oh," and, with her nimble movements, concealed herself in the void and left the ruins. Chenine covered himself tightly with his mask and hooded cloak. Not long after, the little fox sent a warning, "Someone's coming." Chenine quickly put away the stone and hid himself. Yuang, who was slowly entering the demonic branch altar, suddenly narrowed her eyes and quickened her pace. This is. Arriving at the main hall, she frowned deeply as she looked at the hall, which had been reduced to a pile of rubble. The system also spoke in confusion. What's going on? Was the branch altar discovered? At that moment, Yuxiang's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and a deep purple thin sword pointed directly at a spot near the ruins. A terrifying aura surged from her. It had actually reached the astonishing boundless realm, even comparable to the level of her peer, the prodigy Shen Shuanglian. However, under the pressure of her fully unleashed cultivation, the person opposite her stepped out slowly and unhurriedly, walking towards her. "Hee, don't be so angry, holy maiden. Who are you?" Yuxiang narrowed her eyes as she looked at the mysterious man who was completely covered from head to toe. "I am a messenger from the main altar. I'm here to deliver a message to the holy maiden." "A message?" Yuxiang was puzzled. Immortal Yuling discovered this branch altar, and even Elder He Ran has been killed by her. "You can't stay here anymore." Yuxiang was stunned, "Master." But the next moment, her expression turned serious. "Wait, why didn't you use a transmission jade for such an important matter?" The man remained unfazed and said calmly, "With Elder He Ran's death, there's a possibility that many of the sect's secrets have been exposed. The previous transmission jades have all been discarded. Until the new ones are ready, I will be responsible for all communication between you and the main altar. It's best for the holy maiden to discard the previous stone as well, to avoid being discovered and exposing your identity." Yuxiang looked at him suspiciously, but the man's aura was calm, without any panic, and he didn't seem to be lying. After a moment, she slowly said, "Why should I believe you?" It doesn't matter if the holy maiden doesn't believe me." The man shrugged. "Anyway, this incident has caused doubts within the sect regarding the holy maiden's loyalty. After all, who knows who revealed the location of this branch altar to your master?" Yuxiang's face turned slightly cold. "Are you suggesting that I betrayed you?" "I wouldn't dare." The man said calmly, "I'm just a small messenger. If the holy maiden wishes to prove her loyalty and clear her name, she should cultivate diligently and master her demonic arts as soon as possible." "Humph." Yuxiang turned around lightly. "Don't worry about me. As it happens, I'll be leaving for a while. I'll discard the previous transmission jade. If the sect needs to contact me, use this." As she spoke, Yuxiang tossed a small stone to the man. After catching the stone, the man pondered as he played with it. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lastly, I have a personal question for the holy maiden." Yuxiang turned her head and looked at the man, who was bowing respectfully, her eyes flashing with impatience. "What is it?" "Our demonic sect's hard work in establishing the Flowing Cloud City branch altar has been completely destroyed. I wonder, does the holy maiden feel any heartache?" Yuxiang glared at him with disgust. "Why would I feel heartache? Our relationship is just one of cooperation. I cultivate the demonic art, quenching nether mantra, for you, and you provide me with cultivation resources. As for your affairs, I have no interest in them." The man looked deeply at Yuxiang, then slowly cupped his hands. "Farewell, holy maiden." Yuxiang's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she turned and gracefully left. After returning to Flowing Cloud City, Yuxiang fell silent. The system's thoughtful voice sounded in her ears. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel like something's off." "Why?" Yuxiang asked in return. "Did what that man said differ from the plot records?" "Not really, the plot records don't mention this at all, but for minor events that don't affect the main storyline, it's normal for the system's plot records to not include them." The system's voice still carried a hint of doubt. "But, I still feel like something's not right." "What's not right?" Yuxiang only thought for a moment before shaking her head. It doesn't matter. Let them worry about the demonic path's affairs. I just need to focus on cultivating and improving myself, so I can take revenge as soon as possible. Anything else is irrelevant to me. Let's go back quickly. Otherwise, senior brother will become suspicious. She said slowly. The system sighed helplessly and fell silent. After Yuang left, Chen Yin slowly removed his mask. Looking in the direction Yuang had gone, he fell into deep thought for a long time. The previous conversation was quite dangerous. But fortunately, he didn't expose any flaws. However, no risk, no reward. He had gleaned quite a bit of information from Xiang'er. The demonic art, quenching nether mantra. Chen Yin muttered to himself. This was the key to Xiang'er's connection to the demonic path. Master was knowledgeable. He would ask her about it when he returned and see if she knew anything about this demonic art. Maybe there was a way to save Xiang'er. However, he still had no clue why Xiang'er was willing to agree to the demonic path's terms. It seems I can only find another opportunity to pry information from her later. Chen Yin sighed and shook his head. Just then, he heard the little fox Lu Luo's voice. Young master, is that girl your sweetheart? Chen Yin couldn't help but cough, embarrassed. Don't think too much, little girl. I'm not little. The little fox puffed up her cheeks unhappily. Are you sure? Chen Yin glanced at her with a strange look. Lu Luo looked down at her flat chest, and her fox ears drooped dejectedly. Ahem. Don't worry, you'll grow up eventually. Chen Yin patted her head comfortingly, then looked around. All right. It's not safe to stay here for long, let's go. After returning to the residence in Flowing Cloud City, Chen Yin changed back into his ordinary clothes and was about to head back to the mountain before Xiang'er. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. Right. You should also prepare these 2 days. You'll be going on a long trip with me. A long trip? Lu Luo twitched her ears in confusion. After thinking about it, Chen Yin still felt that having Lu Luo, with her excellent ability to conceal herself in the void, would be very convenient on the journey to the #1 fairy conference. So, in the end, he decided to take Lu Luo with him. When the time comes, you'll stay hidden in the void and follow me, understood? Ah. But young master, concealing in the void is very tiring and consumes a lot of spiritual energy. All your food expenses along the way will be covered. But to serve young master, I will not hesitate. Seeing the little fox happily wagging her tail as if her face had changed, Chen Yin chuckled and rubbed her head. Another advantage of taking Lu Luo was he could pet this fluffy and cute little fox anytime, anywhere. Rushing back to the small wooden hut at the foot of the mountain, Chen Yin arrived before Xiang'er. Reaching the hut, Chen Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to push the door open and go back to his room, he suddenly froze. Ma. Master. Inside the wooden hut, a little lowly, wrapped in a loose, oversized silk robe, was sitting cross-legged on a chair, pouring tea with a frown. Seeing Chen Yin, Master pouted and said resentfully. Why, couldn't you and your junior sister make a baby at home? Did you have to go to a tavern in the city and get a room? Chen Yin, how is it that your mind is filled with nothing but NSFW thoughts? NSFW not safe for work, +18. Honestly, do you know how long I've been waiting? Master raised the teapot high and poured it directly into her small cherry mouth, tea dripping down her lips, chin, and over her shoulders. Chen Yin had no choice but to accept his unrefined and oblivious master. Where's Xiang'er? Why didn't she come back with you? She looked at Chen Yin suspiciously. Don't tell me you left the poor girl in the city, unable to get out of bed, and came back alone. You perverted lowly granny, get out. Chen Yin sighed and was about to make up an excuse when he suddenly heard Xiang'er's voice coming back from the entrance. Ha! Senior brother. Master. What are you doing here together? Chen Yin's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't let Xiang'er know that he was just out. Otherwise, if Xiang'er noticed something, it wouldn't be good. So, he desperately winked at Master, making her confused. However, Master quickly understood. She looked at Chenine meaningfully, I understand, smile appearing on her lips. That smile sent chills down Chen Yin's spine. Oh my. Master giggled, covering her mouth delicately. Oh dear, why is it that in a blink of an eye, my stinky disciple has the scent of another woman on him? Xiang'er's little nose wrinkled slightly, and she couldn't help but pout. It's true. There's the fragrance of another girl. Chenine, ? Do you two have dog noses? Speaking of which, did he really have a scent on him? Did that little fox Lu Luo have a natural fox scent? You must be mistaken. How could I possibly have the scent of a woman on me? Really? Master suddenly winked slyly. Why do I feel like I just didn't see someone in his room? Could it be that you sneaked out to fool around while Xiang'er was away? Chenine couldn't help but glare at Master. You perverted lowly granny, stirring up trouble. Xiang'er's eyes gradually darkened, and her gaze towards Chenine even carried a hint of killing intent. Chenine instantly felt a chill down his spine. This is bad. At that moment, Master's voice transmission echoed in his mind. Hee, how is it? Caught by Xiang'er for visiting brothels and drinking with other women? It just so happens that Master is a little short on money. If you give me 3 jars of fragrant jade brew, I might be able to help you out. 3 jars? Why don't you just rob me? Chenine almost cursed. This damned Master went out to eat, drink, and be merry every day, spending money lavishly. The wine she drank was all the most expensive immortal brew, costing hundreds of spirit stones per jar. And she loved to buy on credit, always making Chenine pay for it with the meager spirit stones he earned from running errands for the sect. Fragrant jade brew was even more expensive, 3 jars would probably cost him 2 months' worth of errands. Chenine didn't know if she was truly broke or just stingy. But in any case, whenever this topic came up, he would be furious. 1 jar. At most, I'll endure Xiang'er ignoring me for 2 days. He gritted his teeth. Deal. The next moment, Master's expression changed as she said with a grin. Plot twist. I actually sent him out to buy something. It was just a joke for Xiang'er. Yu Xiang looked at the two of them suspiciously. Chenine could only smile awkwardly along. Humph, fine, don't tell me then. Xiang'er glanced at them resentfully and turned her head away. Chenine could only change the subject. Speaking of which. Why did Master come to find us? Oh, just to inform you. Master said casually. In 2 days, you can set off for the #1 fairy conference on your own. I'll be going on a journey starting tomorrow. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Tomorrow? Chenine was surprised. So soon? Why? She suddenly leaned in front of Chenine, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Master hasn't even left yet, and you already miss me? You wish. I'd rather you never come back. Master pouted and said casually, take care of yourselves while I'm gone. I have a bad temper and can't stand seeing my disciples being bullied. If anyone dares to bully us, fight back. If they call for backup, use my name. Remember? She glanced at the two of them. Chenine was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Understood. Master was a softy at heart, despite her sharp tongue. She still cared about them. Oh right, if you offend an old monster that even I can't beat, then quickly find a place to die and don't drag me down. Sorry, I take back what I said before. After giving her instructions, Master was about to leave when Xiang'er suddenly asked. Master, wait a moment. I heard passing cultivators talking while I was in Flowing Cloud City. They said you seem to have destroyed a demonic branch altar there. Chen Yin's hand stiffened abruptly. This is bad. Is that true? Xiang'er looked at Master, blinking innocently. Master's eyes flickered imperceptibly. Just as Chenine was worried that they would be exposed, he heard Master's nonchalant voice. Yes. What about it? Those demonic bastards didn't know their place and dared to establish a branch altar right under my nose. I found it an eyesore, so I casually got rid of it. Chenine looked at her with surprise, but Master's expression remained unchanged. Her tone was as casual as if she had just stepped on an ant. Yuang was silent for a moment, then stuck out her tongue playfully. As expected of Master, you're so amazing. It's just a small matter, nothing to be surprised about. Master glanced at the two of them again. I'll be going back now if there's nothing else. Okay, take care, Master. After Master left, Chenine breathed a sigh of relief and said casually. Ha! That lowly granny is finally gone. At least I don't have to clean up her messes all the time now. Yuang was washing the teacups, lost in thought. Senior brother. Do you, really have another woman out there? Chenine froze, forcing a smile. What are you thinking? I'm devoted to Xiang. I'm serious. Xiang suddenly turned her head and looked at Chenine intently. It's okay if senior brother really has a girl he likes. I'm your little junior sister, of course I'll bless you. She smiled. Anyway, I'm not your Dao companion. Why do you have to be so sentimental? Chen Yin's hand, which was reaching out, stopped in midair. After a moment, he turned his head. Are you serious about that? Xiang suddenly panicked. Chen Yin's face took on an expression she had never seen before, as he looked at her calmly and asked. Xiang thinks that senior brother is just being sentimental, right? Even if senior brother really has another woman, Xiang wouldn't mind, right? Senior brother, I didn't. Xiang's eyes became flustered as she stammered, trying to explain. She felt it. Senior brother seemed to be truly angry. Although he didn't show it on his face, Yuang instinctively felt a pang of panic, as if something was missing in her chest. Chen Yin's eyes were filled with a sadness that Yuang had never seen before. She suddenly felt scared. Senior brother, I didn't mean to make you angry. I'm not angry. Chenine shook his head. I just think Xiang is right. Maybe it's just me being sentimental. But I'm different. I can't be like Xiang. He looked into Xiang's eyes seriously and said, if Xiang one day has someone else she likes, then senior brother will be very sad. Yuang felt as if her throat was choked. Chenine silently finished washing the teacups with Xiang, then casually said, I'm going for a walk, and left the hut. As soon as he left, Yuang almost reached out to stop him. As if she would lose him if she didn't hold on to him. But the next moment, the system's voice echoed in her ears. Wake up. You and him are impossible. You're destined to fight Shen Shuanglian to the death. If you don't complete the system's missions according to the plot records, even if you're with him, you'll only end up killing him. Yuang's hand froze in midair. After a moment, she slowly retracted her hand, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Large teardrops fell silently. But she covered her mouth desperately, tears blurring her vision. I really can't bear to lose senior brother. Seeing this, the system couldn't say anything more and just sighed softly. Alas. Being chosen by the system isn't necessarily a good thing. It's not easy for you either. On the cliff of Mount Yu. Chenine looked at the sea of clouds below, silent. After a moment, Master's voice sounded from behind. Not going to comfort her. You made Xiang cry. Chenine slowly shook his head. Some knots need to be untied by Xiang herself. Since he was reborn, he would definitely prevent the tragedy from happening this time. But if Xiang herself was unwilling to accept help, then no matter how hard he tried, it would be futile. You're pretending to be nonchalant, huh? Master pouted. What if Xiang really falls in love with someone else in the future? Chenine thought for a moment and said seriously. Then I'll probably beat that person up and snatch Xiang back. Pfft, ha. So unreasonable, I didn't know you were so possessive. Master teased, that's not very appealing to girls, you know. I don't care. Chen Yin's eyes suddenly lowered. I've already experienced the pain of losing Xiang once. I don't want to experience it again. Master didn't say anything more. She stood beside him, watching the sea of clouds below. For a while, only the sound of the wind filled their ears. "Master, aren't you going to ask me why it's the second time?" Chen Yin suddenly asked. "Didn't you also not ask me why I said I destroyed the demonic branch altar?" Master countered. Chen Yin was stunned for a moment, then smiled silently. "In that case, thank you for your understanding, Master." The little loli didn't show any expression, just waved her hand casually. "It's fine. Just remember to offer me a few jars of good wine as a tribute." The sea of clouds churned and rolled. Suddenly, Master's voice became unusually serious. "Listen carefully. Don't let anyone steal Xiang away. The people on our mount, you should keep the good things for ourselves." Chenine smiled and nodded. "Then I'll follow Master's orders. Don't worry. I'll definitely make Xiang mine." "From the sound of it," Master said, glaring at him playfully, "you're not planning on having just Xiang in your harem, are you?" "Ahem. A man shouldn't waste his youth, right?" Chenine coughed, brazenly saying, "Although I have no intention of picking flowers, I can't help being charming and irresistible. If a fairy throws herself at me, my mental fortitude might not be able to resist." Recalling a certain unpleasant experience, Chenine suddenly shuddered. "What if I accidentally give in and bring back a few more concubines to the mountain? Master won't be jealous, will you?" "Tch, me, jealous of you?" Master glanced at him disdainfully. "Look at your little bean sprout, it's not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. You can bring them back, but they'll have to pay for their own living expenses. And remember to charge your beauty's rent. Mount U doesn't accept freeloaders." "Master, you're still jealous, aren't you? If you dare tease Master again, believe me, I'll solve your harem problem with a single slash and save you the trouble." "I was wrong. Yu Xiang couldn't sleep well all night." She tossed and turned, opening and closing her eyes, only to see Chen Yin's gaze from earlier that day. That gaze, Yu Xiang would probably never forget for the rest of her life. It was like a thick fog that lingered in his eyes, looking at her with a hazy and sorrowful expression. And those words, calm yet filled with suppressed sadness. "Are you serious about that?" Yu Xiang didn't know how to answer this question. If she could, she would also throw herself into her senior brother's arms without hesitation. Thinking about nothing. Just wanting to be enveloped by his scent. However, on countless nights, she was often awakened by the cruel scene from that year. That image was also deeply engraved in her bones. She had sworn at that time that she would do anything to get revenge. Then, as if someone had responded to her wish, she received the system. The system told her, from this day forward, you are the villain of this world. Your mission is to defeat the protagonist. If you follow the plot's planned route, you can avenge your grievances. But if you disobey the system, all your loved ones will perish alongside you. It doesn't matter. As long as she could get revenge, it didn't matter what happened. Holding on to that tiny thought, Yu Xiang was able to tell herself not to die during those countless sleepless nights. To live on, even if it was just for revenge. But all of this wavered after being brought back to Mount U by Master. She met her loving senior brother Chen Yin and her protective master, immortal Yu Ling. Everything on Mount U was like a gentle illusion that she was sinking into, almost forgetting the deep hatred engraved in her blood and bones. But Yu Xiang knew. From the moment she was chosen by the system, there was no turning back. Either she followed the system's instructions and completed the predetermined plot. Or, her senior brother, Master, and everyone else she cared about would die because of her. That was something that terrified her even more than her own death. She didn't want to endure the pain of losing her loved ones again. So this time, no matter what, she had to follow the system's instructions. "I'm sorry, senior brother." The night breeze blew through the window, leaving a slight dampness and sparkle on her pillow. The next morning, Chenine woke up early and went to the kitchen to make soup. Master had already gone on her journey. Now, only he and Xiang were left on Mount U. Only when that lowly granny was away did Chenine dare to take out the good ingredients he had secretly stashed away and treat Xiang to a delicious meal. As he was tasting the soup with a spoon, the door opened. Yu Xiang stood timidly at the door, looking at him cautiously. Oh, Xiang'er. Chen Yin's expression was as calm as ever, and he said with a smile, come and have a taste. Senior brother got up early to make this antler and Ganoderma soup. It's said to be good for beauty, nourish the blood, and most importantly, enhance your bust. Xiang'er should drink more, so senior brother can experience what it feels like to touch clouds in the future. Faced with Chen Yin's teasing and suggestive words, Yu Xiang, unusually, didn't blush and run away. Instead, she bit her lip gently. Senior brother, are you still mad at me? Chenine paused, then put down the spoon and chuckled. I told you. I've never been mad at Xiang'er. Maybe Xiang'er has some hidden difficulties and doesn't want to tell senior brother. It's okay. Chenine wiped his hands on his apron, took it off, and put it aside. He turned and looked at Yu Xiang seriously. Whenever you want to talk, senior brother is always willing to listen. Yu Xiang's eyes welled up with tears. After a moment, her eyes reddened, and she choked back a sob. Senior brother. But actually, thinking about it, being told that by Xiang'er does hurt a little. Chenine suddenly changed his tone and said in a troubled voice, it seems I'm actually a little bit angry, what should I do? How about Xiang'er coaxes me? Yu Xiang froze, fiddled with her fingers, and asked softly. Then, how does senior brother want Xiang'er to coax you? That depends on how sincere Xiang'er is. Chenine stared at her with a grin and said no more. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Xiang blushed slightly and bit her lip. Then. Senior brother, can you close your eyes? Can't I keep them open? Oh, bad senior brother, stinky senior brother, just close your eyes. Seeing Xiang'er's flustered and shy expression, Chenine couldn't help but close his eyes with a smile. After confirming that Chenine had closed his eyes, Yu Xiang slowly walked up to him and gently stood on tiptoe. Chenine only felt a warm breath getting closer and closer to his cheek. Almost as if it was about to touch his face. After a moment, a soft voice, like a whisper in a dream, sounded in his ear. This is Xiang'er's first kiss. Xiang'er also likes senior brother. Xiang'er also wants to be the #1 fairy in senior brother's heart forever. Then, his lips felt a touch like flower petals. The soft and warm sensation was fleeting, but it made Chenine feel as if he had been electrocuted, leaving his eyes closed for a long time. As if he was savoring the wonderful sensation. After a while, Chenine slowly opened his eyes, but Yu Xiang was gone. The shy girl must have run away. Chenine, however, couldn't help but gently touch his lips and chuckle silently. Actually, Xiang'er had always given Chenine this feeling. A pure and innocent beauty, like the most pristine mist-dew flower. Unfortunately, Chenine had no siblings, neither in his previous life nor in this one. Xiang'er was like a close and precious little sister, yet also like a girl next door with budding feelings hidden in her heart. From the time they first came to the mountain, when she was just a little girl with dimples who called him senior brother, in a sweet, childish voice. Chenine had decided that he would protect this girl for the rest of his life. However, there was one thing he regretted. Xiang'er had given him her first kiss. But his first kiss wasn't hers. Recalling a certain experience, Chenine could almost feel a completely different sensation on his lips. Coughing lightly, Chenine sighed helplessly. Xiang'er, don't blame senior brother for being fickle. There are some things that senior brother can't help. A few more days passed. During these days, Yu Xiang and Chenine returned to their usual warm routine of playful banter. Neither of them brought up that day's events again, as if they had tacitly agreed to forget about it. Chenine still teased Yu Xiang with his suggestive words every day, making her blush and scold him. And Xiang'er still cooked delicious meals for Chenine every day, making him eat with great relish. However, without a certain bossy lowly granny around, Chenine felt a little unaccustomed. He wondered what Master was up to. Forget it. Just like she said. Probably no one in the entire cultivation world could kill her. Why should he worry? Peaceful days always flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the #1 fairy conference was approaching. Chenine and Xiang'er also began to prepare for their journey. By the way, senior brother, why did master ask you to escort me? Can't I just go by myself? Don't be silly. Chen Yin put on a serious face. How can I let a girl like you travel so far alone? Not to mention master, even I wouldn't feel at ease. What if you encounter some bad guys on the road who want to harm you? I'd cry my eyes out. Yuxiang couldn't help but giggle and cover her mouth. Come on. You're always busy fooling around, your cultivation isn't even as high as mine. Even if we really encounter a bad guy that even I can't defeat, what help could you, a senior brother who hasn't even reached the cloud ascending realm, offer? Chenine instantly put on a hurt expression. So, in Xianger's eyes, senior brother is such a useless person. Woo-woo, I don't want to live anymore. Yu Xiang was afraid that she had spoken too harshly and was about to comfort him, but in the next second, Chen Yin suddenly put on a tragic expression. It's okay. Xianger, if we really encounter a bad guy that neither of us can defeat, leave me behind. Run away quickly. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let anyone bully Xianger. Yu Xiang narrowed her eyes and giggled. Stinky senior brother. At a time like this, you're still trying to be cool. If we really can't win, senior brother should just run away. Xianger can handle it herself. How can I do that? Chen Yin said righteously. I'd rather die before Xianger. If anyone wants to hurt Xianger, they'll have to step over my dead body. Senior brother, your legs are shaking. Their usual playful banter. Both of them were used to it. After tidying up the house, Chen Yin, while Xianger wasn't paying attention, tucked his mask into his bosom and shrunk the eternal light sword, storing it in his sleeve. He also made eye contact with Lu Luo, whose little fox head peeked out from the void outside, and nodded. After everything was ready, Chen Yin said cheerfully. Let's go. Our destination is the #1 fairy conference, a world full of beautiful women. Senior brother. Yuxiang suddenly looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that you asked master to let you escort me because you actually want to go to the fairy conference to flirt with other girls? Ahem, how is that possible? I'm a righteous man, do I look like a philanderer? Chenine coughed lightly, straightening his neck defensively. I'm genuinely worried about Xianger's safety. No need to worry about me, stinky senior brother. If I get held back by you, that would be bad. Yu Xiang pouted. Promise me, if I tell you to run, you'll run, okay? I say, Chen Yin shrugged helplessly. You're only at the early stage of the cloud ascending realm, just a little higher than me. Do you really need to look down on me that much? Who told you not to cultivate properly and have such low cultivation? Looking at Xianger's sly smile and long eyelashes, Chen Yin sighed softly. Then, he suddenly extended his hand. The next moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged, swirling towards Chenine like a vortex. Before Xianger could react, the vortex suddenly disappeared. And Chenine, standing in front of her, seemed to have become even more ethereal. He smiled and spread his hands. Is this better? Now. I am also in the cloud ascending realm. The #1 fairy conference was held at 10,000 Cloud Mountain, the location of the main branch of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. It wasn't exactly far, but it wasn't close either. For mortals, this journey would take more than half a year. But for cultivators, it was only a 3 to 5 day journey. 10,000 Cloud Mountain was located near the Heavenly Path mountain range in the central part of the continent, a notorious danger zone. Even true Supreme Clarity Realm experts wouldn't dare to venture into the heart of the Heavenly Path mountains. But the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, with its immense wealth, had directly claimed a mountain at the entrance of this danger zone as its headquarters. Safe and prestigious. At the foot of 10,000 Cloud Mountain, there was also a town called Fragrance City, which served as a hub for merchants and provided lodging for cultivators heading to 10,000 Cloud Mountain. Chen Yin and Xianger, taking their time and enjoying the scenery along the way, finally arrived at Fragrance City after 7 or 8 days of leisurely travel. With 2 or 3 days left before the official start of the fairy conference, they decided to find an inn to stay at. At the inn, Chen Yin requested 2 rooms. The waiter immediately went upstairs to prepare the rooms, leaving Chen Yin sighing softly. Ah, this waiter truly lacks discernment. Why? Xiang'er asked curiously. Seeing a man and a woman like us checking in and asking for 2 rooms, wouldn't he be a little more perceptive? Chenine said with a regretful expression, if he had said the inn was full and only had 1 room left, wouldn't I be able to justifiably share a bed with Xiang'er? Yu Xiang blushed and pinched Chen Yin's arm. Trying to take advantage of me again. Stinky senior brother. Bad senior brother. Chen Yin, with his thick skin, naturally remained unfazed and chuckled. But Xiang'er suddenly changed her tone, a hint of shyness in her voice. If senior brother really wants to sleep with Xiang'er, it's not impossible. Chen Yin's eyes lit up. Really? Hee, of course I'm lying to you, stinky senior brother. Yu Xiang smiled sweetly and ran upstairs lightly. Chen Yin sighed helplessly. After settling in, Xiang'er couldn't wait to go shopping. Chen Yin was about to shamelessly tag along, but Xiang'er blushed and refused. Forget it, senior brother. I am going to buy some private things for girls. It wouldn't be appropriate for senior brother to be there. Private things? You're making me even more interested. Chen Yin said righteously, what if Xiang'er buys fake or inferior products while shopping alone? It's better to let senior brother appraise them for you first dash. No way. Get out of here, stinky senior brother. In the end, he was kicked out by Xiang'er. Standing outside the inn, Chen Yin shrugged and leisurely left the city. Then, he immediately put away his carefree demeanor, put on his mask, and quickly flew away from Fragrance City. He flew to a dense forest some distance away from Fragrance City before slowly stopping. Xiang'er deliberately avoided him, which meant only one thing. He then took out the transmission stone that Yu Xiang had given him at the demonic branch altar. As expected, after a moment, the transmission stone lit up slightly, and Xiang'er's cold voice came from inside. I've arrived at Fragrance City. In that case, I wish the Holy Maiden success in winning the championship. Xiang'er's voice sounded slightly surprised. The demonic path is quite confident in my participation. Hee, the Holy Maiden naturally has her own plans. The sect will simply await good news. Chen Yin smoothly dodged the question. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiang slowly said, tell the sect elders that I will be careful during the conference and won't expose my identity. In return, don't contact me for the time being. My senior brother is close to me, and your rash contact could expose my identity. Chen Yin's mind raced, and he suddenly asked. Since the Holy Maiden's senior brother is such a hindrance, why not have the sect eliminate this troublesome fellow dash? Before he could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end suddenly became urgent. Don't you dare. This was the first time Chenine had heard such an anxious tone from Yu Xiang. But as soon as she spoke, Yu Xiang seemed to realize her slip-up, and her voice turned cold again. If you dare touch my senior brother, don't blame me for fighting to the death. I guarantee that all of you will be buried with him. Hee, please calm down, Holy Maiden. This lowly one was merely speaking casually. Chen Yin deliberately lowered his voice. Since the Holy Maiden has made her decision, we will naturally await good news. I'll contact you next time. Finally, Xiang'er coldly left this sentence before ending the transmission. Looking at the transmission stone in his hand, Chen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. What a cute and silly girl. If she cared so much about her senior brother, why did she have to force herself so hard? However, Xiang'er's warning to the demonic path not to contact her during this time was exactly what Chen Yin wanted. How could they not contact her? He was hoping they would contact Xiang'er soon. That way, it would be easier for him to follow the trail and uproot all those who dared to have designs on Xiang'er. This was Chen Yin's plan all along. Since the demonic branch altar in Flowing Cloud City had been destroyed, the demonic path couldn't contact Xiang'er at the moment. Therefore, if Xiang'er appeared at the fairy conference, it would definitely attract the attention of the demonic path. At that time, he only needed to pay attention to those suspicious individuals who tried to approach Xiang'er, and he would be able to seize clues about the demonic path. This time, he wanted to see who would dare to touch Xiang'er. Estimating the time, Chenine figured Xiang'er should be heading back soon, so he started to leisurely make his way back to the city. But halfway there, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he swiftly concealed himself among the trees. There were faint sounds of argument coming from the forest. By a stream deep in the forest, several women in elegant robes and armed with weapons were standing back to back, their eyes wary as they stared at the people in front of them. They were all injured, and their clothes were torn in many places. In front of them, several bandits dressed in evil cultivator attire were leering at them. Do you even know what you're doing? One of the fairies gritted her teeth and said in a sharp voice, "We are disciples of the Heavenly Net sect. Do you think you'll have a way out after provoking the Heavenly Net sect?" A way out? I spit on that. One of the bandits laughed and cursed. Who would do this kind of work if they were afraid of death? Little girls, stop trying to scare us. Let me tell you, we're all rogue cultivators with our heads on the line, and we came here specifically to ambush you little girls participating in the fairy conference. Consider yourselves unlucky to have run into us. Hee hee. Judging from their fierce expressions, these bandits clearly had the lives of several cultivators on their hands. These young fairies, who had just left their sect, were obviously intimidated. What should we do? One of the timid female cultivators asked fearfully. Their cultivation is strong, we can't beat them. Don't worry, senior sister will come to save us soon. Another female cultivator said reassuringly, trying to appear calm. When senior sister arrives, none of them will escape. Hee hee, still waiting for reinforcements? The rogue cultivator laughed. Do you think we're stupid? As long as we're quick enough, we can just tie you up and run away. Even the Heavenly Net sect wouldn't go through a lot of trouble for a few insignificant female disciples, right? Hee hee, boss, stop wasting your breath on them. I can't wait to try these fresh cauldrons. As the rogue cultivators approached step by step, the girls huddled together, trembling with fear. Just as the rogue cultivators were about to make their move with lewd smiles, a faint sigh suddenly sounded in their ears. Sigh. Master was right. There really are bandits and rogue cultivators out here. The next moment, the fairies' eyes widened. A white light flashed, and the ground in front of them suddenly split open like tofu, a bottomless chasm appearing. The rogue cultivators, who were standing on the chasm a moment ago, had vanished without a trace. Not even their aura remained. This is. The fairies looked at each other, too stunned to speak. Not far away, Chen Yin's figure slowly emerged. He looked at the chasm and scratched his head awkwardly. He had tried his best to control it. It seemed the power was still a bit too much. The highest cultivation among these rogue cultivators was only at the early stage of the entering gate realm, which came after the cloud ascending realm. Using a sword that could pulverize even a peak boundless realm elder on them felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After all, the path of cultivation consisted of 6 realms: gathering chi, cloud ascending, entering gate, boundless, supreme clarity, and grand clarity. Each realm was separated by a vast gulf. Using a sword that could kill a boundless realm elder to slay a small fry at the early stage of the entering gate realm was indeed a waste. But Chen Yin couldn't help it. This was the weakest of the 3 sword moves he had learned. He truly didn't have anything weaker. At that moment, the fairies seemed to notice Chen Yin and asked cautiously. Excuse me, was it you who saved us? Ah, no, it wasn't me. Chen Yin thought for a moment and decided to keep it a secret. It was my master who made the move. But my master doesn't like to show her face and has already left. The fairies breathed a sigh of relief and patted their chests. Thank goodness. Thank you for your help, and thank you to your master. May we ask which sect you belong to? Are you also going to the fairy conference? Chen Yin cupped his hands politely. I am Chen Yin, a disciple of the Mist Spirit sect branch. So you're a fellow Taoist from the Mist Spirit sect. The fairies relaxed their guard and started chatting and laughing. We're so grateful for your and your master's help today. Huh, you're too kind, fairy sisters. Chen Yin said with a smug expression, you all are so beautiful, with such stunning appearances. Even the heavens couldn't bear to see you fall victim to those villains. Even if my master wasn't here today, I, little Chen, would still risk my life to protect you. As usual, he started with flattery and sweet talk, making the fairies giggle. Hee hee, little brother, you're so good with words. You're quite handsome yourself. How about joining our heavenly net sect and cultivating with us, little brother? Chenine said shyly, that wouldn't be appropriate. I belong to a sect. Are you rejecting us, little brother? No, what I mean is, we can start by getting to know each other. For example, we can find a place to deeply understand each other's physical structure. Ah. You're so naughty, little brother. I didn't expect you to have such indecent thoughts behind that innocent face. Well, who can resist such charming fairies? I'm a virtuous gentleman, but even I can't refuse a beauty. After some playful banter, Chenine became acquainted with these fairies and learned that they were also going to Fragrance City. Perfect, our senior sister is in the city. You're in for a treat, little brother. Chenine, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Just in case, let me ask. He swallowed nervously and said softly, your senior sister, wouldn't happen to be the famous silk robe fairy, Luo Qiao Qiao, would she? Of course. The fairies asked curiously, what's wrong? The moment he heard the name, Chenine felt a chill down his spine, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Under the curious gazes of the fairies, Chenine turned to leave with a forced laugh. But the next moment, an incredibly seductive female voice, a voice that could make a man's bones melt, rang out. Well. Long time no see. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't we catch up? At that moment, Chenine felt his heart skip a beat. T/N. Luo Qiao Qiao, her title is literary Luo Shang Fairy. Can be translated to Silk Robe Fairy, chosen translation. Fairy of Flowing Silk. Celestial Silk Maiden, etc. The voice was both familiar and strange, carrying a playful and seductive tone with a hint of deep meaning and amusement. Chenine froze as if petrified, completely rooted to the spot. It took him a long while to slowly turn his head, a smile uglier than crying plastered on his face. Oh my. Which celestial being has descended upon us? To think there exists such a breathtakingly beautiful fairy sister in this world. Not far away, the female disciples of the heavenly net sect slowly parted, creating a path for a tall and graceful fairy in a flowing robe to approach. Her lips curved into a bewitching smile, and her red lips parted slightly. That sweet tongue of yours is as glib as ever, always knowing what to say to please a girl. Am I really so unbearable that my dear brother is scared away just by hearing my name? Chen Yin's palms were sweating, but he still maintained a flattering smile on his face. Oh, sister, you're joking. In all my years, I've never seen a fairy as beautiful as you. Fairy sister, perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else. The moment his voice trailed off, the entire forest behind him, as if a piece of paper being torn in half, neatly split apart. The woman's smile deepened. Are you sure you don't want to think again? Ah. Oh, look at my stupid head. Chenine immediately put on a fawning expression and approached her, speaking in a flattering tone. So it's Sister Qiao Qiao. Oh, Sister Qiao Qiao, you have no idea, ever since we parted ways last time, I haven't been able to sleep a wink, thinking about you day and night. Your celestial beauty fills my every thought. Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two, the heavenly net sect disciples whispered curiously among themselves. Strange, why does it seem like this little brother knows senior sister well? Doesn't our senior sister usually hate men the most? How could she know him? But didn't you see? Senior sister just used her myriad forms sword technique. She never uses that move casually, except when sparring with the elders. I have a feeling that senior sister, despite her smile, seems very angry. Could it be that this little brother somehow offended senior sister? At this point, Chenine was inwardly lamenting. I shouldn't have meddled in this. If I had known their senior sister Luo Qiao Qiao was with them, I wouldn't have worried at all. Silk Robe Fairy Luo Xiao, in the current cultivation world, was a peerless prodigy on par with Chen Yin, the senior sister of the Mist Spirit sect. Both her beauty and cultivation were unmatched. At such a young age, she had already stepped into the boundless realm and become an elder-level expert. With Luo Xiao around, she naturally wouldn't let the female disciples in her team face any danger. It was clear that she had been waiting to make a move, just wanting to give these inexperienced disciples some experience. He had to meddle in other people's business, and now he had dragged himself into this mess. If there was anyone in this world that Chenine wanted to avoid the most, it was definitely this charming and beautiful fairy before him. Luo Xiao was truly beautiful. Unlike Shen Shuanglian's cold and aloof beauty, Luo Xiao was like a seductive enchantress, her every feature, from her face to her legs and bare feet, seemingly designed to appeal to a man's desires. Her captivating fox-like eyes, her snow-white and delicate shoulders, and her fair legs peeking out from under her robe, all irresistibly attracted a man's gaze. No man could resist Luo Xiao's charm. Yet, according to rumors in the cultivation world, the Silk Robe Fairy hated men the most. Even more so than Chen Shuanglian. If a male cultivator was unlucky enough to run into her when she was in a bad mood, he would probably be beaten half to death, and no one would dare to intervene. But Chen Yin was a special exception. Luo Xiao probably didn't hate him. But she definitely resented him. This statement wasn't contradictory. So, in order to survive, he could only desperately flatter Luo Xiao, showering her with compliments, hoping to appease the anger hidden beneath her smile. After Chenine had praised her until his mouth was dry, Luo Xiao finally looked at him with a seductive smile, her eyes glinting with amusement. Finished? Chenine swallowed nervously and slowly nodded. Skip the nonsense. You have two choices. She held up two slender fingers and said lazily, first, come back to the Heavenly Net sect with me starting today, stay by my side, and don't go anywhere without my permission. Second, gouge out your own eyes and castrate yourself right here. From now on, we'll act as if we've never met, and I'll spare your life. Chenine felt a chill in his lower regions. Is there a third option? How about I castrate you first, then drag you back to the Heavenly Net sect? Luo Xiao's smile widened. Chenine shuddered and quickly put on a flattering smile. Oh, Sister Xiao, you're so playful, always teasing your little brother. You're so gentle and kind, with a heart of a bodhisattva. How could you do such a cruel thing? How about we go back to Fragrant City? I'll treat everyone to a good meal and a stroll around the city, how about that? He blinked with anticipation. Luo Xiao's eyes shimmered, and she let out a soft, bone-melting sigh. Do you think that's possible? Chen Yin's face fell. My dear fairy sister, are you really going to force me to my death? Not force you. Fine. Luo Xiao's expression changed instantly, the seductive smile vanishing, replaced by a calm like the surface of a lake. Then tell me. Why did you leave that night? Chen Yin was speechless. This, isn't it a bit inappropriate, sister? There are so many people listening. Before he could finish, Luo Xiao gently raised her hand, and all the Heavenly Net sect disciples instantly retreated a great distance. Only the two of them were left in the clearing. Silk Robe Fairy's authority within the Heavenly Net sect was evident. Now, you can speak slowly. Well, it's a long story. It's fine. She raised her chin proudly. I have plenty of time to listen. Now, Chenine was completely helpless. This woman was determined to get an explanation from him. But Chenine had no idea what to explain. He couldn't just say, Sister, you forced me that night, I didn't do anything, I just ran away. Then Luo Xiao might actually castrate him on the spot. After carefully choosing his words, he finally sighed softly and said. Sister Xiao, that night was just a misunderstanding. You were just drunk and not in your right mind. If I, Chen Yin, were a shameless villain, I might have taken advantage of you. But this kind of thing, for a man, is just a moment of pleasure, but for a woman, it could be a lifelong regret and pain. I really couldn't bear to see you regret it after you sobered up, so. As Chenine spoke, a cold voice interrupted him. Are you trying to say that I wasn't conscious at the time and didn't know what I was doing? Is that it? Her eyes were calm but held a hint of suppressed emotion that made his heart skip a beat. Chenine felt lost. It seemed that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. So, he chose to remain silent. Luo Xiaoqiao stared at his face for a long time, then suddenly said. Chenine, if you really think I'm a frivolous and promiscuous woman, you can just say it. I won't mind. And I won't say another word. I'll just turn around and leave. From now on, I'll never bother you again. Okay. Chenine carefully raised his head and glanced at her face. He saw that Luo Xiaoqiao's eyes were slightly red. Her expression was still calm, but her lips were tightly pressed together. After a long time, Chenine finally shook his head gently. I've never thought that. I just thought you were drunk. I really didn't want you to regret it. What if, Luo Xiaoqiao's voice became more determined, I don't regret it. Will you come with me? Chenine sighed helplessly. I won't go with you. Why? Luo Xiaoqiao's eyes lowered, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Do you already have someone in your heart? Chenine didn't answer her. Luo Xiaoqiao stared at him intently for a long time, then slowly said, okay. But Chenine, let me tell you. I, Luo Xiaoqiao, am a selfish and willful woman. I won't easily let go of what I cherish. Today, no matter what, you must come with me. Chenine looked at her deeply. This story happened a year ago. It was an ordinary day. Chenine went down the mountain to buy wine for his master in Flowing Cloud City. His lowly master had an unbelievably strong craving for alcohol. She loved fine wines and didn't shy away from mortal liquor either. Whenever she wanted to buy immortal wine, and Chenine would stretch his neck, feigning poverty, she would pout and tell him to go to Flowing Cloud City and buy some mortal wine to satisfy her cravings. So much so that Chenine became accustomed to it and told the innkeeper in Flowing Cloud City to always keep some wine on hand for his master. He thought this day would be like any other, just pick up the wine and leave. But when Chenine arrived at the inn, he saw the innkeeper looking at him with a troubled and anxious expression. Chenine curiously followed his gaze towards the center of the inn. And that scene, he would never forget. On the first floor of the inn, all the tables had been pushed aside. In the vast empty space in the middle, there was only one table left. The table was surrounded by overturned wine jars and several unconscious men, many customers watching from the sidelines and pointing. And at the table, a stunningly beautiful fairy was sitting upright, raising a large wine jar to her lips and gulping it down. Drops of the fine liquor trickled down the corners of her lips and her white neck, slowly flowing to her alluring collarbone. Her thin red silk dress clung to her smooth skin, and her long, slender legs stretched out on the tabletop, as exquisite as a piece of art on display. The woman tilted her head back, emptying the wine jar, then shook it a few times as if unsatisfied before casually tossing it aside. Then, she gracefully wiped her lips with her delicate fingers and turned around, flashing a smile that could make the world lose its color. Those bright red lips seemed to capture Chen Yin's entire attention, leaving all the men staring at her in a daze. Is there more? She raised her chin proudly, a faint blush on her snow-white cheeks, her voice cold and arrogant with a hint of mockery. Are all you men so pathetic? When you're trying to flirt with me, you all pretend to be heavy drinkers, but when it comes to actually drinking, you're all useless weaklings. Her voice echoed like celestial music, but no one dared to refute her. After a moment, she snorted in disappointment, her eyes filled with disgust and contempt as she looked at the men on the ground. With a wave of her hand, another jar of wine flew into her hand. She uncorked it and began to drink heartily again. To be honest, Chenine had only seen his master drink so unrestrainedly. This girl would probably get along well with his master. Although Chenine didn't know this woman, he could sense a profound and unfathomable cultivation level from her, far exceeding his own as a small fry who hadn't even reached the cloud-ascending realm. But he had no choice but to wade into this muddy water. Because the wine he had prepared for his master was almost finished by this girl. He didn't want to be scolded by his master when he returned to the mountain. So, he sighed and instantly put on a cheerful smile. Ah, 1,000 cups is not enough when you meet a kindred spirit. To think I would have the fortune of meeting such a beautiful woman again. As fellow wine lovers, would you be willing to let me join you for a drink? The woman turned her head and glanced at Chenine, a flash of disgust in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by a provocative look. Heh. You think just because you're a cultivator, you're any better than those men? You can drink with me, but you're not allowed to use your cultivation. You drink as much as I drink, otherwise, get lost. Chen Yin coughed awkwardly and chuckled. Naturally, I'll do as you say. Seeing that he actually agreed, the woman took another look at Chenine. After a moment of silence, she flicked her sleeve, and both she and Chenine appeared on the rooftop of the inn, away from the mortals below. I want to see what makes you different from those other men. With that, she casually picked up a jar of wine and poured it into her mouth dramatically. Drops of the fine liquor trickled down her bright red lips, making one's gaze fixated. Chenine only glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze and also raised the wine jar to his lips. After a while, the woman finished the wine, wiped her lips gracefully with her fingers, and turned her head, only to find, to her surprise, that Chen Yin's jar was almost empty as well. The woman raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone softening a bit. You're the only man I've ever seen who can drink so heartily. That means I'm a one-of-a-kind good man, right? Chenine also wiped his mouth and said with a grin. The woman's eyes softened, and she narrowed them slightly. After a long time, she said calmly. My name is Luo Xiao. What about you? Chenine. He cupped his hands slightly. But inwardly, he was in turmoil. That Luo Xiao, the silk-robe fairy whose name resounded throughout the cultivation world. Why was she here drinking? And why did he happen to run into her? Chenine. Luo Xiao nodded slightly and looked away. I'll remember you. Drink with me. Her tone carried a hint of unquestionable authority. Chenine hesitated. He didn't mind drinking under the moonlight with such a beautiful woman, but what about his master's wine after they were finished? However, he was already in too deep, so he could only bite the bullet and say. How could I refuse such a kind invitation from a beautiful woman? Jar after jar. The moon drifted across the sky, until all the clouds dispersed, leaving only a clear, silvery gray light bathing the rooftop. The night breeze brushed against Luo Xiao's hair, and a faint blush appeared on her delicate face. Clearly, no matter how invincible one was, drinking so much without using cultivation would still lead to intoxication. Just like his lowly master, who almost tore down their home when she was drunk. Chenine was fine. He had a good tolerance for alcohol. After all, in his previous life, he was a complete alcoholic, the kind who couldn't live without alcohol. But he also died from drinking. His cause of death was alcohol poisoning. After coming to this world, he had little interest in drinking anymore, except for occasionally having a drink with his master. After all, his master had a terrible drinking habit and would go on a rampage when drunk. Chenine didn't want to drink with her too much. There was also no need to drink. You have quite the tolerance. Luo Xiao said softly. Do you always drink like this? Chenine shook his head. People who drink don't always do it for the sake of the drink itself. Those so-called alcoholics are mostly just people who have nowhere to vent their emotions and can only find release in alcohol. He chuckled. If life is smooth sailing and carefree, naturally no one would become an alcoholic. Luo Xiao paused in her drinking, then shook the wine jar and stared blankly ahead. Are you saying that my life is unsatisfactory? The renowned silk-robe fairy, naturally, wouldn't have an unsatisfactory life. As expected, you would say that too. Luo Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness and disappointment. You men are all so superficial and hypocritical. If I weren't silk-robe fairy, if I didn't have this heaven-gifted beauty, I'm afraid you wouldn't even look at me. Chenine suddenly shook his head and said, No. You're wrong, young lady. The carefree life I'm talking about isn't just about a glamorous life. Even if you have no worries. If there's only emptiness beneath the surface, then the wine isn't used to vent emotions. but to fill the void in your heart. Luo Qiao fell silent and turned her head away. Am I empty? If Sister Qiao didn't feel empty and lonely in her heart, why would she go out of her way to avoid her fellow disciples and come here to drink alone? Luo Qiao didn't answer. Her eyes shimmered with a gentle light, and she swirled the wine jar with a slender finger, lost in thought. Chenine tilted his head back and drank the entire jar with her, smiling contentedly. But, everyone's heart is empty. No one's heart can be truly filled. We're all like people starving to death in the rain. Luo Qiao suddenly looked up at him, as if struck by something. Under the moonlight, Chenine raised his head to drink, then lowered it without looking at her, his gaze fixed on the wine jar with a hint of melancholy. Luo Qiao didn't know what he was thinking. But, for the first time, she became curious about what a man might be thinking. Why, starving to death in the rain? Chenine thought for a moment and said, I don't know. I just feel that our encounter, young lady, should be accompanied by heavy rain. In the rain, no one could see each other clearly. There would be no need for pretense. If I could hold your hand through the rain. Chenine chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then perhaps, you would be willing to stay with me forever. Wouldn't you? Luo Qiao suddenly covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Her laughter was light and melodious, like the Milky Way flowing under the moonlight. She laughed freely, without restraint, tears welling up in her eyes. After laughing for a long time, she gently wiped her eyes, her gaze filled with appreciation and amusement. You know what? I, Luo Qiao, have never liked any man. But you're really interesting. She slowly leaned towards him, her soft body resting against his shoulder, her eyes hazy and unfocused. I'm very interested in you now. Chenine smiled frankly. I'm honored. But, Sister Qiao, you should be careful. Careful of what? Careful that my charm is too great, and you might accidentally fall in love at first sight. With such a huge debt of love, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it in my lifetime. Luo Qiao smiled, her slender finger tracing his Adam's apple, then gently lifting his chin. What if Sister has already fallen in love at first sight? Chenine was taken aback. Luo Qiao leaned against him, her chin resting on his shoulder, her eyes gazing at him intently. He hesitated for a moment, then chuckled softly. Sister, please don't tease your little brother like this. I'm afraid I might actually fall for you. Wouldn't that be nice? Don't you like me? This isn't a matter of liking or not liking. Chenine shrugged. There are so many people who like you, I wouldn't even stand a chance. Knowing that it's unattainable, yet still yearning for it, are you not afraid of getting hurt? Luo Qiao pouted, then whispered softly in his ear. Coward. Chenine couldn't help but close his eyes. This woman exuded a fatal charm, as if she wanted to drain a man's soul. The way she leaned against him and whispered in his ear was like a seductive enchantress. After a long while, Chenine slowly said, I think, sister, you're truly unaware of your own charm. Has anyone ever told you that it's dangerous to tempt a man like this? No. Luo Qiao's eyes were filled with amusement. Because I've never tempted a man before. You're the first. She added softly, leaning close to his ear again. Chenine looked at her intently before saying seriously, Sister, you're drunk. Maybe. Luo Qiao casually flicked her hair and propped her head up, continuing to stare at him. When people are drunk, they're not pretending, are they? Just like you said. When we meet, let it be in the rain. I'll hold your hand through the rain, and there will be no need for any pretense. Maybe I'm drunk. But I know what I'm doing right now. Luo Qiao picked up the wine jar and started drinking again. Chenine was speechless. He suddenly realized a serious problem. At first, Luo Qiao was drinking alone, looking lonely. Chenine thought she was just unhappy and had something on her mind. He figured that if he accompanied her and cheered her up, she would leave. Just like those girls who drank alone in bars in his previous life. However, this wasn't the world he was reborn from. And the silk robe fairy was definitely not the kind of girl who needed to indulge herself in a bar. She didn't have those girls' masterful emotional manipulation skills, nor did she have the desire for men to flatter her and satisfy her vanity. She seemed to be genuinely lonely. If she truly had feelings for him, it might become uncontrollable. But he wasn't here to pick up girls today. He really just wanted to bring wine back for his master. What are you thinking about? Perhaps noticing that Chenine had been silent for a while, Luo Xiaoqiao took a big gulp of wine and wrapped an arm around his neck. Why don't you guess what I'm thinking? I guess she suddenly smiled slyly. You want to kiss me? With your beauty and alluring lips, who wouldn't want to taste your sweetness? Then, do you want to try? Luo Xiaoqiao's eyes were filled with an aggressive heat as she licked her lips, staring intently at Chenine. No man could resist losing their mind at the sight of her tongue tracing her red lips. As if possessed, Chenine let her get closer, their faces drawing nearer, her fragrance and warm breath washing over him. Luo Xiaoqiao showed no sign of stopping. She continued to lean in until their eyelashes almost touched. But she was suddenly disappointed to find that Chen Yin's expression remained unchanged. He still wore a faint, bitter, and helpless smile, his eyes clear and calm. She suddenly felt unhappy. I've never been this intimate with a man before. She rolled over and straddled Chen Yin's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and saying each word slowly, is it because I'm not attractive enough? Sister, you're joking. I'm already struggling to restrain myself. Chenine shook his head with a wry smile. Please, sister, stop teasing me. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find myself dismembered. Are you afraid? She raised her chin. No. But I think a beautiful woman like you deserves a better man. I'm far from worthy of you. Luo Xiaoqiao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of dejection. She lost interest and let go, sitting to the side and sullenly drinking from a wine jar. Are you unhappy? No. She turned her head away as if sulking. Chenine hesitated. Seeing that the last jar of wine was about to be finished, and knowing he would be scolded by his master anyway, he decided to just go all out. So, he grabbed a jar of wine and tilted his head back, pouring it down his throat. I don't know how to cheer you up. So let's just drink together. But I want to hear you try to cheer me up. Luo Xiaoqiao suddenly turned her head, her eyes red-rimmed, looking at Chenine with a hint of grievance. Cheer me up. Her eyes were lonely, like a lost child, but her tone was still stubborn and demanding. Chenine thought for a moment, then moved closer to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and pulling her into his embrace. Then, he gently kissed her forehead. At that moment, Luo Xiaoqiao's face flushed crimson, and her breathing quickened. She pushed Chenine away in a panic, her eyes darting around. See? Chenine spread his hands. Sister was just acting on impulse after drinking. You're not really ready. If I had just kissed your lips instead of your forehead, you would probably regret it to death later. With that, he ignored Luo Xiaoqiao's vulnerable and lonely eyes and stood up, patting his clothes. Alright, it's getting late. Sister, you've had a lot to drink today, go back and rest early. I should also be heading back. Don't go. Luo Xiaoqiao suddenly stood up, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. Chenine turned back silently. You were wrong. I am ready. The next moment, an invisible ribbon of spiritual energy bound Chen Yin's body, pulling him forcefully towards Luo Xiaoqiao. Chenine met Luo Xiaoqiao's gaze in astonishment. Her eyes held a determined and slightly defiant glint. It's just that I like to take the initiative. She raised her head proudly. The next moment, a pair of soft and warm lips pressed against his. Chen Yin's eyes widened. The moonlight seemed to sway, and he felt as if he were drowning in soft, undulating waves, the scent of the sea breeze filling his senses. The boy and the girl kissed for what felt like an eternity. When their lips parted, Luo Xiaoqiao stepped back slightly, her flushed face still lingering, her heart pounding wildly. Chenine couldn't help but touch his lips lightly, his emotions incredibly complex. This was his first kiss. Even counting his previous life on Earth, he had been a single otaku for over 20 years, with no experience in kissing a girl. This was the first time he had experienced what a girl's lips felt like. But he had to admit, it was quite addictive. Soft and sweet. It left him wanting more. Sister, this. Chenine looked at Luo Xiaoqiao with an innocent and pitiful expression. Luo Xiaoqiao suppressed the nervousness and excitement in her heart and tried to appear calm. Well? Are my lips comfortable? Can you not be so blunt? Luo Xiaoqiao smiled with satisfaction, like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. She shifted her position, leaning against Chen Yin's chest with one arm. This was my first kiss, you know. You're lucky, little brother. You have to take responsibility. Chenine sighed. You're really drunk. You'll regret this when you wake up tomorrow. I won't regret it. Her voice suddenly became a little agitated. Her eyes reddened, and she said with determination, Luo Xiaoqiao, am not a frivolous woman. Do you think I would do this with just anyone? Chenine didn't speak, just looked at her quietly. Luo Xiaoqiao seemed to read his thoughts from his gaze. Her lips pursed slightly, and her expression resembled that of a wronged child. You don't believe me, do you? Fine. She said. There are rooms downstairs. Come with me. This time, Chenine was truly dumbfounded. Wait. Sister, please think this through. He tried to reason with her. You're really drunk today, there's no need to do this to yourself. If you're truly smitten with me, why don't we exchange contact information and get in touch after you sober up? No. She grabbed Chen Yin's hand stubbornly. What if you run away again? Damn, you guessed it. Chenine inwardly groaned. But honestly, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to actually sleep with the renowned Silk Robe Fairy. The consequences would be disastrous, just like sleeping with his senior sister Shen Shuanglian. He still had to prepare for his little junior sister Xiang'er's matters. He didn't have time to deal with this kind of romantic entanglement. If word got out that he had taken Silk Robe Fairy's virginity, not to mention whether the Heavenly Net sect would skin him alive, just the countless admirers of Silk Robe Fairy in the cultivation world would make his life difficult. But the most pressing issue at hand was, how could he escape? Chen Yin's entire body was bound by an invisible ribbon of spiritual energy. As long as Luo Xiaoqiao, a boundless realm expert, willed it, Chen Yin wouldn't be able to break free. This was the insurmountable difference in cultivation. Chen Yin didn't want to use one of his 3 swords on her. After all, those sword moves were only for killing, and he didn't even have a sword to use. So, Chen Yin could only be dragged like a helpless kitten by Luo Xiaoqiao to a room on the top floor of the inn. As soon as they entered the room, Luo Xiaoqiao started to undress without a word, scaring Chen Yin into blurting out. Wait. Luo Xiaoqiao turned to look at him, and Chen Yin forced a smile. Well, since we've decided to enjoy this beautiful night, how can we not make the most of it? I noticed that sister didn't drink enough just now. How about I accompany sister for a few more drinks, and we can enjoy the spring night together? Luo Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment, then broke into a beautiful smile. Okay. I'll drink with you. But little brother, don't try anything funny. I won't let you escape. Tonight, you have to stay with me no matter what. She smiled seductively. Chenine. 2 hours later. The entire room was littered with broken wine jars, the strong aroma of alcohol permeating every corner. It was to the point where even taking 2 breaths of air would make one feel tipsy. Chenine sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the mess on the floor and sighing softly. Beside him, Luo Xiaoqiao was lying on the bed, her eyes closed, breathing evenly. He had finally escaped by relying on his alcohol tolerance. After much effort, he had persuaded Luo Xiaoqiao to drink more, but they had already finished all the wine in the inn. To his surprise, Luo Xiaoqiao simply waved her hand and summoned all the fine wine in the entire city. This time, they truly drank until the sky and earth spun. Since they had agreed not to use their cultivation, even Luo Xiaoqiao, with her exceptional tolerance, became increasingly intoxicated as the night went on. In the end, although she still stubbornly clung to Chen Yin's hand, she couldn't resist the effects of the alcohol and fell into a deep sleep. But it had to be said that Luo Xiaoqiao was even more passionate when drunk. Even in her drunken stupor, she clung tightly to Chen Yin. Her thin silk dress pressed against his chest, and he could faintly feel the soft and moist warmth of her sweat. And her unconscious mumbling. "Don't go. Don't leave. I'll be good, just don't leave, okay?" Chenine wanted to leave. "But sister, your spiritual energy chains are so strong, I can't leave if you don't let go." So Chenine could only hope to get Luo Xiaoqiao drunk enough to have a chance to escape. Fortunately, after she fell into a deep sleep, the spiritual energy chains that had been binding him, now uncontrolled, began to loosen. Chenine rubbed his sore wrists and sighed. Just as he was about to leave, he realized that her hand was still tightly gripping his. But this time, there was no spiritual energy or cultivation involved. It was like a child clinging to a beloved old toy, refusing to let their parents throw it away. Chenine turned to look at Luo Xiaoqiao, who was lying on the bed. Dressed in her fiery red dress, she lay on the wide bed like a blooming red spider lily. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, beads of sweat clinging to her skin. Like a rain-soaked sculpture, breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. But at this moment, the face that could drive countless men in the cultivation world mad wore a vulnerable expression, like that of a child. Chen Yin recalled what he looked like when he had nightmares as a child. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "I'm leaving." There was no response. "You really don't have to punish yourself like this." Chen Yin spoke as if to himself. "If you're unhappy, punishing yourself won't change anything. It will only make you regret it even more when you sober up. I'm not a virtuous gentleman, I'm a pervert. Normally, if a beautiful girl like you threw herself at me, I wouldn't refuse." He paused, then suddenly chuckled. "But, I can tell. You're a good girl. If one day you truly decide to spend the night with someone, it should be under the red wedding canopy. Not in some random inn." Chenine noticed that the hand that had been tightly gripping his wrist had loosened slightly due to sweat. He carefully placed Luo Xiaoqiao's hand back under the covers and tucked her in. After hesitating for a moment, he gently kissed her red lips. "You took my first kiss, so consider this a return gift. From now on, we're even." He closed the door, casually setting up a spiritual energy barrier to prevent anyone from approaching. By the time Chenine left the inn, the sky had already begun to brighten with the first rays of dawn. He knew that Luo Xiaoqiao would probably wake up when the sun fully rose. However, if she woke up and found that he had really left her behind and run away, the wrath of Silk Robe Fairy would probably be enough to keep the area around Flowing Cloud City restless for a while. That was how it happened. Chenine had thought that this was just a fleeting and ambiguous interlude, a night that would be forgotten by both of them. Mount Yu and the Heavenly Net sect had never interacted much, and he might never have the chance to see her again in his lifetime. But he never imagined that less than a year later, he would run into this woman again by chance. And judging from her current attitude, she wouldn't let him go easily this time. And he probably wouldn't have the chance to get her drunk on an entire city's worth of wine again. "I say," Chenine said helplessly, spreading his hands. "Sister Xiaoqiao, why are you so fixated on me? There are plenty of fish in the sea. I'm just a small, unknown cultivator. It's not a good match for someone as renowned as the Silk Robe Fairy. There are so many talented and handsome young men in the cultivation world, who am I to you?" But Luo Xiaoqiao just stared at him intently. "I don't want to hear any of that. I just don't want to let go this time, no matter what." Her fiery red dress fluttered gracefully as she took a step forward, her jade-like fingers gently pinching Chen Yin's chin. "I want you to come with me." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with an unquestionable determination. No man could refuse such a direct and passionate invitation. But Chen Yin truly couldn't agree. He took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry. I really can't go with you. Then I'll just take you by force. I don't want to hurt you." Chen Yin looked at her seriously. "Don't force me." Luo Xiaoqiao countered, "Would you hurt me?" There was no fear in her eyes, only a defiant glint as she stepped closer. Chen Yin was at his wit's end. When a woman became unreasonable, it was truly terrifying. There was nothing he could do. If he relied solely on his cultivation, he would probably have to hurt her to escape. But Chen Yin couldn't do that. He didn't dislike this girl. She was straightforward, passionate, and didn't play any games. She simply told him directly. I want you to come with me. As if she had decided on the person she wanted to spend her life with and wouldn't hesitate to follow him. But Chen Yin still felt that his little junior sister's matters were more important. Getting entangled with Luo Xiaoqiao now would only hinder his future actions. Why are you so certain that it has to be me? Chen Yin couldn't understand. We were just strangers who met by chance. Aren't you afraid that I might be a bad person? Are you a bad person? Luo Xiaoqiao asked with a playful smile. If you were a bad person, why would I have remained alone until now? She chuckled, her smile brightening the world around them. If you were a bad person, you would have done what you wanted that night. Chenine covered his face helplessly. This girl was even more open-minded than his foul-mouthed lowly granny master. Then if I do what I wanted that night with you now, can we pretend we don't know each other? No. She raised her head proudly. Once wouldn't be enough for me. Once a day would barely suffice. You win. Chen Yin raised his hands in surrender. This time, he was truly defeated. He was now starting to think about when he could find an opportunity to sneak away if he was really taken by force. Xiang'er was still waiting for him in the city. All right. He sighed regretfully. I'll go with you. But I came here with my junior sister to participate in the fairy conference. You have to wait until I'm done with my business, right? The fairy conference? Perfect. Luo Xiaoqiao said with a smile. I'm going too, we can travel together. What traveling together, you just want to keep me by your side. Chenine sighed deeply. Alas, I never thought Chenine, a man of such charm, would be defeated by a woman's skirt. He lamented. Seeing that he was no longer resisting, Luo Xiaoqiao's mood brightened, and she couldn't help but smile at him radiantly. That morning, when Luo Xiaoqiao woke up from her drunken stupor, she stared at the wine jars and the strong aroma of alcohol filling the room for a long time. She could still feel someone's warmth lingering on her hand, and her heart ached with a sense of loss. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice dazed. System, has he left? He left last night. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Luo Xiaoqiao's ears. I don't understand. This person hasn't appeared in the plot records at all. He should be just an ordinary person. Why are you so infatuated with him? Luo Xiaoqiao was silent for a long time, then suddenly asked. Do you know why he said last night that our encounter should be accompanied by heavy rain? The system honestly replied, I don't know. I thought he was just speaking in riddles. Luo Xiaoqiao didn't answer, just chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course you wouldn't understand. The rain is a window. Hiding behind the rain, we can peek at each other without restraint. The rain is also an excuse. An excuse for him not to approach me. I'd rather it rained every day, thinking that you didn't come because of the rain. She murmured to herself, I loved that line ever since I redeemed this book from the system shop. And sometimes, liking someone is like liking a sentence. It doesn't need a reason. It can blossom in an instant. You're not human, so you naturally wouldn't understand. The system seemed to be used to being talked back to like this and simply said helplessly, suit yourself. As long as it doesn't affect the plot, you're free to do whatever you want. A hint of loneliness flashed in Luo Xiaoqiao's eyes. Yes. If it doesn't affect the plot. I only have 5 years left to live anyway. She looked at her hand calmly. His warmth still lingered there. As if he was still holding her hand. Just as Luo Xiaoqiao, in high spirits, was about to walk forward while holding Chen Yin's hand. She suddenly frowned slightly and turned around abruptly. The Heavenly Net sect disciples nearby also began to whisper among themselves. Why is it so noisy here? A cold and ethereal voice came from not far away. Chenine froze. He had only heard this voice twice, once in each of his lives. But it was so unique that he could never forget it after hearing it just once. It was the voice of his senior sister, Frost Moon Sword Immortal Shen. As Frost Moon Sword Immortal's ethereal voice faded, a group of fairies slowly descended from the nearby forest. They were clearly female disciples of the Mist Spirit sect who had come to participate in the fairy conference. Each of them wore the sect's robes and followed behind Shen in an orderly manner. Leading the group was their senior sister, Shen, dressed in a light blue, form-fitting outfit. Her entire attire was elegant and understated, reminiscent of the pale moonlight. She walked towards them gracefully, and the Heavenly Net sect disciples instinctively parted, making way for her. No one dared to obstruct her path. What happened here? Why is it so noisy? She asked softly. The moment Luo Xiao saw Shen, a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. The next moment, she swished her dress, stepped in front of Chenine, shielding him behind her, and said in a slightly mocking tone. Well, if it isn't the breathtakingly beautiful Frost Moon Sword Immortal, Fairy Shen. What's this? Has the Mist Spirit sect extended its reach to interfere in the affairs of the Heavenly Net sect? Luo Xiao's fiery red dress seemed to rival the brilliance of Shen Shuanglian's presence, her aura matching the latter's in intensity, if not surpassing it. Shen Shuanglian seemed accustomed to her sarcastic tone and simply replied calmly. We wouldn't dare. We were merely passing through this area with my junior sisters when we noticed the rampant sword energy and commotion. We came to inquire out of concern. If this is an internal matter of the Heavenly Net sect, we won't intrude any further and will take our leave. Her voice was humble yet firm, as pleasant as a melodious tune. Her brief words left a favorable impression. Faced with such an impeccable response, even Luo Xiao, despite wanting to pick a fight, couldn't help but pout slightly and say indifferently. Since you know, then don't stand here obstructing our view. Leave quickly. Shen Shuanglian's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned to leave, but her gaze inadvertently swept past Luo Xiao. Her footsteps stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened slightly. Chenine. Seeing that he couldn't hide any longer, Chen Yin could only walk out from behind Luo Xiao with an awkward smile and wave at her. Hey, senior sister still remembers me. Why are you here? Shen Shuanglian's eyes sparkled with an indescribable emotion, her voice tinged with bewilderment. However, Luo Xiao cut her off, pulling Chen Yin back behind her. I already said, this is an internal matter of the Heavenly Net sect. He is also a disciple of our sect. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you focus on your cultivation? You don't want to be defeated by me and cry at the fairy conference, do you? Shen Shuanglian ignored Luo Xiao's taunts and stared intently at Chenine, asking hesitantly. Why are you with her? It's a long story, haha. Chenine scratched his head awkwardly, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He had no idea how his senior sister would react to his ambiguous encounter with Luo Xiao. If his senior sister had a bad temper and scolded him for his messy personal life, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Luo Xiao frowned slightly, her seductive eyes narrowing. I'm telling you again, this is my business. Stay out of it. But this time, Shen Shuanglian retorted directly, her expression serious. I'm talking to him. And from beginning to end, her gaze never once fell on Luo Xiao. A flicker of anger crossed Luo Xiao's eyes. Hey, Blue Stocking, do you want to fight? If you want to fight, then fight. Shen Shuanglian said impassively. The next moment, two powerful surges of cultivation erupted, their spiritual energy shaking the entire forest and startling the birds. Shen Shuanglian and Luo Xiao, both having stepped into the boundless realm at such a young age, their cultivation fluctuations were truly astonishing. Moreover, their styles were completely different. Silk Robe Fairy, in her fiery red dress, was like a blooming flower, passionate and intense, while Frost Moon Sword Immortal was as cold as snow, elegant and ethereal like the silver moonlight. The disciples of the Heavenly Net sect and the Mist Spirit sect who accompanied them also drew their weapons, the atmosphere becoming tense. And at this moment, At the center of attention, standing between the two women, the catalyst of this conflict, Chen Yin, was trembling with fear and confusion. What the hell? What's going on? What should I do? Why were these two most renowned fairies in the cultivation world suddenly fighting over him? He could understand Luo Xiaoqiao's actions. After all, Chen Yin was like her personal possession now, and her behavior was just like a protective dog guarding its food. But what had gotten into his senior sister? To be honest, Chen Yin wasn't very close to his senior sister. Apart from their two encounters during which she tried to recruit him to the main sect, they barely had any interaction. Even in his previous life, when he spent 5 years at the main sect, he rarely had the opportunity to see her, let alone talk to her. Now, his senior sister's sudden assertiveness left him baffled. But he didn't have time to think too much about it. Two boundless realm fairies fighting over him would be explosive news, and Chen Yin didn't want to become the center of attention. So, he quickly stepped forward and stood between the two women, forcing a smile as he said. "Wait, we're all family, let's talk this out, don't fight." "Family?" Luo Xiaoqiao pouted with dissatisfaction. "Who's family with her?" As for Shen Shuanglian, the moment Chen Yin stood in front of her, she immediately withdrew her aura, as if afraid of hurting him. Hearing Chen Yin's words, Shen Shuanglian's eyes were filled with bewilderment for a moment. She lowered her head slightly and murmured almost inaudibly. "Family. Ah, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Chen Yin continued to try and mediate. "Can't we all just go to the fairy conference peacefully? It's not good for girls to always be fighting. You'll get wrinkles and age faster." "Senior sister, don't worry, Sister Qiao Qiao just wants to invite me to the fairy conference. She doesn't have any ill intentions." Hearing the term, Sister Qiao Qiao, Shen Shuanglian froze for a moment, then her eyes involuntarily lowered. "Is that so?" Looking at Shen Shuanglian, Chen Yin suddenly realized that this might be a perfect opportunity for him to escape. But, he suddenly said with a troubled expression, "I'm here to escort my junior sister to the competition. She's waiting for me, and I can't just leave with Sister Qiao Qiao." But Sister Qiao Qiao's invitation is so hard to refuse. With this simple mention, Shen Shuanglian seemed to understand instantly. She looked up at Chenine. "You don't want to go with her?" "Cough, it's not that I don't want to." Chenine coughed lightly. "But I really have unfinished business and can't delay it." "I understand." Shen Shuanglian nodded and turned to Luo Xiaoqiao. "Let him come with me." "Heh, who do you think you are? Ordering me around?" Luo Xiaoqiao raised her head disdainfully. "I don't care about your Frost Moon Sword Immortal title." Then, she turned back to Chenine, her eyes filled with resentment and grievance. "Didn't you promise to come with me? I'm truly sorry." Chen Yin could only cup his hands helplessly. "Sister Qiao Qiao's invitation is hard to refuse, but I really have something I can't get out of. I'll come find you after I'm done, okay?" "No." Luo Xiaoqiao grabbed his sleeve anxiously. "What if you abandon me and run away again? Today, I must take you with me. No one can stop me." With that, she turned to Shen Shuanglian with a murderous look. Shen Shuanglian replied seriously, "He's a disciple of the Mist Spirit sect. He should come with me." Seeing the increasingly dangerous looks in the eyes of the two beautiful fairies, about to clash again, Chen Yin took a deep breath. The next moment, a sigh escaped his lips. "That's enough." His voice was enough to dissipate the auras of both Luo Xiaoqiao and Shen Shuanglian. Their expressions also became slightly tense. "I'm not an object." His gaze suddenly became calm and serious, his voice a little colder. "I didn't." Luo Xiaoqiao's voice softened. She couldn't help but tug at Chen Yin's sleeve, looking at him cautiously. "Are you angry?" Shen Shuanglian's eyes were also filled with unease. Chen Yin shook his head. "Silk Robe Fairy, I appreciate your kindness, but I really have important matters to attend to and can't fulfill your request. If you truly wish to see me, I'll come find you after the fairy conference." Luo Xiaoqiao didn't dare to say anything more and simply nodded obediently. "Okay. I'll wait for you." Then Chen Yin turned to Shen Shuanglian and cupped his hand slightly. Thank you, senior sister, for helping me out. However, my junior sister is still waiting for me in the city, and I need to go back to her. I won't be traveling with you. Senior sister, you represent the main sect, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to be seen too closely with someone from a branch like me. I wish you a safe journey. Shen Shuanglian instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but she stopped herself. Her eyes held a well-hidden bitterness. After a moment, she lowered her gaze and whispered softly. Okay. Take care. With that, she seemed to cast one last lingering glance before turning and leaving with the Mist Spirit sect disciples. Luo Qiao stuck out her tongue at Shen Shuanglian's retreating figure, then took Chen Yin's hand reluctantly. Then, I'll be going now. You must come find me after the fairy conference. She swayed his hand gently, her eyes filled with a pitiful resentment. If you dare break your promise and run away, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. With that, she shook her little fist threateningly. Chen Yin nodded helplessly. I promise. Only then did Luo Qiao turn and rejoin the Heavenly Net sect disciples. But before leaving, she suddenly turned around and shouted at Chenine. Chenine dash. If I win the championship at the fairy conference and become the #1 fairy, will you come with me? Chenine was stunned for a moment, then smiled silently. You don't need to be the #1 fairy. In my heart, you're already stunning enough. Hearing these words, Luo Qiao beamed with joy, her fiery red figure disappearing into the forest in an instant. After everyone had left, the forest returned to its tranquil state, filled with the sounds of birdsong and flowing water, with only the startling sword scar on the ground as a reminder of what had transpired. He never thought that his usual playful flirting skills would save his life today. Women were truly hard to understand. Chenine sighed softly, reverting back to his carefree and lazy demeanor, and slowly strolled back towards the city. Returning to the inn, Yuang didn't find Chenine. Unsure of his whereabouts, she sat in her room, patiently waiting. As thirst crept in, she poured herself cup after cup of tea. She was suddenly reminded of how this was a familiar scene. Back at home, she would prepare a meal and wait for Chen Yin to return, often sitting at the table until the food turned cold, his figure still absent. When he finally arrived late at night, he would reek of alcohol and exhaustion. And the lingering scent of other women. Yuang had always been acutely sensitive to scents, particularly those of women. She could distinguish the unique fragrance of each woman, from their natural body scent to the perfumes and powders they used. Every time Chen Yin returned with an unfamiliar feminine fragrance clinging to him, a wave of unhappiness would wash over her. She would sit there silently, finishing the cold food without a word. During those times, Chen Yin would sit and eat with her, seemingly unbothered by the cold food. He would complain about Master's antics, mentioning how she had dined and dashed at another restaurant, leaving him to apologize and settle the bill. But Yuang didn't want to hear his explanations. She felt she had no right to pry into her senior brother's affairs. Even if he was out indulging in pleasure, she felt she had no standing to stop him. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of grievance and unhappiness. There was no clear reason, or perhaps the reason was simple and straightforward. She didn't want to smell other women's scents on Chenine. Lost in her thoughts, the inn door creaked open, and Chenine walked in, grumbling, with a paper bag full of steamed buns and snacks. Those damned merchants are outrageous, raising prices right before the fairy conference. They're asking for a tael of silver for a single bag of buns. Luckily, I'm a skilled negotiator. After 300 rounds of haggling, I managed to get them at the original price. He approached Xianger, pulled out a bun with a smile, and said, Xianger, want to try one? They're expensive, but they taste fantastic. Yuang accepted the bun but hesitated before taking a bite, her eyes fixed on it. Senior brother, you went to buy buns? She asked hesitantly. Yes, Chen Yin replied, puzzled by her expression. Since you were out shopping, I was bored, so I thought I'd wander around too. I didn't just buy buns, I got a bunch of snacks too, look. He excitedly emptied the bag, spreading out a variety of snacks, sweets, and pastries on the table. But Yuxiang's mind was elsewhere. He's lying. The scent of other women lingered on senior brother. More than one. It must have been from close contact. Why did senior brother come back so early? Yuang quietly put the bun back and whispered, Xiang'er isn't afraid to be alone in the room. You could have stayed out and enjoyed yourself for a while longer. Don't keep those women waiting. Chen Yin, who was halfway through his bun, almost choked. He coughed a couple of times and said awkwardly. Cough. What are you talking about, Xiang'er? I didn't go out to enjoy myself with anyone. Still lying, Xiang'er pouted and turned her head away. Chen Yin placed his half-eaten bun on the table and cautiously moved closer to Xiang'er. Are you jealous, Xiang'er? Why would I be jealous of you, stinky senior brother? There was a hint of grievance in Xiang'er's tone, but she tried to hide it, sulking and refusing to look at him. Then do you mind if senior brother goes out to have fun with other women? Of course who cares about you? Seeing that Xiang'er was getting harder to appease, Chenine gently patted her head and said in a doting voice. All right, little vinegar jar, stop being grumpy. On my way back, I ran into our senior sister from the main sect. She was arguing with Silk Robe Fairy from the Heavenly Net sect. As a disciple of the Mist Spirit sect, I couldn't just ignore it, so I stepped in to mediate. As for having fun with other women. Xiang'er, do you really think that I, who sees the beautiful Xiang'er every day, would be interested in those ordinary women? Yu Xiang turned her head, her eyes hesitant. Really? If you don't believe me, we can ask senior sister to verify it after the fairy conference. Chenine smiled and pinched Yu Xiang's cheek. So, little vinegar jar, you can put the lid back on. The sourness is already making the buns taste weird. Who's a little vinegar jar? Yu Xiang puffed up her cheeks angrily, picked up a bun, and took a vicious bite, as if she was biting her annoying senior brother. Seeing Xiang'er finally appeased, Chenine felt relieved and was about to continue eating. But when he looked down, the bun he had half-eaten had mysteriously vanished. Not only that, but the snacks in the bag seemed to have dwindled as well. He glanced out the window and, sure enough, a fluffy fox tail was swaying gently. Chenine. That damned Lu Luo, couldn't she have waited? Did she have to steal food in front of Xiang'er? Helplessly, Chenine said, I'm going downstairs to order some dishes. Let's have a proper meal when I get back. Then he left the room. Going around to the back of the inn, Chenine stood behind a certain little fox who was happily devouring a meat bun, her cheeks puffed out, and grease stains around her mouth. Enjoying yourself, huh? The sudden voice almost made Lu Luo choke. Cough, cough. She quickly hid the food behind her back and turned around with an awkward smile. Why, young master? Don't bother hiding. With so much food, you can't possibly hide it all. Lu Luo grinned sheepishly. Seriously, Chenine said, rubbing his temples. Couldn't you wait? Stealing food in front of Xiang'er, how am I supposed to explain this if she finds out? He had finally managed to soothe the little vinegar jar. If she discovered that he had such a charming little fox by his side, calling him young master so sweetly. Chenine didn't even want to think about it. Lu Luo pouted, her fox ears and tail drooping dejectedly. Young master, I'm sorry. Lu Luo knows she was wrong. Seeing the little fox's teary eyes, Chenine couldn't bring himself to scold her any further. He sighed softly. As Lu Luo hung her head, bracing herself for a reprimand, she felt a hand gently caressing her cheek. Another hand held a handkerchief, carefully wiping the grease stains from her mouth. Why eat so fast? Wouldn't it be better to take your time? Chenine said softly, I'll give you some silver. You don't have to follow me around for the next 2 days. If you see something delicious, go ahead and eat it. Lu Luo looked up, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, young master. She threw herself into Chen Yin's arms, rubbing her furry ears against his chest happily. Young master is the best. Seeing her change from a wronged expression to a bright smile in an instant, Chenine couldn't help but chuckle and pet her little ears. You little rascal. You foxes truly have acting skills ingrained in your very nature. Right. Chen Yin reminded her, while you're out and about, keep an eye out for any demonic branch altars similar to the one in Flowing Cloud City. If you find anything, don't act rashly. Notify me immediately. Luo Luo nodded obediently, but with her mouth full of food, it was unclear how much of his words she actually absorbed. However, despite her seemingly silly nature, this little fox had been quite helpful so far and hadn't caused him any trouble. And with her around, even if he was abducted by Luo Xiao, he would still have a chance to escape. Seeing the little fox eating with such gusto, Chenine couldn't resist petting her soft ears again and carefully wiping her mouth. Pay attention to your eating manners. Look at the mess you've made. Luo Luo stayed still, obediently letting Chenine wipe her mouth. A faint blush flitted across her cheeks, and she murmured softly. It's okay, young master will wipe it for me. Hey! Who's the servant here, you or me? Why would a young master wipe his servant's mouth? Luo Luo giggled, stuck her tongue out at Chenine playfully, and then, with a bag full of food, vanished into the void. Chenine shook his head with a wry smile and went back upstairs. After Chenine left, a fluffy little head slowly emerged from the void once again. Luo Luo peeked into the inn window, watching Chenine go upstairs, then looked at the snacks in her arms. Her face was filled with happiness and contentment. System, she said to herself. Do you think mother would like a man like young master? I don't know about liking or not liking. A teasing voice replied, but if you waste any more time here, I doubt you'll ever see your mother again. Luo Luo pouted unhappily. Why are you in such a hurry? There's plenty of time, 5 whole years. 5 years should be enough for me to awaken, right? Who knows? The system scoffed. You little fox only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. You haven't completed any of the system's missions. Who knows when you'll awaken your bloodline? Anyway, pay more attention. I don't need to remind you again what the consequences will be if you don't awaken within 5 years. A hint of loneliness flashed in Luo Luo's eyes, and her fox tail drooped low. I know. Don't worry. I'm just spending some time with young master. Maybe while he's investigating the demonic path, he'll find the culprit who killed Ye and the others. After I avenge Ye and the others, I'll obediently go back and awaken my bloodline. I won't run around anymore. You say it so nicely. The system couldn't help but sneer. Who knows if you'll still be willing to leave your young master by then. Luo Luo made a face playfully, then looked up at Chen Yin's room with a wistful expression. Maybe, she murmured, her eyes lowering. I'm already reluctant to leave. With 1 or 2 days left before the fairy conference, Xiang'er finally couldn't resist and dragged Chen Yin out for a stroll. Thanks to the fairy conference, Fragrant City was bustling with activity. There were countless mortal merchants and stalls, as well as shops specifically catering to cultivators. When they passed by a street vendor selling candied hawthorns, Xiang'er's eyes lit up. Chenine turned to her and asked, "Want some?" "Yes." So, Chenine walked over and bought 3 candied hawthorns. "Here you go." Xiang'er took the candied hawthorn and took a bite with delight. The sweet and sour taste was refreshing and satisfying, instantly sweetening her heart. Delicious. Good to hear. Chen Yin took a bite of his own, then, while Xiang'er wasn't looking, casually tossed the other candied hawthorn into the air behind him. A fluffy fox head popped out from the void, snatched the candied hawthorn with a chomp, and retreated back into the void. Speaking of which, Xiang'er loved eating candied hawthorns when she was little. Yu Xiang blushed slightly, embarrassed. Because they're delicious. And, every time we went to the city, senior brother would buy them for me. She blinked. Oh. Chen Yin said with a smile. So you like senior brother, not the candied hawthorns, is that it? Don't twist my words, bad senior brother. Xiang'er glared at him playfully and then turned her head away with a huff. Chen Yin just smiled without saying anything. After walking for a while, they got tired and sat down on a set of steps, surrounded by bags of snacks. Are you confident about the fairy conference? Xiang'er, who had been happily munching on snacks, suddenly lowered her head dejectedly. No. I'm really stupid. My cultivation is slow, and I can't learn any techniques properly. Maybe I won't even pass the preliminary round. Chenine pinched her puffed-up cheeks and chuckled. It's okay. We're mainly here to experience the world, there's no need to focus on the ranking. Just surrender if you can't win, don't push yourself too hard. Xiang'er hesitated for a moment, then pouted and turned her head. Does senior brother want me to win? Of course. Chen Yin looked confused. I'm your senior brother, of course, I'll support you unconditionally. Why do you ask? Because. Xiang'er fiddled with the hem of her light blue dress, her embroidered shoes dangling in the air. I don't want senior brother to see me fail and embarrass myself. Chenine couldn't help but chuckle. Have I not seen you embarrass yourself enough times already? Who was the clumsy girl who burned the pot and got her face covered in soot, looking like she had been dug out of a coal mine when she first learned to cook? And who was the girl who couldn't master flying with a sword and fell headfirst into the lake, becoming a drowned rat? And for example dash. Wah! Stop it. Xiang'er blushed furiously, her lips pouting as she rained soft punches on Chenine. Stinky senior brother. Bad senior brother. Don't say bad things about me. Cough, cough, how can I call them bad things? It's all out of love. Chenine shook his head with a serious expression. I'm completely devoted to Xiang'er. How could I bear to bring up your embarrassing past? But you know, I have a bad habit of being loose-lipped. What if one day I accidentally let it slip dash? Xiang'er's eyes reddened, and she said with a wrong tone, then what do you want me to do? That's easy. Chenine waved his hand. Hush money, one kiss. Yuxiang's face instantly turned crimson. Bad senior brother, what are you saying? Talking about such embarrassing things. What's there to be embarrassed about? Chenine said with a grin. I thought you were quite proactive the last time we kissed dash. Don't say it. Xiang'er interrupted him, her face flushed. She blushed and fiddled with her hands nervously, her eyes darting around. There are too many people here. It's too embarrassing. She pleaded softly, at least wait until we're back at the inn dash. Deal. Chenine slapped his thigh. Xiang'er owes senior brother a kiss, you'll pay it back at the inn, we'll even sign a contract. Seeing Chen Yin's mischievous smile, Yuxiang pouted angrily and turned her head away with a huff. Bad senior brother. You're scheming against me again. Well, what can I do? Chenine said with a sly grin. People always like to find a compromise. For example, if I said I wanted to kiss Xiang'er, you would definitely refuse. But if I suggested kissing in public, you would compromise and be willing to kiss me back at the inn. Yuxiang was both angry and amused. She had no way to deal with this mischievous senior brother. The most frustrating thing was that even though he was teasing her, she still felt a sweetness in her heart. As if he truly liked her. Yuxiang suddenly realized that she might have been enjoying this feeling all along. Even if it wasn't real. Even if she knew it was just a limited-time dessert, something she could only enjoy until the end of summer. But at least before the end of summer arrived. Every minute, every second, was enough for her to savor greedily. What are you thinking about? Chenine took another bite of his candied hawthorn and then offered it to Xiang'er. Xiang'er was silent for a moment, then took a bite of the candied hawthorn and gave Chenine a sweet smile. Nothing. Hee. Even though Chenine noticed the distant look in her eyes, he didn't press further and changed the subject. Give me your hand, he said to Xiang'er. Xiang'er froze, blushing slightly. What for? You'll know when you give it to me. Yuxiang hesitantly extended her hand, and Chenine gently took her soft and delicate hand, tying a red string around her wrist. A sachet was attached to the end of the red string. A small gift for Xiang'er, Chenine said softly. Consider it a good luck charm for the competition. Yuxiang stared at the sachet, lost in thought. A faint and elegant fragrance emanated from the sachet. It wasn't overpowering or overly refreshing, but a gentle and comforting scent. It was the scent of missed you flowers. I thought for a long time about what to give you. Chen Yin said softly. I've always felt that Xiang'er is like the missed you flowers on Mount Yu. Not too passionate, not too elegant. But with a unique, gentle fragrance. I hope this sachet will bring you good luck and safety during the competition. Even if you can't win, you have to be prettier and smell better than your opponents. Yu Xiang was lost in thought for a long time, then her eyes reddened, and she covered her mouth. Ahem. Although I know this is very romantic. Chenine suddenly said with a smug expression, but there's no need to be so touched, Xiang'er. Just remember to give me that kiss we promised back at the inn dash. Before he could finish his sentence, soft, fragrant lips pressed against his. It was the scent of missed you flowers. Early that morning, Chenine woke up before the sun. He stepped out of the inn, stretched lazily amidst the chirping of birds, and put his hands on his hips with a cheerful sigh. It's finally starting. Today was the opening day of the fairy conference. While Xiang'er was still asleep, Chenine bought breakfast for Lu Luo and gave her some instructions. Lu Luo nodded happily, a bun already in her mouth, and left. After making the necessary arrangements, he returned to the inn with 2 bags of buns. By the time he got back, Xiang'er had already finished washing up and was sitting obediently at the table, waiting for him. You're awake. Chenine placed the buns in front of her and said with a smile, eat up. Once you're full, we'll set off. Xiang'er nodded and took a small bite of the bun. Senior brother, wouldn't it be great if I actually won the championship? Chenine paused for a moment while eating his bun, then said casually, as if nothing had happened, silly girl. Thinking about winning already? We haven't even passed the preliminary round yet. Xiang'er stuck out her tongue. Hee. Can't I dream? What if I'm really lucky and win the title of #1 fairy? Wouldn't senior brother be happy? Honestly, no. Chenine shook his head. What's the use of such a superficial title? It'll just bring a lot of trouble. Xiang'er nodded thoughtfully. That's true. But if I win, then senior brother will be the senior brother of the #1 fairy. Wouldn't that be impressive? Chenine laughed heartily. If you say so, why don't I strive for the title of #1 cultivator? Then Xiang'er will be the junior sister of the #1 cultivator. Xiang'er giggled. Senior brother is boasting again. We're both guilty of that. Chenine smiled. Eat up, we need to set off soon. Yu Xiang obediently continued eating her bun. But in her heart, she softly asked. System, do I have to lose to senior sister Shen in the final according to the plot records? It's not explicitly stated. The system hesitated. It only says to try and figure out as many of Shen Shuanglian's trump cards as possible. But to be safe, it's best to surrender after a few moves. Hey, you're not actually thinking of fighting her seriously, are you? The system asked nervously. Yu Xiang didn't answer. No, think about it carefully. Shen Shuanglian also has a system. If you two decide to fight to the death, who knows if you'll be able to stop? What if you end up in a stalemate and have to fight to the death? Wouldn't that be disastrous? The system added worriedly, you must control yourself. Exposing your identity could affect the subsequent plot. Yu Xiang silently agreed in her heart. But no one knew her true intentions. After breakfast, the two of them headed towards 10,000 Cloud Mountain. Along the way, they were surrounded by crowds of people rushing to participate in the fairy conference. They arrived at 10,000 Cloud Mountain and saw a magnificent and imposing manor suspended amidst the clouds halfway up the mountain. It was surrounded by an ethereal aura, yet exuded an air of luxury and wealth. The 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the largest merchant organization in the cultivation world. The sheer extravagance of its main branch would be enough to make Master Yuling, that stingy penny pincher, drool with envy. The manor was divided into a front pavilion and a rear estate. The front pavilion was the main part of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, filled with all sorts of rare and precious treasures. The rear estate was for sightseeing and relaxation. Many people were already registering at the reception desk. After Chenine registered with Xiang'er, they wandered around the vast manor. Before long, Xiang'er excused herself, saying she wanted to buy a souvenir, and slipped away from Chenine. Chenine didn't ask too many questions. He knew that no matter what she did, Lu Luo would be watching over her. So, while waiting, Chenine also strolled around the manor. The scenery here was truly elegant, with pavilions, terraces, and towers, all exuding a poetic and picturesque charm. It seemed the rumors about the pavilion master of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion being a pretentious show-off were true. As he wandered casually, Chen Yin's gaze inadvertently fell upon a group of people in the distance. His heart skipped a beat. On the opposite side of a long corridor, a group of beautiful women approached, their laughter echoing through the air. Leading the group was a woman in a fiery red dress as bright as blooming flowers, her smile radiant. When she saw Chenine, her eyes lit up. Chenine! Chenine, who was about to turn and flee, froze in his tracks. He could only turn around and force a smile. Sister Qiao Qiao, fancy meeting you here. What a coincidence. Luo Qiao Qiao skipped over to him and happily grabbed his hand. You didn't lie to me, you really came. Cough, cough. How could I lie to Sister Qiao Qiao? Chenine said awkwardly, I'm truly here to escort my junior sister to the conference. Hearing the words, junior sister, a glint flashed in Luo Qiao Qiao's eyes, and she asked casually. Then, where is this junior sister of yours? Well. Chenine averted his gaze, feeling guilty. She's gone to browse the main pavilion. I see. Luo Qiao Qiao suddenly took his hand and said happily, then let's go check out the main pavilion of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion too. Chenine was stunned. Sister, you're trying to get me killed. Are you unaware of how much attention you attract? Just walking into the 10,000 fragrance pavilion will draw the eyes of every customer. And you want to hold my hand and walk in with me? Are you trying to hasten my demise? Chenine was still racking his brains for an excuse to decline when Luo Qiao Qiao had already dragged him towards the 10,000 fragrance pavilion without a word. No excuses. She glared at him, her tone brooking no argument. Now, Chenine was truly helpless. Surrounded by the amused gazes of the heavenly net sect disciples, Luo Qiao Qiao led Chenine into the main pavilion. As expected, the moment they stepped inside, all sorts of strange looks fell upon him. Some people were simply curious and whispered amongst themselves, but some male cultivators' gazes were clearly hostile and filled with killing intent. Luo Qiao Qiao, however, seemed oblivious, picking up a hairpin like an excited young girl and turning to Chenine, asking. Do you think this would look good on me? Chenine sighed inwardly, but he maintained a smile on his face. Sister Qiao Qiao, you shouldn't buy this. Why? Doesn't it look good? It's not that. Sister Qiao Qiao is already breathtakingly beautiful. If you wear this hairpin, all the male cultivators in the world will lose sleep over you. You're just flattering me again, aren't you? Luo Qiao Qiao pouted with dissatisfaction. But the next moment, a sweet smile appeared on her face. But you know. I love hearing you praise me. Tell me how beautiful I am. Tell me you like how I look right now. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Meanwhile, after leaving Chenine, Yuang found a secluded spot and took out a mask from thin air. This mask was a task item she had exchanged for using the system. It could seamlessly alter her appearance and aura without leaving a trace. With the mask on, Yuang's previously sweet and gentle appearance instantly transformed into something cold and aloof. She changed into a black outfit, donned a bamboo hat and a black veil, her entire persona becoming mysterious and alluring. She walked back to the registration desk. The 10,000 fragrance pavilion staff member in charge of registration looked at Yuang's peculiar attire with surprise but still asked politely. Are you here to register for the conference, fairy? Please state your name and sect. Yin Mengwan, she replied in a slightly cold voice. My sect is Changli Palace. Changli Palace? The staff member froze. The name sounded familiar. It seemed that a few years ago, there was a major incident in the cultivation world related to this Changli Palace. But he vaguely remembered that Changli Palace had been destroyed. Could there still be disciples who survived and carried on the lineage? However, the registration requirements for the fairy conference weren't very strict. Although Changli Palace wasn't very famous, it was considered a righteous sect. So, the staff member registered her. Unbeknownst to them, the little fox, hidden in the void, had witnessed everything. Changli Palace. Luo Luo muttered to herself. I need to find a chance to tell young master. Yuang waited patiently for her registration to be processed. As she waited, her gaze inadvertently swept past the entrance of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion's main building. Then, her eyes widened in shock. She saw a familiar figure, looking helpless, being led into the pavilion by a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress. At that moment, Chenine felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Luo Xiaoqiao seemed to be a VIP customer of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. As they browsed, a dedicated staff member accompanied them, offering recommendations. She seemed completely indifferent to the strange looks from the surrounding people, occasionally picking out jewelry and clothes, holding them up, and asking Chenine for his opinion with a charming smile. Chenine had no interest in helping her choose. He just wanted to find a place to escape. So he could only rely on his vast repertoire of compliments to appease her. Chenine, do you think this looks good? Yes, it looks great. Chenine replied absent-mindedly. This dress is understated yet luxurious, classic yet trendy, and it perfectly complements Sister Xiaoqiao's figure. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a tangible wave of resentment emanating from before him. Luo Xiaoqiao pouted, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Are you just trying to get rid of me? He then noticed that Luo Xiaoqiao was holding a men's outfit this time. It was a light gray cultivator's robe with black and gold patterns, exuding a dignified and imposing aura. No, of course not. Chenine quickly said with an awkward smile, I mean, Sister Xiaoqiao is so valiant and heroic, even in men's clothing, you would be handsome enough to make girls swoon. If you don't believe me, ask your junior sisters. The Heavenly Net sect disciples behind them chimed in with adoring voices, yes. Senior sister, wear this. Senior sister, marry me. I want to be your wife. What are you thinking? Luo Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes at them playfully, then turned to Chenine, her lips pursed, a hint of girlish shyness in her eyes. You, try it on. Only then did Chenine realize that she was picking out clothes for him. He was stunned for a moment. In the world he was reborn from, a girl accompanying a guy shopping and buying him clothes was considered a very intimate gesture. His hand hesitated as he reached for the robe. What's wrong? Luo Xiaoqiao blinked. Don't you like it? It's not that. Chenine forced a smile. I've just never worn such expensive clothes before. I'm afraid I might stain them and won't be able to afford to pay for them. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Luo Xiaoqiao said nonchalantly, I'll pay for it. Consider it a gift from me. If you like it, I can buy you anything you want. What a rich girl. Since she had put it that way, Chenine couldn't refuse and obediently went to try on the clothes. A moment later, when he came out of the fitting room, not only Luo Xiaoqiao but even the Heavenly Net sect disciples couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Thanks to his stingy master, Chenine had always worn simple and cheap cultivator's robes. But this time, wearing a more stylish outfit, his entire aura seemed to have transformed. Luo Xiaoqiao stared at him for a moment, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. I have good taste. You just wanted to praise yourself, didn't you? Chenine was speechless. But the next moment, Luo Xiaoqiao turned to the attendant and said, no need to wrap it, just put it on my tab. Wait, sister. Chenine said hurriedly, I appreciate your kindness, but this robe is too expensive. I'm not worthy of it. Luo Xiaoqiao snorted. Just wear it. The man I like should dress well. The entire 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion fell silent for a moment. Chenine saw the Heavenly Net sect disciples covering their mouths in surprise, and he could feel the tangible killing intent from the gazes of countless male cultivators. I'm doomed, he thought to himself. Luo Xiaoqiao, still oblivious, took Chen Yin's hand and continued walking. Come on, let's get you a new weapon. No, my current weapon is quite handy. Just as Chenine was about to make an awkward excuse, a cold voice suddenly rang out. How much is this robe? Everyone turned to see a woman in black, her face concealed by a veil and a bamboo hat, walk through the crowd and approach the attendant, pointing at the robe Chenine was wearing. Her action stunned the onlookers. Didn't she know that this was the renowned silk-robed fairy Luo Xiaoqiao? How dare she say such a thing in front of her? As expected, Luo Xiaoqiao's face gradually darkened. She stared at the woman in black and said, I've already bought this robe. The shopkeeper hasn't put it on my tab yet, so it's not considered sold, right? The woman in black replied calmly, as if she didn't care about silk-robe fairy at all. If I offer a higher price, wouldn't it be reasonable for the shopkeeper to sell it to me? The shopkeeper, caught in the middle, had no idea what to do. He couldn't figure out the identity of the woman in black and didn't dare to speak. Oh. Luo Xiaoqiao laughed in anger, her smile seductive, but her eyes turned cold. Then I'm curious, what price are you willing to offer? If the price tag is 200 spirit stones, I'll offer 10 times that. Luo Xiaoqiao didn't flinch. 100 times. 20,000 spirit stones. 40,000. The woman in black didn't back down. The two women's escalating bid stunned both Chen Yin and the shopkeeper. Who was this woman in black? Why was she suddenly competing with Luo Xiaoqiao? At that moment, Luo Luo's voice sounded in Chen Yin's mind. Young master, that's your little junior sister. Chen Yin's eyes widened in shock. Crap. I'm doomed. He instantly understood what was happening, and cold sweat drenched his back. This was bad. Knowing Xianger's jealous nature, seeing him being so intimate with Luo Xiaoqiao, and even buying him clothes, she would definitely be furious. He could almost imagine Xianger's teary-eyed, indignant expression behind the veil. Worse yet, he couldn't expose her true identity here, or he would be putting her in danger. Seeing the two women locked in a fierce battle of wills, their auras clashing, Chen Yin sighed inwardly and whispered a few instructions to the shopkeeper beside him. The shopkeeper, as if granted a reprieve, quickly shouted, Please stop arguing, ladies. This robe has already been purchased by this young master at the original price. It's been recorded. There's no need to fight over it anymore. Hearing this, Yu Xiang and Luo Xiaoqiao both turned their heads in astonishment. Although Luo Xiaoqiao was a little dissatisfied, she knew that Chenine was looking out for her and giving her a way out. So she could only say in a low voice. Then. I'll buy you another gift next time. Yu Xiang stared at Chenine, speechless. Chenine quickly cupped his hands towards Luo Xiaoqiao. Sister Xiaoqiao, let's stop here for today. My junior sister is waiting for me to return, and I can't delay any longer. Luo Xiaoqiao reluctantly let go of his hand, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Then, you have to come see me after the fairy conference. We'll talk about it then. Chenine said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Xianger was still watching from the side, he couldn't act too intimate. Hearing this, Yu Xiang snorted softly and turned to leave the main pavilion with a swift stride. Chenine, under the curious gazes of the crowd, followed her and practically fled from the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. After chasing after Yu Xiang for a while, Chenine finally caught up to her, panting. Miss. Yu Xiang stopped walking but didn't turn around. Her voice was cold. What do you want? Thank you for helping me out back there. I wouldn't have known how to escape otherwise. Chenine bowed politely. May I ask for your name? What? Yu Xiang's voice was laced with sarcasm and suppressed grievance. Are you so eager to pick up girls that you don't even let veiled women go? Are all men so fickle? You're mistaken, Mississippi. He chuckled softly. My heart already belongs to someone. I have no other intentions. My lovely and gentle junior sister is waiting for me to return. Xiang's body trembled slightly, and she said in a forced calm voice. If your heart already belongs to someone, then treat her well. There's no need for you to know my name. With that, she turned and left, her figure vanishing in an instant. Chenine looked in the direction she had gone and sighed softly, a regretful expression on his face. What have I done to deserve this? And my 200 spirit stones, woo-woo, that was practically all my savings. The night before the competition, participants were allowed to stay overnight at the manor. Since her return to the inn, Xiang'er had been acting strangely. When asked what was wrong, she wouldn't say, only muttering, tired, want to rest, before retreating to her room. Chenine knew she was still sulking. Back in his room, Chenine listened to Lu Luo's account of the day's events, lost in thought. Changli Palace. Yin Mengwan. He had no recollection of this sect. It was clearly not a prominent one, and he had no idea what had happened to it. But since Xiang'er had chosen this sect and name, it couldn't be a random fabrication. He made a mental note to inquire about it if the opportunity arose. Right now, the most important thing is tomorrow's preliminary round at the fairy conference. Chenine whispered a few instructions to Luo Luo. She nodded, then vanished into the void. After a moment of hesitation, Chenine got up and slipped out under the cover of night. He walked to Xiang'er's door and knocked gently. Xiang'er, are you asleep? Yes. I'm coming in. I said I'm asleep, why are you still coming in, stinky senior brother? Because Xiang'er is asleep, that's why senior brother is coming in for a night raid. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing Xiang'er standing at the entrance, dressed in a thin white silk nightgown, her head lowered. What do you want? She tried her best to sound indifferent. But Chen Yin could still hear the underlying hint of grievance in her voice. Tomorrow is your first match, Xiang'er. Senior brother is worried you might not be able to sleep, so I came to warm your bed. No. You'll just make my bed smell. Don't be ridiculous, I bathe every day. Chen Yin looked around. Want to go for a walk? It's good to relax before a big test. Xiang'er's eyes flickered with interest, but she still turned her head away. I don't need your concern. You're my dearest junior sister, who else would I care about if not you? There are so many beautiful girls out there, and I can't compare to them. Why care about me? Maybe Xiang'er is just lucky to have met a man with such discerning eyes like senior brother. Chenine said with a chuckle, I've been planning to make Xiang'er my wife since we were little. Xiang's breath hitched, and a blush crept onto her cheeks under the moonlight. I told you, I don't want to be your wife. Then I might have to resort to force. Bah. Bad senior brother, you pervert, shameless. Ah. That's it. I love it. Say it again, Xiang'er. Xiang stomped her foot in frustration and walked out on her own. Chen Yin smiled to himself and followed her. The night was cool and refreshing. Their shadows stretched along the corridor, connected from one end to the other. Xiang'er walked with her hands behind her back, lightly stepping on the shadows cast by the corridor pillars, a troubled expression on her face. Chen Yin, unusually, didn't tease her but simply walked beside her in silence. Why does senior brother always care so much about me? I can take care of myself. Really? Of course. I'm not a child anymore. Xiang pouted. Chen Yin shook his head. I don't believe you. Unless you let me touch you. No. Way. Xiang'er stomped on his foot angrily. Chen Yin just grinned and remained silent. But I can't help but worry about you. Why? Because you're silly. Chen Yin said seriously. Xiang puffed up her cheeks, indignant. I'm not silly. If you weren't silly, you wouldn't keep so many things bottled up inside, refusing to tell senior brother, and trying to deal with everything on your own. Xiang'er stopped walking. She looked down at the pebbled path beneath her feet. If you weren't silly, you would know that the purpose of a senior brother is to help and care for his junior sister. He said calmly, you refuse to tell me anything. Either I'm truly that annoying, and you dislike me. Or, you're a hopeless fool. Yuang turned her back to him, biting her lip to stop herself from making a sound. But I guess I'm just unlucky to have such a silly junior sister. Chenine sighed softly. As a junior sister, you can be willful, act spoiled, and throw tantrums at your senior brother. But since I'm the senior brother, no matter how much you throw tantrums or how unhappy you are, I have to coax you. Treat her like a treasure. Hold her in his palm. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even a little bit. There's nothing I can do, you're my only junior sister. Chenine smiled helplessly. Yuang opened her mouth slightly, then quickly covered it with her hand. She almost couldn't hold back. Almost blurted out everything she wanted to say. Almost wanted to throw away the system and its missions, and be his little junior sister forever. But in the end, she held back. She didn't say anything. She just turned around, her eyes red, and hugged him gently. Senior brother, she said, her voice choked with tears. Chenine shook his head. I won't force you. Like I said, whenever you're ready to talk, I'm always willing to listen. Yuang nodded slightly, then rested her head against his chest. Chenine didn't speak, just wrapped his arms around her slender waist. They hugged for a long time. Yuang suddenly blushed and whispered. Senior brother, don't be naughty. Cough. It's a normal reaction. Chen Yin's expression remained unchanged, his thick skin unfazed. Xiang'er looked up at him shyly, her eyes sparkling. The atmosphere is so nice. Senior brother, don't ruin it. Then, what's this atmosphere suitable for? Senior brother, close your eyes. Again. It's not the first time. It's already dark at night. Close them. Xiang'er's tone was laced with a playful demand. Chenine had no choice but to close his eyes. Yuang stared at Chen Yin's peaceful face for a moment, lost in thought. Then she closed her eyes as well, stood on tiptoe, and pressed her lips against his. Closing our eyes is like turning off the lights of the world. In the darkness, we are free. We can do what we want, love who we love, without restraint. Because when we open our eyes and turn the lights back on, the world will continue its hustle and bustle. No one will remember what happened in the dark. The next day, 10,000 Cloud Mountain was decorated with lanterns and streamers, bustling with excitement. The square in front of the martial arts stage was packed with participating fairies and spectators. From the front row, a loud voice could be heard, "Hey! Place your bets, place your bets. Hey, 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 young man, interested in placing a bet?" Chenine, his mind still replaying the softness of Xiang'er's lips from the night before, was suddenly pulled by the arm by a young man at a stall. Seeing his enthusiastic expression, Chenine hesitated for a moment and asked, "What are you betting on?" "The outcome of the matches, of course." The young man replied. "Looks like you're new to this, young man. You see, we have odds for all the matches, big or small. If you want to have some casual fun, you can bet on your acquaintances, senior sisters, or junior sisters. If you want to go big, I can recommend some favorites to win the championship." Hearing about the favorites, Chenine immediately became interested. "Tell me more." "Well, the biggest favorites to win are undoubtedly Frost Moon Sword Immortal Shen Shuanglian from the Mist Spirit sect and Silk Robe Fairy Luo Qiao Qiao from the Heavenly Net sect." The young man explained with a knowing air, "In terms of beauty, they're both breathtakingly stunning, words can't even do them justice. In terms of strength, they're both chief disciples of prominent sects, exceptionally talented, and both have already reached the boundless realm." The boundless realm. In any sect, that's the level of a junior elder. Countless cultivators spend their entire lives trying to reach that level, and they've already achieved it at such a young age. It's practically guaranteed that they'll meet in the final. It's just a matter of which fairy will emerge victorious. Chenine thought back to the confrontation between the two women in the forest and couldn't help but cough lightly. Indeed, indeed. Then the odds for those two must be very stable. They're basically guaranteed wins. The young man explained. But since it's a sure thing, everyone is happy to place a small bet. "So, which one are you betting on, young man. You can also bet on your friends or relatives who are participating. Chenine casually glanced at the list of participants and saw Xiang'er's opponent, who was just an ordinary female cultivator. The odds for both of them were about the same, indicating that no one was really paying attention to their match. After casually placing 2 bets on Xiang'er, Chen Yin's gaze inadvertently fell upon another name. Chanli Palace. Yin Mengwan. Her opponent seemed to be a relatively well-known female cultivator in the cultivation world. Perhaps because no one had heard of Chanli Palace, the odds were surprisingly high, reaching a staggering 112. Such exaggerated odds were usually only seen for favorites like Shen Shuanglian and Luo Qiao. Have you made your choice, young man? The young man asked eagerly. Yes. Chen Yin pointed to the name. I'll bet on this one. Wow, you're really going for a high-risk, high-reward bet. But that Zhang Qing is the second senior sister of the Profound Cloud sect, and her cultivation is quite impressive. As for this Yin Mengwan from Chanli Palace, I've never heard of her. Maybe she's a reclusive master. Chen Yin smiled silently. All in. I'm betting everything on Yin Mengwan to win. What boldness. Alright, I've got it down. After placing his bet, Chen Yin walked away, taking a deep breath. 1:12 odds. If Xiang'er was really hiding something, he was about to make a fortune. He had just spent 200 spirit stones yesterday, practically bankrupting himself. Xiang'er, my lucky goddess. He imagined himself showering Xiang'er's portrait with kisses. My path to riches depends on you, my dear junior sister. Soon, the matches on the various stages began. Xiang'er's match wasn't scheduled for a while. Using the excuse of wanting to mentally prepare, she slipped away. Chen Yin, of course, knew that she was going to participate in the competition first as Yin Mengwan. Coincidentally, Yin Mengwan's match was taking place on a stage not far from where Chen Yin had placed his bet. So he went over to that stage and waited. A large crowd had gathered around the stage, mostly fellow disciples and supporters of Zhang Qing, the female cultivator from the Profound Cloud sect. Chen Yin observed them quietly, saying nothing. Not long after, the young man who had taken his bet at the stall came over and sat down next to Chen Yin, making him curious. Hey! What are you doing here? Don't you have to watch the betting booth? I'm on break until the afternoon. The young man smiled. Seeing you place that bet got me a little interested, so I came to watch the fun. By the way, do you really think that girl named Yin Mengwan can win? Who knows? Chen Yin shrugged. Sometimes, when luck is on your side, you can't refuse money even if you tried. As they chatted, the 2 participants had already entered the stage. Zhang Qing, though not exceptionally beautiful, was still quite pretty and charming. Judging by the cheers from the audience, she was clearly a popular flower in her sect. In contrast, Yin Mengwan, dressed in plain black clothes and her face concealed by a veil, seemed much more mysterious. After they took their positions, Zhang Qing muttered, Chanli Palace, never heard of that sect. If you surrender now, you can avoid unnecessary injuries. Yu Xiang simply replied coldly, too noisy. Zhang Qing was instantly enraged and charged at her with her sword. Yu Xiang merely raised her hand and clenched her fist in the air. A wave of overwhelming spiritual energy, as tangible as a physical force, pressed down on Zhang Qing, immobilizing her. It felt as if she was being choked, lifted off the ground, and left helplessly struggling in mid-air, her face turning red. The next moment, she was tossed off the stage like a piece of trash. Silence fell over the entire audience. The Profound Cloud sect disciples stared blankly for a long time before rushing to check on their senior sister. The referee also stood frozen for a while before finally announcing the victory. From beginning to end, Yu Xiang hadn't said a word. After her victory was declared, she immediately turned and left, vanishing without a trace. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. After a long while, he swallowed hard and turned to Chen Yin with a stunned expression. Holy crap! You really struck gold. That girl in black is a true master. How strong is she? I'm just a low-level cultivator, but I could barely breathe under her pressure. I can't even tell what level she's at. 112 odds, you're going to be rich. Just lucky, just lucky. Chenine laughed, his eyes flickering imperceptibly. He turned and said casually, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Remember to put my winnings on my tab. Then, he swiftly left the stands. As Yuang secured her first victory as Yin Mengwan, an inconspicuous figure quietly slipped away from the crowd. The man hurriedly avoided the crowded areas and was about to enter a secluded path. Hey, hey, hey. Wait a minute, brother. The man turned to see Chenine approaching him with a friendly smile, his arm casually draped over his shoulder, acting like they were old friends. Judging by your impressive demeanor and bearing, you must be a prodigy from a prominent sect. It's fate that we've met. Are you interested in some private photos of the participating fairies? Chenine put on a sleazy expression, like a street vendor selling illicit goods. He chuckled, I have a lot of good stuff, guaranteed to satisfy you. The man seemed taken aback and waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm not interested in that stuff, leave me alone. Hey, don't be so quick to refuse, brother. Let me show you a couple of samples, I'm sure you'll change your mind. He led the man towards a deserted area while keeping his arm around him. Cut the crap. I said I'm not interested, who the hell are you? Do you want to get beaten up? The man was clearly getting impatient, his tone turning hostile. Hey, brother, don't be so angry. The price is negotiable. Chenine said with a smile, if you think it's too expensive, I can give you a friend discount. How about you pay with your life? His voice suddenly turned cold. The man's eyes widened in horror. He suddenly realized that his dantian and meridians were sealed by an invisible sword energy. As long as the person in front of him willed it, he would die before he could even make a sound. He was about to resist when Chen Yin's cold voice rang out, don't move if you don't want to die. Answer my questions. Don't say anything else. The man nodded hastily. Name. Yuang Wei. Age. 31. Gender. Do you even need to ask? Chenine said impassively, if you don't answer properly, I can change your answer right now. Wang Wei quickly crossed his legs and stammered, male. Sexual orientation. Question mark. Fetishes. After being bombarded with a series of bizarre and embarrassing questions, Wang Wei's mind was in a daze. Who the hell was this guy? He had restrained him without warning and was asking all sorts of strange questions. He had heard rumors of rogue cultivators with peculiar tastes for the same sex, could he be so unlucky to have encountered one today? As he was trying to figure out how to protect his rear end, Chenine casually asked. Which branch altar is your superior from? Wang Wei's pupils constricted. I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay. I can help you remember. Chenine reached out and pressed a finger against the back of his neck. The next moment, Wang Wei's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Ugh. You have one more chance. Next time, it won't be the nerves in your spine that get crushed, but your head. Wang Wei nodded frantically, his eyes filled with terror and fear. It's the Fragrance City branch altar. There's a demonic branch altar in Fragrance City. Where is it? In the well in the backyard of Elegant Pavilion on East Street. Chenine turned his head and nodded slightly towards the void, then continued asking. You seem to be in a hurry. Did you discover something that you need to report? Is it about your holy maiden, Yin Mengwan? He asked directly. Seeing that the other party seemed to know everything, Wang Wei didn't dare to hide anything and said tremblingly, yes. The sect has ordered that any sightings of the holy maiden be reported immediately. Chenine pondered for a moment and continued asking, what's your communication tool? Here. Wang Wei handed over a transmission stone with trembling hands. Chenine took the stone, looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, and then led Wang Wei to a spot between some artificial rocks. After spending an hour asking all the questions he wanted, he emerged from behind the rocks alone. He was just a small fry, he didn't know much. But it was enough for him. So, he stretched lazily, put on his usual carefree expression, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and sauntered away. Yuxiang changed back into her own clothes and waited in front of the stage where her match was about to take place. She glanced around from time to time. After an unknown amount of time, someone patted her shoulder. Xiang'er looked up and saw Chen Yin's smiling face. "Honestly, you're late, stinky senior brother." Xiang'er wrinkled her nose with dissatisfaction. "Where did you go?" "Well, there were two female cultivators fighting fiercely over there. I heard that in the end, they both ran out of spiritual energy and ended up wrestling with each other, their clothes all torn." Chenine said with a look of amazement, "I've never seen such a fierce fight between women. I mean, cultivators. I had to go check it out." Seeing the disapproval and resentment building up in Xiang'er's eyes, Chenine coughed awkwardly and said softly, "Hey, look, I'm here now. Of course, I wouldn't miss Xiang'er's match. Go for it. Beat your opponent." Chen Yin gave her a thumbs up encouragingly. Xiang'er pouted and rolled her eyes at him, but even her eye roll had a certain charm and playfulness. "Well, you have to cheer for me from the audience, senior brother. Of course, I'll cheer louder than everyone else combined. You don't have to go that far. It's embarrassing." Yuxiang took a couple of steps toward the stage, then turned and gave Chen Yin a sweet smile. "Then, senior brother, I'm going up." Chen Yin nodded with a smile. Watching Xiang'er skip onto the stage, Chen Yin smiled with pride. "Our Xiang'er is so cute." A while later, Yuxiang walked back down, dejected. "Woo! I lost right away." She pouted sadly, her eyes watery, on the verge of tears. "What are you talking about?" Chen Yin puffed out his chest and said seriously, "Our Xiang'er was like a celestial being, completely dominating your opponent, leaving them with no chance to fight back. If they hadn't resorted to a sneak attack, our Xiang'er wouldn't have lost." Seeing that Xiang'er was still downcast, Chen Yin patted her head comfortingly. "It's okay. Don't be sad. Senior brother will take you shopping for clothes. It's a reward for our Xiang'er." "Really?" Yuxiang's eyes lit up. "Of course it's real." "Yay!" She cheered softly. "Senior brother is the best." Seeing her excitement, Chen Yin chuckled and didn't say anything more. "But the clothes at the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion are so expensive. How did senior brother suddenly become so rich?" "Well, that's a secret. Hee hee." The 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the largest merchant organization in the cultivation world. From clothing and cultivation techniques to weapons and magical treasures, you could find almost anything you wanted here as long as you had the money to buy it. The last time Luo Qiao dragged him in, they only explored a small corner of the main pavilion. In reality, the main pavilion of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion was so vast that it would take days, if not nights, to explore it fully. From the outside, it appeared to be a magnificent and luxurious building, but inside, it was a different world altogether. As soon as Chen Yin and Xiang'er stepped inside, they were greeted by an enthusiastic attendant. Upon learning that they were looking for clothes, the attendant led them to the clothing section. Xiang'er's eyes lit up at the sight of the dazzling array of beautiful clothes. "Wow! This dress!" She ran to a blue and white corseted dress, picked it up, and held it against her body, turning to Chen Yin with a playful question. "Senior brother, does it look good?" The dress had a unique design. Compared to traditional long dresses, the skirt was extremely short and had a textured pattern. If Chen Yin had to describe it, it resembled a pleated skirt. Chen Yin shamelessly wiped a drool from the corner of his mouth and gave her a thumbs up. "I love it. But isn't the skirt too short?" Xiang'er hesitated, lowering her head. "It feels a little embarrassing." "That's the point. If the skirt wasn't short, how would I see your beautiful legs?" Yuxiang glared at him playfully. Chen Yin laughed awkwardly. Yuxiang stared at the dress for a while longer, then leaned close to Chen Yin's ear and whispered. "But I can wear it for you back at the inn." She winked playfully. Chen Yin's heart skipped a beat. "This one looks good too, and this one." Which one should I choose? After browsing for a while, she picked up a dress and went into the fitting room. While Xiang'er was trying on clothes, Chen Yin aimlessly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. Not far away, an area seemed to be automatically cordoned off, as if people were instinctively avoiding it. A woman in a light blue dress, with a cold and ethereal aura, was browsing through the clothes racks. Her presence was so strong that no one dared to approach her. Senior sister. Chen Yin was intrigued. It seemed that even a cold and aloof fairy like Shen Xuanlian, who kept everyone at arm's length, enjoyed shopping for clothes. But seeing her shopping alone, looking so lonely, made him feel a bit sorry for her. After hesitating for a moment, Chenine walked over and greeted her with a bow. Senior sister. Chenine. Shen Xuanlian's eyes flickered with surprise when she saw him. After a moment, she lowered her voice and said, "Why are you here?" "I'm accompanying my junior sister to buy clothes." Chenine smiled frankly. "What about senior sister? Are you shopping alone?" A faint sadness flashed in Shen Xuanlian's eyes, and she stammered, "My junior sisters are all busy preparing for the conference, so I came out by myself." "That's a lie." It seemed that although senior sister was popular and highly respected, she wasn't very good at handling interpersonal relationships. Unlike Luo Xiao, who was not only famous but also adored by many disciples within her sect, living a carefree life. Shen Xuanlian glanced at the space behind Chen Yin and asked casually. "Where's your junior sister?" "She's in the fitting room trying on clothes. I'll bring her over to meet you later." "I see," she murmured, her clear eyes lost in thought. It was unclear what she was thinking about. Seeing the awkward silence, Chen Yin changed the subject. "Are you looking for clothes too, senior sister? Have you found anything you like?" "Not yet." She lowered her head shyly. I am not very good at picking clothes. I just wanted to relax and browse a little." Chenine pondered for a moment and picked up a light blue palace dress. "What do you think of this one, senior sister? It's elegant without being too plain, refined yet charmingly graceful. It should suit your temperament well." As he enthusiastically recommended the dress, he didn't notice that Shen Xuanlian was staring at him intently. "What do you think? Do you like it, senior sister? Do you like me wearing this?" Chenine. Shen Xuanlian seemed to realize the ambiguity of her words and quickly lowered her head, blushing. I mean. Thank you for recommending this dress. I also think it's very beautiful." Seeing senior sister's shy and embarrassed expression, Chenine couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that his ice-cold senior sister wasn't as aloof as he had imagined. She was actually quite cute in her awkwardness. "I'm glad you like it, senior sister." Chenine scratched his head. "To be honest, I'm not very good at picking clothes for girls either. I don't have much experience. I hope you don't mind my straight guy taste." Shen Xuanlian shook her head. "No, I really like this dress." For some reason, after saying those words, both of them lowered their heads shyly. Chenine found it strange. Did his senior sister have some kind of strange magic or aura? Why did the atmosphere always become awkward and stilted whenever he talked to her? Especially him, a seasoned flirt and smooth talker, who couldn't even come up with a single cheesy pickup line in front of the elegant Shen Xuanlian. He felt an unexpected sense of awkwardness. Chen Yin couldn't understand. He should have long outgrown the awkwardness and innocence of first love from his student days. Why did he feel so uncomfortable around his senior sister? He coughed lightly to break the awkward silence and said softly, "Then I won't disturb you any longer, senior sister. I'll just dash." "You're not disturbing me." Shen Xuanlian looked at him seriously. "No, I'm just trying to find an excuse to leave. Can't you tell, senior sister? Did you put all your skill points into cultivation and neglect your emotional intelligence?" Chenine was caught in a dilemma, but Shen Xuanlian seemed determined to play dumb and wouldn't let him go. At that moment, Xiang'er's cheerful voice came from behind. "Senior brother, look, does this look good dash?" Chenine turned around and saw that Xiang'er, who had been excited just moments ago, suddenly froze when she saw Shen Shuanglian. Her expression changed subtly. "Ah, Xiang'er, you're just in time." Chenine felt like he had been granted a reprieve. He walked over and took Xiang'er's hand. "You haven't met her yet, have you? Let me introduce you. This is our senior sister from the main sect, the famous Frost Moon Sword Immortal, Shen Shuanglian. Senior sister, this is my junior sister, Yu Xiang." After the introductions, Chen Yin realized that neither of them was looking at him. They were both staring at each other. The strange look in Yu Xiang's eyes only lasted for a moment. She quickly extended her hand gracefully. "Nice to meet you, senior sister." Shen Shuanglian hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her hand. "Nice to meet you too." It was a peaceful handshake, as if nothing had happened. They let go immediately, and Xiang'er turned back to Chen Yin with a bright smile. "Senior brother, you haven't told me if this dress looks good on me." "Of course it looks good." Chen Yin patted her head dotingly. Shen Shuanglian was silent for a moment, then bit her lips slightly and said softly. "You two siblings are rarely able to travel together. I won't disturb you any longer." She turned to the attendant and said quietly, "Please wrap this dress for me." She was pointing at the dress Chen Yin had recommended earlier. After the dress was wrapped, Shen Shuanglian turned to look at Chen Yin one last time before leaving. Her clear and bright eyes seemed to hold many unspoken words. But before Chen Yin could decipher them, she had already turned and left. "Hey, why are you still spacing out?" Xiang'er's disgruntled voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "She's already gone, and you're still staring at her back like a lovesick fool. Stinky senior brother. You're clearly up to no good." Chen Yin coughed lightly and explained seriously, "No, I just thought senior sister was shopping alone, so I wanted to say hello. I had no disrespectful intentions." "Really? No ulterior motives at all?" "Really, none at all." Seeing the doubt in Chen Yin's eyes, Yu Xiang pouted with disdain and turned her head away with a huff. "Men are all pigs." Chen Yin couldn't argue and could only keep his mouth shut. After leaving the 10,000 fragrance pavilion, Shen Shuanglian paused and looked back wistfully. Her eyes were still cold and calm, as if she was lost in thought. After a moment, she asked softly. "That girl, is she the one?" The system's voice echoed in her mind, "According to the plot records, there's no doubt about it." Shen Shuanglian didn't say anything more, a hint of worry in her brows. "Are you still worried about that man's safety?" Shen Shuanglian lowered her head silently. "That girl is still too dangerous. It's a pity he didn't accept my invitation. If he had come to the main sect, I wouldn't have to worry so much. If he had gone to the main sect, under her watchful eyes, she would have enough time to protect him, no matter what happened in the next 5 years." The system sighed. "Why bother? Is this guy really that important to you? I've asked you several times, but you won't tell me. What's your relationship with him?" Shen Shuanglian stared blankly for a while, then closed her eyes tightly. "Don't ask. You promised me. As long as it doesn't affect the plot records, I can handle his matters myself. I don't really care about the plot records." The system shook its head. "I'm just curious, is it really worth it for you to go to such lengths for him, silently sacrificing so much? I doubt he'll ever reciprocate your feelings or appreciate what you've done. He might even forget that you ever existed in his life after 5 years." Shen Shuanglian lowered her eyes and murmured as if to herself. "It doesn't matter. Whether it's worth it or not, what does it matter? It's simply that I can't bear to see him suffer." Back in their room, Chenine asked Xiang'er if she wanted to return to Mount Yu since her match was over. However, Xiang'er insisted on staying until the end, saying that since they were already there, they might as well see it through. Chenine didn't press the issue. He knew what she was up to. That night, Chenine sat in his room, reading an ancient book by candlelight. After a while, the window seemed to creak open as if blown by the wind, and a fluffy fox tail flashed past. "You're back?" Chen Yin asked without looking up. "How did it go?" "Young master, that guy was telling the truth. Luo Luo landed gracefully in the room and plopped onto Chen Yin's bed, crossing her legs. There really is a demonic branch altar in Fragrance City. But it seems even more hidden than the one in Flowing Cloud City. I didn't see anyone there, but there were a lot of message jades. Just as that demonic underling, Wang Wei, had said. Since Fragrance City was located at the foot of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion's main branch, it would be too risky to be conspicuous. Therefore, most of the demonic cultivators in Fragrance City avoided meeting in person and relied mainly on message jades and transmission stones for communication. This makes things easier for me. Chen Yin muttered to himself. However, he would have to wait until the fairy conference was over before taking action. Good work. Chen Yin continued reading without looking up. There are pastries on the table I bought specifically for you. They're from the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, a special treat. Luo Luo immediately pounced on the pastries with a cheer, stuffing her cheeks. Chen Yin continued reading. Outside the window, the starry river was clear and bright, and a cool breeze blew past the candle, making the flame flicker. With her cheeks bulging from the pastries, Luo Luo walked over to Chen Yin, wagging her tail, and asked. Young master, what are you reading? Records of the cultivation world I bought from the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Chen Yin said softly, it contains some strange and interesting stories from the history of the cultivation world. It's quite fascinating. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was to see if he could find anything related to Changli Palace. Luo Luo let out a soft "oh" and sat down obediently, no longer disturbing him. The room fell silent, only the soft sound of the wind and the rustling of pages could be heard. Luo Luo couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Yin's face. Under the candlelight, Chen Yin's profile as he read was serious and focused. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his brow was furrowed in thought. Luo Luo tilted her head and stared at his face. It was as if she had only just realized how handsome young master's profile was. Noticing Luo Luo's gaze, Chen Yin turned to her curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing, hee." Luo Luo grinned cheerfully. Chen Yin was even more puzzled. He looked at the table. "Are you still hungry? I can buy you some more snacks." "No, the pastries young master bought are delicious. I'm full." "Then." Chen Yin lowered his head. "Do you want to read too?" Luo Luo froze, about to say no, when Chen Yin suddenly stood up. "Why didn't you say so?" The next moment, he scooped Luo Luo up by her arms and settled her onto his lap. Luo Luo's youthful face instantly flushed crimson in the candlelight. "If you want to read, let's read together." "This book is quite interesting," Chen Yin said matter-of-factly. Luo Luo was truly petite. Even compared to a normal girl of 14 or 15, she was even smaller, making her feel like a large, cuddly cushion in Chen Yin's arms. Her fluffy fox tail, especially, curled up behind her and pressed against his chest, radiating warmth and softness. Holding Luo Luo like this, Chen Yin found it rather comfortable. He couldn't resist gently stroking her head before returning his attention to the book. Luo Luo, on the other hand, lowered her head slightly, her hands awkwardly straightening her posture as her breathing became a little erratic. Time, already flowing slowly, seemed to slow down even further. The book recounted many significant events in the cultivation world, the rise and fall of prominent sects, the legendary tales of powerful cultivators, and the stories of their decline and even destruction. It was all incredibly captivating. However, Luo Luo couldn't bring herself to focus on the stories within the book. She was acutely aware of the broad and sturdy chest behind her, radiating a sense of inexplicable comfort and security. And the gentle hand stroking her hair. Luo Luo closed her eyes in contentment, savoring the feeling. She had instantly fallen in love with this sensation. It was like lying on a soft, sun-drenched lawn on a summer afternoon. Chen Yin seemed to notice her expression and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable sitting like this?" "And no," Luo Luo replied, her ears drooping slightly as she averted her gaze. "It's just that sitting in young master's lap while reading is so comfortable, I almost fell asleep." Chenine chuckled. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. I'm planning to stay up all night reading, so you can sleep in my bed. Luo Luo nodded obediently, took off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed, her bare feet patting softly on the sheets. The bed carried a comforting scent. Luo Luo snuggled into the pillow, then peeked out from under the covers, her eyes fixed on Chenine. Chen Yin's focused profile as he read seemed to have a strange allure, drawing Luo Luo's gaze again and again. After watching him for a while, sleepiness finally overcame her, and she drifted off to sleep. Chenine continued reading. At some point, soft breathing sounds reached his ears from behind. He turned and saw that the little fox was sleeping restlessly, her blanket kicked aside. Sighing softly, he walked over and tucked her back in, gently stroking her pretty, youthful face. You've worked hard these past few days, he said in a gentle voice. Finding suspicious individuals among the large crowd attending the fairy conference was a difficult task for Chenine alone. For the past 2 days, Luo Luo had been diligently positioning herself in advance, concealing herself in the void to observe everyone, and reporting any suspicious activity to Chenine. This was how he was able to catch that demonic underling. Having her scout for him and search for the demonic branch altar down in the city, Chenine couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. In his previous life, this would be considered child labor, punishable by law. To compensate, Chenine spent a considerable amount of spirit stones, buying Luo Luo a variety of delicious pastries and snacks from the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. After spending this time together, Chen Yin's fondness for the little fox had grown. Initially, he was worried that the silly and naive little fox would cause trouble. But along the way, she had proven to be surprisingly reliable, diligently carrying out his instructions and completing every task flawlessly. He wondered if it was because of the master-servant contract. But the contract wasn't permanent. Chenine had initially planned to release Luo Luo from the contract and grant her freedom once Xiang'er's affairs were settled. Now, however, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Such a cute and useful little fox, maybe I should keep her by my side. But then he shook his head self-deprecatingly. Why think so far ahead? Xiang'er's situation is far from resolved. It's tough, but I'll have to ask you to bear with me for a while longer. In her sleep, Luo Luo's little nose twitched slightly, and she mumbled something adorable in her sleep. Chenine chuckled softly and returned to his desk, resuming his reading. After flipping through a few pages, he suddenly let out a surprised sound. Changli Palace, it actually exists. Chenine read carefully. Changli Palace, a sect of the Tao origin lineage, was destroyed when its sect master went mad during cultivation. That's it. That was all there was, just a single sentence briefly mentioning the destruction of an entire sect. Chenine fell into deep thought. The fall of Changli Palace was a major incident. It shouldn't have been brushed aside so casually. However, this book, which recorded strange and interesting events in the cultivation world, didn't mention any details, which gave Chenine a sudden realization. It seems, there's more to Changli Palace than meets the eye. I need to find a way to gather more information. I'll probably have to wait until the fairy conference is over. He flipped through the book a few more times but couldn't find any other information about Changli Palace. He closed the book and blew out the candle. Before dawn broke, Chenine left the room, taking advantage of the last traces of darkness. Luo Luo woke up to the sun already high in the sky. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed. On the table, she found a basket of steamed buns, some pastries, a few spirit stones, and some silver. Beside them was a note. Taking a day off for you today. Buy whatever you want, eat whatever you like. But be careful, don't get tricked again. Luo Luo read the note over and over, a smile slowly spreading across her face. Silly young master, she murmured. Luo Luo isn't just a gluttonous fox. Putting the note away, she sat at the table, picked up a warm steamed bun, and began to eat contentedly. After buying breakfast for Luo Luo, Chen Yin went to Xiang'er's room. He knocked several times but received no answer. Entering the room, he found a note that read, "Silly senior brother, you woke up too late. I went to watch the matches first. This girl, she couldn't even come up with a better excuse to avoid me. What's with this constant implication that I can't get out of bed? Chen Yin sighed lightly. He returned to the arena of the fairy conference. After a day of eliminations, the number of participants had been significantly reduced. On the other hand, the betting booth where he had placed his wager was drawing in a larger crowd than before. Hey! Come one, come all, place your bets. A fresh dark horse has emerged. As Chen Yin approached, the young man recognized him and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, it's you again, young man. You have a great eye. That female cultivator named Yin Mengwan is a hidden master. Based on our estimations, she might be close to the boundless realm. This could add some suspense to the Fairy Conference Championship. Chen Yin ignored him and glanced at the match results board. Yin Mengwan's column was filled with checkmarks. Undefeated. This fairy Yin Mengwan is a true dark horse. Not only is she undefeated, but she's also won every match with overwhelming dominance. Her cultivation alone surpasses her opponents by a huge margin. It's a pity that fairy Yin Mengwan always wears a veil and doesn't reveal her true face. But judging by her figure alone, she's just as eye-catching and alluring as Frost Moon Sword Immortal and Silk Robe Fairy. Who knows? Maybe she's hiding her face because she's ugly. I think she's just low-key and aloof, not interested in showing off. Otherwise, with such impressive cultivation, why haven't we heard of her in the cultivation world? Behind that veil, she's probably a breathtaking beauty. As the competition progressed, the mysterious veiled fairy, Yin Mengwan, attracted more and more attention. She was even starting to rival Frost Moon Sword Immortal and Silk Robe Fairy in popularity. And by this point in the tournament, only these three remained undefeated, winning every match with ease. Discussions about the three of them grew increasingly heated. Whenever they had a match, the stands would be packed with spectators. Chenine had initially wanted to take advantage of the situation and make some money by betting, but seeing Yin Mengwan's odds getting lower and lower, he figured there wasn't much profit to be made and decided to stop. The tournament was nearing its end. Soon, the quarterfinals were all over. As expected, the four semifinalists were Shen Shuanglian, Luo Xiao, and Yin Mengwan. The remaining spot was taken by a female disciple from the Heavenly Net sect, but in terms of strength, she was clearly not on the same level as the other three. When the semi-final matchups were announced, Chenine was happily munching on candied hawthorns with Xiang, which they had bought at the foot of the mountain. Senior brother, who do you think will win the semi-finals? I don't know. But according to those who are betting, our senior sister, Silk Robe Fairy, and that veiled fairy Yin Mengwan are all evenly matched. It seems anyone could win. Then who does senior brother hope will win? Chen Yin smacked his lips and shook his head leisurely. I don't hope for anyone to win. Anyway, our Xiang didn't make it to the semi-finals, so no matter who wins, I don't really recognize the value of this championship. Yu Xiang pouted, grabbed Chen Yin's sleeve, and wiped her mouth with it, ignoring his protests. Hey! Silly girl, I just washed this robe. Stinky senior brother. Who told you to poke fun at me? Amidst the noisy crowd, the two of them sat on the steps, enjoying their candied hawthorns. They were like two people living in a mirror world, oblivious to the commotion around them. After a while, Xiang looked at the last remaining candied hawthorn and sighed wistfully. I actually hope that Yin Mengwan, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wins. Why? Because don't you think it would be cool, senior brother? Yu Xiang blinked. An unknown, powerful, and mysterious woman suddenly appears, defeats the two renowned fairies who are always praised by the righteous sects, and takes the championship. That story sounds so interesting. She finished with an excited smile. Chenine chuckled. Why do I feel like this sounds like the typical villain in a story? The smile on Xiang's face froze. She lowered her head slightly, her voice unconsciously becoming quieter. Senior brother. Can't the villain be in the spotlight for once? Chenine glanced at her discreetly. Xiang kept her head lowered, fiddling with the candied hawthorn stick, her eyes downcast, as if covered in dust. Does Xiang want the villain to win? I don't know. But I feel sorry for villains. Xiang said sadly, many of them are forced into their roles. Just because they're villains, does that mean they're destined to be stepping stones for the protagonist? Chenine was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and ruffled her hair playfully. Silly girl. What's a protagonist or a villain? It's all just a matter of the storyteller's words and brush. There was never absolute good or absolute evil. The so-called protagonists and villains were just gimmicks in the storyteller's narrative. If their roles were reversed, it would be the same. It's just that people love stories where the protagonist triumphs over the villain. Yuxiang didn't say anything. She stared at her toes, lost in thought. I'm actually more curious about why everyone cares so much about the title of number one fairy. Chenine leaned back on the steps, a candied hawthorn stick still in his mouth. Is it really that important for girls to be the number one fairy? What do you mean, for girls? Don't men fight just as hard for the title of number one? Xiang pouted with dissatisfaction. Chenine thought about it and realized she was right. Number one, what's so special about it? I don't know about others. Yuxiang lowered her eyes slightly. But if a woman is willing to fight tooth and nail for the title of number one fairy, then she's probably not doing it for herself. She's doing it for someone who wants her to be the number one fairy. Chenine glanced at Xiang and asked curiously, propping his head up with his hand. Then if Xiang became the number one fairy, who would it be for? Yuxiang's eyes darted around, then she smiled sweetly, revealing her dimples. It definitely wouldn't be for you, stinky senior brother. Chenine slumped back dramatically, feigning heartbreak, making Xiang giggle. At that moment, a wave of gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. They looked up, and the semi-final matchups were announced. Yi Mengwan versus the female cultivator from the Heavenly Net sect. And Luo Qiao versus Shen Yin. The crowd went wild, everyone buzzing with excitement about the upcoming clash of titans. Oh my god, Frost Moon Sword Immortal is facing Silk Robe Fairy in the semifinals. I thought they would at least meet in the final. This is going to be exciting. Who do you think will win? Frost Moon Sword Immortal, for sure. Nonsense. It's definitely Silk Robe Fairy. Chenine looked at the almost frenzied crowd and couldn't help but smack his lips. Wow, no matter where you go, passionate fans are quite scary. Who does senior brother think will win? Ahem, well. Chenine chuckled awkwardly. On one hand, there was his senior sister from his own sect. On the other hand, there was Silk Robe Fairy, with whom he had shared an ambiguous night. It seemed like he couldn't support either side without causing trouble. I don't really care who wins. He suddenly said seriously, I just hope that this ultimate battle between the two most renowned fairies of the younger generation won't disappoint everyone's expectations. I hope they'll fight with all their strength, showcasing their skills and grace, upholding the spirit of pushing their limits and never giving up until the very end. It would be best if they end up like those two female cultivators I saw the other day, fighting until they exhaust their spiritual energy and resort to tearing each other's clothes and hair, wrestling on the stage. Hee hee, hee hee hee. I love watching women fight. Seeing Chen Yin's increasingly lewd smile, Xiang rolled her eyes and glared at him playfully. But then, she suddenly exclaimed, as if remembering something. Oh no! I forgot. I pre-ordered some new rouge from a shop down the mountain. It's going on sale this afternoon. If I don't hurry, it'll be sold out. Senior brother, you watch the matches first. I'll go get the rouge and be back soon. Without waiting for Chenine to respond, she ran off. Chenine. This girl, she can't even be bothered to come up with a decent excuse to avoid me anymore. Anyway, the female cultivator Xiang was facing was clearly much weaker than her, so Chenine wasn't too worried. As for the highly anticipated battle between the two fairies, he was quite interested, just like everyone else. The Mist Spirit sect and the Heavenly Net sect were both prominent righteous sects, renowned throughout the cultivation world. Unlike the Mist Spirit sect, the current leaders of the Heavenly Net sect were a married couple, a famous and beloved pair in the cultivation world. Luo Qiao was their daughter. Unlike Shen Yin, most of what Chenine knew about Luo Xiaoqiao came from rumors and hearsay. He knew that she was breathtakingly beautiful, exceptionally talented, and the cherished daughter of the heavenly net sect's leaders. Shen Xuanlian, on the other hand, had risen to prominence through her own talent and hard work, becoming the most talented cultivator the Mist Spirit sect had seen in 1,000 years. In terms of cultivation and achievements, the two women were evenly matched, neither inferior to the other. Compared to them, all the other female cultivators in the entire conference seemed like mere supporting characters. If not for the unexpected appearance of Yin Mengwan. The semifinals soon began, and Chenine, wanting to join the excitement, found a spot in the crowded stands near the stage where the two fairies were about to clash. As time passed, the two contestants were about to enter the stage. Chenine finally saw the two fairies, surrounded by their respective sect members. Luo Xiaoqiao was still wearing her eye-catching bright red dress, but with light makeup, her already stunning beauty was even more captivating. Shen Xuanlian, as usual, was dressed simply. But this time, she wasn't wearing the Mist Spirit sect's robes. She was wearing the dress Chenine had chosen for her. An elegant light blue palace dress. In this dress, Shen Xuanlian's aura was even colder and more ethereal, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Chenine watched the two fairies from the stands, his gaze constantly shifting between them, as if comparing their features in his mind. Just as he was enjoying the view, the two women on the stage seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look in his direction at the same time. Luo Xiaoqiao smiled brightly at Chenine from the stage and even waved at him enthusiastically. Shen Xuanlian's eyes widened slightly. She nodded subtly, then quickly averted her gaze, as if avoiding eye contact with him. Chenine didn't know who to respond to and could only grin awkwardly at both of them. This is bad. Why does this match feel a little off? As the time arrived, the two women gracefully stepped onto the stage. One in azure blue, the other in fiery red, their figures seemed to divide the sky and capture all eyes. Luo Xiaoqiao stared at Shen Xuanlian for a moment, then chuckled softly. Before we start, mind if I say something unrelated to the match? Shen Xuanlian didn't refuse. You seem to care a lot about Chenine, Luo Xiaoqiao said lightly. But as far as I know, you shouldn't have had much interaction with this disciple from a branch sect. Why do you care so much about him? Shen Xuanlian's brows furrowed slightly, and she replied calmly, that's irrelevant to our match today. Of course it's relevant. Luo Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly. I need to know what your relationship with him is. So I can decide how hard to go on you. Shen Xuanlian frowned and remained silent. After a moment, she countered, what about you? I'm at least from the same sect as him. Why would someone from the Heavenly Net sect have any connection with him? You haven't answered my question. Why should I answer yours if you don't answer mine? The two women stared at each other, their eyes filled with an unspoken probing. Luo Xiaoqiao narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked at Shen Xuanlian for a long time, then suddenly broke into a smile. I spent the night with him. Shen Xuanlian's eyes widened in shock. Oh, your reaction is cuter than I expected. Luo Xiaoqiao giggled. Are you jealous? It seems that little brother Chenine holds a special place in your heart. Shen Xuanlian looked dazed for a moment, then shook her head. Don't try to trick me. He and I are just ordinary fellow disciples. We met once a few months ago. We're not very close. Luo Xiaoqiao's initially cheerful expression gradually turned cold. She could sense the panic and wavering in the eyes of the seemingly aloof and ethereal fairy before her, but Shen Xuanlian never lost her composure. This was different from the reaction she had expected. She was dissatisfied. Good to know. She suddenly said in a deliberately sweet voice, that night, when we were together, he promised to spend his life with me. He said how cute and beautiful I was, how good I was to him. He praised me as the true #1 fairy. If he's secretly flirting with you behind my back, I'll have to teach that little playboy a lesson when I get back. She spoke so naturally, her face filled with tenderness and sweetness, as if she was truly talking about her beloved. Shen Xuanlian didn't say a word, just lowered her eyes further. After a long while, she finally spoke in a calm and emotionless voice, Are you done? If you're not going to fight, then just surrender and get off the stage. Hee, is little sister Shen getting impatient? Luo Xiao chuckled, covering her mouth. If little sister is also smitten with him, I don't mind sharing him with you. It's just a win-win for that little rascal. At that moment, Shen Shuanglian suddenly moved. As she made her move, the arena seemed to be enveloped in a hazy moonlight. Elegant narcissus flowers bloomed under her feet with each step, and her sword glowed with a pure and flawless moonlight. Her first move was the Mist Spirit Sect's ultimate technique, the Mist Moon Frost Sword Art. Seeing Shen Shuanglian's sudden attack, Luo Xiao gracefully twirled, her fiery red sleeves fluttering as a clear sword cry, like the cry of a phoenix, echoed through the air. The Heavenly Net Sect's secret technique, the Silk Robe Phoenix Cry Melody. The two sword lights clashed, igniting cheers from the audience. The long-awaited showdown had finally begun. Chen Yin, watching from the stands, finally became engrossed in the match. The two women had been whispering to each other for a long time, and he had been dying to know what they were talking about. He never imagined that they were discussing him, a topic completely unrelated to the competition. He had to admit, once the match started, it was a feast for the eyes. The two fairies moved gracefully, their figures intertwining, their sword lights and phoenix cries echoing through the air. These two were undoubtedly the most renowned young cultivators in the cultivation world. In terms of cultivation alone, their boundless realm strength could crush most of the people present. They wielded their respective techniques with ease, their sword lights clashing in a dazzling display, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Chenine also watched with appreciation, enjoying the sight of these two women fighting. But after a while, he suddenly let out a surprised sound. Huh? Why is senior sister being so aggressive? An outsider sees the excitement, but an expert sees the nuances. Chen Yin, being a sword cultivator himself, could tell with a glance that Shen Shuanglian was relentlessly attacking for some reason. Her every strike was sharp and relentless, giving Luo Xiao no chance to breathe. Although this was a very dominant approach, it seemed a little too hasty for cultivators of their level. Why does it feel like she's throwing a tantrum? Chen Yin scratched his head. Could it be that Luo Xiao had said something before the match that angered his senior sister? Shen Shuanglian, truly worthy of being the top prodigy of the Mist Spirit Sect, even with such an aggressive attack, her swordsmanship was still as smooth and continuous as a flowing river. Luo Xiao could only maintain a flawless defense, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Chen Yin watched, occasionally letting out sighs of admiration. As expected, women fighting was truly a sight to behold. On the stage, Luo Xiao's red dress billowed and swayed like a blooming red spider lily. As she parried Shen Shuanglian's attacks, she couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so angry, little sister? Did I hit a nerve? Shen Shuanglian didn't say a word, her swordsmanship becoming even fiercer. Hee, if you truly have feelings for him, why keep them bottled up inside? Why not just tell him? But it's too bad. He's already mine. With that, Luo Xiao licked her lips suggestively, her eyes seductive. For a split second, Shen Shuanglian's aura wavered slightly. Luo Xiao wouldn't miss this fleeting opportunity. Her sword rang out clearly as she struck Shen Shuanglian's sword with a powerful blow. Shen Shuanglian stumbled, her aura unsteady, and she quickly retreated. This was the chance Luo Xiao had been waiting for. Her sword erupted with a surge of sword intent, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, its cry echoing through the heavens. Soaring phoenix cry. An invisible, gigantic phoenix spread its wings and charged towards the stumbling Shen Shuanglian. Many people in the audience began to lament, believing that Shen Shuanglian's defeat was imminent. Even the sect elders, seated on the high platform, shook their heads in disappointment. Only Chen Yin continued to watch the match intently. Just as the phoenix was about to pierce Shen Shuanglian's slender figure, her eyes suddenly turned calm. Her previously stumbling footsteps transformed into a series of ghostly movements, culminating in the starting stance of a sword technique. Moonfall Cry. A sword light as pure as the moon sliced through the fiery red sky. The invisible phoenix seemed to let out a soft cry of despair before being shattered by the sword light, scattering into countless sparks. Luo Xiaoxiao's expression turned to shock. After a moment, the sparks dissipated, and Shen Xuanlian and Luo Xiaoxiao stood motionless in the center of the stage. Shen Xuanlian's sword was hovering before Luo Xiaoxiao's throat. Luo Xiaoxiao stared at Shen Xuanlian's face and said each word slowly, "You cheated. You did the same." Shen Xuanlian's expression was calm and impassive. "You deliberately let your guard down, assuming I would be affected." She thought for a moment and added, "I told you. He and I are just ordinary fellow disciples." Luo Xiaoxiao pouted slightly, her face filled with frustration and annoyance, but she didn't say anything more. She knew that she had been reckless. If they had continued fighting, the outcome would have been uncertain. After a moment of silence, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and chatter. The referee seized the opportunity to announce Shen Xuanlian's victory and her advancement to the final. Luo Xiaoxiao gracefully descended from the stage. The Heavenly Net sect disciples below hesitated, unsure how to approach their senior sister without incurring her wrath. But Luo Xiaoxiao didn't seem to care much and simply sighed. "Tch. Let that woman have her moment of glory." Then, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Yin in the stands. Chen Yin was also looking at her. Luo Xiaoxiao instantly put on a pitiful expression, her eyes welling up with tears, looking utterly heartbroken. Her eyes seemed to say, "Sister lost, sister is so sad and wronged, she needs her little brother to hug her, kiss her, and comfort her." Chenine. She wouldn't have deliberately lost just to seek comfort from me, would she? No way, right? But Chenine felt that this was something that crazy girl was capable of. Meanwhile, Shen Xuanlian descended from the stage amidst cheers and applause, her expression still calm and serene. The system's voice sounded in her mind. "That was close. That girl is also a chosen one with a system. If I hadn't blocked her system for you, you might not have won." Shen Xuanlian lowered her head and remained silent. "But that girl actually saw through your feelings for that boy before the match. She's quite perceptive. Hee, it's nice to see young people so full of passion." She still didn't say anything. "What's wrong? Still thinking about the match?" The system couldn't help but ask. But the next moment, the system was stunned. Shen Xuanlian's usually icy cheeks were now tinged with a faint blush, and she wore a delighted expression like a young girl, her lips curving into a sweet smile. "System," she murmured as if to herself, "I won. Wearing the clothes he likes, looking the way he likes, I won." The system. Long after the match ended, people were still buzzing about the spectacular showdown. For many, this had been the final they had anticipated. To witness a battle between Frost Moon Sword Immortal and Silk Robe Fairy was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. No one seemed to care about the outcome of Yin Minwan's match in the other semifinal. When the crowds dispersed, Chenine walked over to the other stage, only to find it deserted. The only evidence of the match was Yin Minwan's name on the scoreboard, indicating her advancement to the final. As expected, she won without any trouble. Chenine sighed softly. This meant Xiang'er would be facing his senior sister in the final. Although Chenine knew that Xiang'er hadn't fully mastered her demonic arts yet and wouldn't fight Shen Xuanlian to the death, the image of their mutual destruction from his previous life was still deeply etched in his memory. He really didn't want Xiang'er and senior sister to fight. On one hand, there was Xiang'er, whom he treated like his own sister. On the other hand, there was his shy senior sister, whom he had a good impression of. No matter who won, Chen Yin wouldn't be happy. So for this final, Chen Yin was prepared to intervene at any moment. No matter what happened, he couldn't let things go down the same path as before. Of course, he didn't think it was very likely. After all, the Fairy Conference was a major event, and the organizers wouldn't host it without proper security measures. For every Fairy Conference, the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion would dispatch several Boundless Realm and even Supreme Clarity Realm guest elders to maintain order. Each sect would also send their own elders to accompany their disciples. These elders were all prominent figures in the cultivation world. They usually wouldn't even bother showing up in public. They were probably already gathered in the VIP room, sipping tea and enjoying themselves. With so many elders present, any trouble that arose could surely be suppressed. While the crowd was still dispersing, Chenine lingered for a while before leisurely returning to his room. Back in his room, he found no sign of Xiang'er, only a note saying that she had gone down the mountain to run a small errand for some spirit stones and would return tomorrow. Chen Yin knew that Xiang'er was probably looking for an excuse to prepare for tomorrow's match without being disturbed. So, with no Xiang'er to tease, Chen Yin found himself bored. Unable to find anything to pass the time, he simply went to sleep. He slept until evening. As the summer night's chirping insects filled the air, Chen Yin was awakened by a knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Xiang'er. Didn't you say you weren't coming back? Why are you dash? He stopped mid-sentence, stunned. Standing at the door wasn't Xiang'er, but a figure in an eye-catching bright red dress. Luo Qiao stood there, her hands behind her back, a sweet smile on her face. Sister Qiao. What are you doing here? What? The matches are over, can't I come find you to play? Chen Yin was speechless. Luo Qiao walked straight into his room and looked around with interest. Hey, shouldn't you at least ask for my permission before entering? Chen Yin said helplessly. But Luo Qiao just stuck her tongue out at him and said mischievously, do you have something to hide in your room? Something you're trying to keep secret? Not really, but what if I did? Wouldn't it be awkward for you to come in? No. Luo Qiao pouted. What could you possibly have to hide? After a pause, a playful expression appeared on her face. I heard that the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion sells special spirit puppets designed specifically for lonely male cultivators during those long, lonely nights. Do you happen to have one? What kind of anime plot is this? Playing with a blow-up doll at home and getting caught by the big sister next door. Chen Yin rolled his eyes. Don't worry. Those spirit puppets are expensive, I can't afford them. I'd rather spend the money on a brothel in the city below. What's so good about those mortal women? Luo Qiao plopped onto Chen Yin's bed without hesitation, striking a seductive pose and winking at him. I can take care of your needs. I'd rather not. I'm afraid I'm not experienced enough and would finish in a second. It's okay, I don't mind. I mind, okay. This crazy girl was truly shameless. Chen Yin was defeated. Luo Qiao pouted and hummed, then got up and grabbed his hand, her grip firm. I lost today, and I'm not in a good mood. Come walk with me. Chenine had no room for refusal and could only let her soft hand lead him out of the room. Outside was a garden, bathed in the faint moonlight, with fireflies flickering in the distance. The path was covered in shadows cast by the surrounding trees. Luo Qiao held Chen Yin's hand and walked aimlessly, seemingly unwilling to let go. Are you upset about losing to senior sister? Yes, Luo Qiao said softly. Very upset. She and I rose to fame at the same time. Wherever I go, people always compare me to her. I'm proud and refuse to admit that I'm inferior to her, so of course I'm unhappy about losing. Chen Yin could only offer a generic response, victory and defeat are common in battles. You shouldn't dwell on it too much, Sister Qiao. Just win next time. Luo Qiao still seemed dissatisfied. She turned around and stared at him with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Actually, I lost, but not completely. Chenine, before the match, who did you want to win? Me or your senior sister? She stared intently at him. Chenine couldn't understand why she was asking him this life-or-death question again. He could only spread his hands helplessly. On one hand, there's Sister Qiao, who's so close to me. On the other hand, there's my senior sister from my sect. It's not appropriate for me to answer either way. Tell me what you truly think. Then I can only say that I hoped you would both lose. Fight until you exhaust your spiritual energy, then start pulling each other's hair and clothes, wrestling into a tangled mess. Who doesn't love watching a good catfight? Of course, out of fear for his life, Chen Yin didn't dare to say those last words aloud. Luo Qiao was still not satisfied. She blinked, then put her hands behind her back, stomping her foot like a sulking child. Chenine cautiously approached her. Are you angry? Whether I'm angry or not is not important. She suddenly turned to him and said seriously, but you have to coax me. Another straightforward request. Chenine always felt that Luo Xiaoxiao was a very special girl. Unlike other girls, she didn't want him to guess her mood or figure out what to do when she was unhappy. She would always tell him directly, I'm unhappy. Coax me. Simple and straightforward. Yet, there was a certain charm to it. Chenine thought for a moment and said, okay, good sister, don't be angry anymore, okay? Not enough. Then what else do you want? I want you to say, with your own mouth, that you wanted me to win and didn't want Shen Xuanlian to win. Chenine was exasperated. But, wouldn't that make me a traitor to my sect? I don't care. She grabbed Chen Yin's hand tightly and said with a serious look, it's just the two of us now, I won't tell anyone. Even if it's a lie, just say it to make me happy. I just want to hear you say it. Chenine fell silent. Seeing his hesitation, Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually dimmed with disappointment. Forget it. She hummed softly, as if talking to herself. If you don't want to say it, then don't. But as compensation, you have to kiss me. Chenine hesitated for a moment, then gently cupped her face in his hands. Seeing Chen Yin's serious expression, Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly felt nervous. A blush crept onto her fair cheeks, and her breathing quickened. But Chenine didn't kiss her. Instead, he asked seriously. Sister Xiaoxiao, will you push me away again this time? Luo Xiaoxiao froze, then realized he was teasing her about their first encounter. She couldn't help but stomp on his foot playfully. Just kiss me. Why are you being so hesitant? With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. It was a completely different feeling from kissing Xiang'er. Passionate, fiery, as if something was burning. It reminded him of a flower blooming in the night. Behind the intense passion was a silky smoothness and gentleness. Chenine almost lost himself in the sensation. Finally, he managed to regain his composure, and they reluctantly parted. Luo Xiaoxiao's face was as red as her dress. She was panting slightly, but her eyes were bright, as if she was waiting for something. Did you enjoy that? She asked. I didn't hate it. Hey, don't play coy after getting a taste of my lips. Do you know how valuable a kiss from Silk Robe Fairy is? Countless men would give anything for it, but I wouldn't even look at them. Chenine retorted, then do you know how valuable a shot from Mount Yu's #1 little steel cannon, young and talented person, is? Those women don't even have the right to fight for it. Because no one was actually fighting for him. His words made Luo Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. She said with a smile, so you're saying that I took advantage of you? Of course. Then, how about I compensate you? With that, her long eyelashes almost brushed against his face. His lips were once again enveloped in softness. Now that I've kissed you twice, we're even, right? Actually, it seems like I owe you one now. Then pay me back. Are you exploiting a loophole? The moonlight was soft and cool. They sat on the edge of a cliff at the end of the forest, gazing at the moon and chatting. They talked about many things, sharing everything. Luo Xiaoxiao was like a young girl eager to tell her beloved all her stories, her words flowing endlessly. Chenine didn't feel impatient but listened with interest. When they finally grew tired, Luo Xiaoxiao leaned against Chen Yin's shoulder and fell asleep. Chenine took off his outer robe and draped it over her, then sat quietly beside her. He didn't know if Luo Xiaoxiao was truly unhappy about losing the match or just wanted to talk to him. But it didn't matter. This was enough. The moonlight bathed them in its gentle embrace all night long. As the first rays of dawn peeked through the horizon, Chenine decided it was time to leave. He was about to get up when a hand gently grasped his. He turned to find Luo Xiaoxiao looking at him with pleading eyes. Can't you stay a little longer? Does it have to be now? Chenine looked at her. Don't you want to watch the final of the fairy conference? Luo Xiaoxiao remained silent, her lips pressed together. Chen Yin understood. It wasn't that she didn't want to watch the final. She didn't want him to watch a final where Shen Shuanglian was competing, but she wasn't. It's just a match. Chenine gently stroked her hair and said softly, after the match is over, you can still come find me to play. Luo Xiaoqiao pouted dejectedly and lowered her head, but she quickly looked up again. All right then. Just promise you won't stand me up and sneak away this time. Chenine chuckled nervously. Oh, of course not, I promise. Luo Xiaoqiao watched as Chenine slowly walked away, her eyes filled with unspoken words. After a long while, the system spoke softly, don't overthink it. It's only 5 years. It's not like you won't see him again. Look at you, clinging to him like glue. Where's your maidenly reserve? 5 years isn't that long, Luo Xiaoqiao retorted, wrinkling her nose. If I don't seize the opportunity to enjoy it now, I might not get another chance. Besides, who knows why that blue stocking asterisk Shen Shuanglian is also interested in him. If I don't keep a close eye on him, she might steal him away. That's true. That girl is also a chosen one. The system agreed. So, are you still going to watch her match? Yes, of course I am. Luo Xiaoqiao stood up abruptly, her skirt swirling around her. On one side is that blue stocking I've always disliked, and on the other is that annoying person who deliberately provoked me at the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. No matter who loses, I'll be happy for a while. She muttered with a fierce expression. The first light of dawn illuminated the sky. In front of a secluded house, Yuxiang silently gazed at the mask in her hand. On the bed behind her, her clothes from Mount Yu were neatly folded. She was now dressed in an elegant black outfit, with a veil and a bamboo hat placed beside her. She held the thin human skin mask, her eyes shimmering with a complex mix of emotions. Even if you two really fight to the death, I can't help you. There's nothing I can do. That's the rule for battles between chosen ones. The system's voice continued to echo in her ears, but anyway, today is just a small encounter. You just need to face her, test each other's strength, and that's it. Don't let things get out of hand. Especially don't reveal your true identity, or it will affect the subsequent plot. Yuxiang stood motionless like a statue, her expression unreadable. It was unclear how much of the system's words she had absorbed. The system could only say helplessly, my dear host, please stop thinking about your senior brother. He has no idea about your true identity. In his eyes, his beloved junior sister was eliminated in the first round. Even if he does watch this match, it's just for entertainment. Don't get too involved. Your current identity is not his junior sister. Yuxiang nodded slightly. I know. But looking at her expression, the system still felt uneasy and couldn't help but sigh softly. Being a system these days was truly a thankless task. It had to carefully coax its host, always worried that she might deviate from the plot in a fit of anger. It was exhausting and unrewarding. Yuxiang continued to stare at the mask calmly. After a moment, she slowly put it on and stood up. It's time to go. She murmured to herself, her eyes downcast. As the morning light bathed the sky, she put on her veil and bamboo hat and stepped out into the world. By the time Chenine arrived at the arena, it was already packed with people. After all, it was the final of the fairy conference. Even though the battle between Silk Robe Fairy and Frost Moon Sword Immortal had already taken place, it didn't diminish the excitement for the final match. However, the crowd was now chanting, Frost Moon Sword Immortal, almost unanimously. Although the mysterious fairy, Yin Mengwan, had gained some popularity during the tournament, she was still far less popular than the renowned Frost Moon Sword Immortal. The entire arena seemed to be surrounded by Shen Shuanglian's fans, her name echoing from every corner. Senior sister is truly popular. Chen Yin marveled as he found a seat and waited patiently for the match to begin. As the crowd grew increasingly excited and noisy, a group of dancers suddenly appeared on the stage, performing a graceful dance that further ignited the audience's cheers. Chen Yin was surprised to see a song and dance performance like an opening ceremony. He enjoyed watching the beautiful fairy's graceful movements. The dancing was good. After the dance, a mist suddenly spread across the stage, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. A voice boomed through the mist. Fellow Taoists of the cultivation world. Welcome to the final of the #1 Fairy Conference, hosted by the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. The mist cleared, revealing a handsome young man in luxurious clothes, adorned with a purple gold crown and jade pendant, a folding fan in his hand. He strode onto the stage with an air of elegance and grace. I am Wan Yunhai, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. The handsome young man bowed gracefully, his demeanor impeccable. The moment Wan Yunhai appeared, ear-piercing screams erupted from the female cultivators in the audience. Ah! Brother Yunhai! Brother Yunhai, look at me! Brother Yunhai, you're so handsome! Amidst the deafening cheers, Chenine stared at the man in astonishment, finally managing to sputter out. Holy crap! Although the man on stage was now dressed in luxurious clothes, Chenine recognized him instantly. That was the young man who had been taking bets at the stall a few days ago. Rumors about the pavilion master of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion were widespread in the cultivation world. It was said that he was a cultured man, known for his romantic affairs, a true playboy. But this was the first time Chenine had seen the pavilion master in person. He never imagined that the friendly young man who had been hawking bets so skillfully was actually the pavilion master of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. What was even stranger was that many people besides him must have seen the young man at the stall, but no one seemed to notice anything unusual. Thank you all for your support. We have finally arrived at the most anticipated event of the conference, the final. Wan Yunhai announced grandly, now, let's welcome our 2 finalists. With his announcement, 2 figures gracefully stepped onto the stage from opposite sides, igniting the crowd once more. T/N. Blue stocking refers to a woman who is perceived as cold, unapproachable, and lacking in charm or femininity. Luo Xiaoqiao's use of this phrase suggests that she views Shen Shuanglian as aloof and uninteresting. This is just my interpretation. A more idiomatic English translation could be: that icy woman, Shen Shuanglian. That cold and boring Shen Shuanglian. Also, it could just be Shen Shuanglian's clothes color, Yin Mengwan, clad in a black robe that hugged her graceful figure, stepped onto the stage with elegance. Her delicate face was concealed by a veil, and her steps were light and melancholic. She exuded a mysterious and alluring aura. On the other side, Shen Shuanglian was still wearing the light blue palace dress that Chen Yin had chosen for her. Her face was calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the thunderous cheers of the crowd. But her appearance had already ignited a wave of excitement in the audience. Countless cultivators chanted Shen Shuanglian's name and her title, Frost Moon Sword Immortal, as if the entire event had transformed into her personal performance. She walked to the front of the stage and stood still. Yu Xiang, seemingly oblivious to the deafening cheers for Shen Shuanglian, looked at her opponent calmly. All right. Welcome our 2 finalists to the stage. Wan Yunhai gestured with his hand. On one side, we have the dream lover of countless cultivators, the leading figure of the younger generation, Frost Moon Sword Immortal Shen Shuanglian. On the other side, we have the mysterious veiled fairy, Yin Mengwan, who has fought her way to the final with overwhelming dominance. Who will have the honor of winning the championship? Without further ado, I declare the final of the #1 Fairy Conference officially begun. A deafening gong resonated through the air, signaling the start of the final amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. However, neither Shen Shuanglian nor Yu Xiang moved. The surrounding commotion seemed to have no effect on Yu Xiang. While all of Shen Shuanglian's fans assumed that Frost Moon Sword Immortal would claim the title of #1 Fairy, she stood there silently, like a specter unrelated to the match. Then, she raised her veiled eyes and scanned the crowd. After a moment, her gaze landed on Chenine. Chenine froze. Although Xiang'er's face was concealed, he knew she was looking at him. Her beautiful eyes seemed to hold a mix of unreadable emotions. Chenine knew she was waiting for him to cheer for her. Even if the entire world was cheering for the protagonist, if he, just one person, cheered for her, the villain, Yu Xiang would still fight Shen Shuanglian with all her might. Chenine hesitated. Cheering for Yin Mengwan would make him stand out from the crowd, but if Xiang'er truly wanted it, he would support her. But just as he was about to speak, a cultivator beside him nudged him. "Hey, brother, you're here to watch Frost Moon Sword Immortals match too, right? Which sect are you from?" Chenine said awkwardly, "I'm a disciple of the Mist Spirit sect branch, Mount You." Oh. I know, the man said excitedly. "That's also a branch sect of the Mist Spirit sect, right? So, you're here to cheer for our senior sister too?" Chenine was speechless. If he denied it, he wouldn't be able to explain his relationship with Yin Mengwan. But if he went along with it, he wouldn't be able to cheer for Xiang'er. Following the man's voice, more and more people turned to look at him, making Chenine feel trapped. This won't do. If he cheered for Xiang'er now, not only would he be unable to explain their relationship, but he might also expose her demonic identity. After much deliberation, Chenine forced a stiff smile. "Why yes. Senior sister is so strong, she'll definitely win. Right? I told you." The cultivator seemed delighted to have found someone who shared his sentiment. He put his arm around Chen Yin's shoulder and cheered, "Silk Robe Fairy is the biggest obstacle to senior sister's victory. Now that even Silk Robe Fairy has been eliminated by senior sister, even if this Yin Mengwan who suddenly appeared is strong, she's definitely no match for senior sister. Come on, let's cheer for senior sister together." With that, he started chanting, "Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Invincible." His voice was followed by a wave of chants from the surrounding crowd. "Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Invincible. Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Invincible." Although Chenine smiled awkwardly, he frowned slightly, feeling incredibly uncomfortable being interrupted like this. But with everyone around him cheering for Shen Shuanglian, it would be too conspicuous for him to cheer for Yin Mengwan at this moment. That wouldn't be good for him or Xiang'er. After careful consideration, he could only follow the crowd with a stiff smile and raise his hand slightly. "Fr Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Invincible." His voice was drowned out by the roaring crowd. "Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Invincible." Yu Xiang's gaze never once landed on Shen Shuanglian. Through her veil, her eyes remained fixed on Chen Yin in the stands. When she saw Chenine, with a troubled and awkward expression, join the crowd and chant Shen Shuanglian's name, Yu Xiang suddenly felt exhausted. So tired that she couldn't even keep her eyes open. She swayed slightly, only managing to steady herself with the system's constant reminders. Shen Shuanglian was still standing opposite her, seemingly in no hurry to attack. She was quietly observing Yu Xiang's actions. Yu Xiang took a deep breath, blinked, and asked softly in her heart. "System. Yes. Are villains destined to be unloved, only to become stepping stones for the protagonist? What? Is it because I'm not good enough? Wait, what are you talking about? Is it because I'm not the number one fairy in senior brother's heart? No, sister, wait a minute. If I were good enough, if I could win the title of number one fairy, would senior brother finally see me? What the hell are you talking about? Sister, calm down dash. If I win." Yu Xiang suddenly closed her eyes. "Then senior brother's eyes will only be on me, right?" The next moment, she transformed into a shadowy figure and charged toward Shen Shuanglian. Shen Shuanglian was not to be outdone. Her cold sword light flashed as she met Yu Xiang's attack with an ethereal grace. Damn it! The system wanted to curse. After all the pep talk it had given her before the match, she had instantly broken down after seeing her crush cheer for her opponent. All its hard work had gone to waste. The moment their figures clashed, the entire audience erupted, a wave of cheers washing over the arena. Chenine also focused his attention on the match. He had to admit, Xiang'er's ability to dominate her way to the final wasn't without merit. The technique she was using wasn't Master's forgotten everlasting heart sutra, nor a demonic cultivation technique. It was something strange and unorthodox. Compared to Shen Shuanglian's grand and elegant movements, her swordsmanship imbued with the profound principles of the righteous path, Yu Xiang was like a guerrilla fighter navigating a complex terrain. Her every move was unpredictable, yet she managed to perfectly counter Shen Shuanglian's powerful sword intent. No one had seen this technique or style before, and Chenine had never heard of it. Only the system knew that this was a technique from another world that Yuang had exchanged for using her task points in the system shop. Its power was only slightly inferior to her demonic cultivation technique, the quenching nether mantra. If it were introduced to the cultivation world, it would be enough to cause chaos and bloodshed. But what made the system even more anxious was that Yuang using this technique meant she was starting to fight seriously. This isn't what we agreed on, sister. We agreed that this was just a formality, a few symbolic moves, and then you'd surrender. Why are you fighting for real now? You tricked me. Seeing Yuang getting serious, the system, despite its despair, could only desperately try to use its authority to prevent the fight from escalating further. But as soon as it tried to intervene, an invisible force nullified its actions. It immediately realized it was the other system. Shen Yin most likely possessed the legendary Protagonist system, which could block the abilities of other Chosen One systems. Now, it was truly helpless. As the battle intensified, the system could only repeat in her ear over and over again, its voice filled with despair. Wu, Wu, sister. Ancestor. My dear grandpa. We agreed not to fight seriously, please don't lose your temper. Yuxiang's gaze remained fixed on Shen Yin, her swordsmanship becoming even fiercer. It was unclear how much of the system's pleas she had heard. Shen Yin didn't back down, countering every move. They exchanged blows, their attacks clashing like sparks, eliciting cheers from the audience. The atmosphere was even more intense than during the match against Luo Xiao. Everyone was captivated by this breathtaking display of skill. Only Chen Yin, after watching for a while, suddenly frowned. He could sense that something was wrong with Xiang'er's demeanor. Although her attacks were still precise and controlled, Chen Yin had a feeling that she was fighting out of anger. She wasn't fighting to win. She was fighting because she didn't want to lose. Chen Yin couldn't explain this feeling, but it was a kind of unspoken understanding that came from years of living with Xiang'er. While everyone else was amazed by the intensity of the fight, Chen Yin could already see the outcome. If they continued fighting like this, Xiang'er would lose within half an incense stick's time. As he predicted, reality unfolded just as he had envisioned. Shen Yin's cultivation technique, after all, was the orthodox technique of the Mist Spirit sect. Even in the current cultivation world, the Mist Moon Frost sword art was considered one of the most powerful sword techniques. Wielded by Shen Yin, the sword art flowed like an endless river. Even though Yuxiang managed to counter each move, skillfully deflecting the attacks, her lack of a systematic approach made her movements disjointed and lacking in fluidity. As the fight progressed, Shen Yin's attacks became increasingly smooth and powerful, while Yuxiang's movements grew more sluggish and hesitant, revealing a hint of weakness. Yuxiang remained silent, focusing all her energy on wielding her sword. In the stands, many spectators began to notice Yuxiang's disadvantage, and the cheers for Shen Yin grew even louder. They chanted her name with a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. Shen Yin seemed unfazed by the surrounding cheers, completely immersed in her graceful sword dance, as if performing solo. Finally, during a move transition, Yuxiang stumbled slightly. Shen Yin, of course, wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. Her sword thrust forward with lightning speed, its tip lightly grazing Yuxiang's left shoulder. Crimson blood instantly bloomed. Yuxiang staggered back, her beautiful eyes furrowed in pain as she clutched her shoulder, her gaze fixed on her opponent. Shen Yin seemed surprised by her opponent's sudden carelessness. Wary of a potential trap, she didn't pursue the attack but retreated a step, maintaining a vigilant stance. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Frost Moon Sword Immortal. The entire arena was filled with people chanting Shen Yin's name, their voices merging into a tidal wave that reverberated through the air. Yuxiang lowered her head, clutching her shoulder, and glanced around the arena. Everyone was chanting Shen Yin's name. It was as if she wasn't even a participant in the match, but merely a spectator celebrating Shen Yin's victory. Her presence was completely ignored. The wound on her shoulder burned with pain. Lost in her thoughts, Yuxiang's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Chenine. Amidst the frenzied crowd, Chen Yin stood out. He wasn't standing and cheering for Shen Shuanglian like everyone else. Instead, he sat motionless, his brow furrowed in concern. Yu Xiang's lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. She knew what she was hoping for. But she also knew it was impossible. The person on the stage was just an unknown, mysterious female cultivator named Yin Mengwan. Not his beloved junior sister Xiang'er. He wouldn't cheer for her. No one would cheer for her. From the moment the system chose her to be the villain. Her life was destined to be a lonely one, a path of revenge she had to walk alone. But... Senior brother. She suddenly murmured in a barely audible voice. Just this once. Just in front of senior brother. Xiang'er didn't want to lose. The system, sensing something amiss, panicked. Wait, what are you going to do? Yu Xiang didn't answer. She engaged Shen Shuanglian once more, their swords clashing. Yu Xiang's swordsmanship seemed unchanged, posing no real threat to Shen Shuanglian. But after a sudden turn, her sword transformed. Her movements, previously unpredictable and ethereal, became domineering and ruthless, imbued with a sinister and sharp edge. A dark and profound shadow fell over Yu Xiang's eyes. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Even Shen Shuanglian was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time as her sword was knocked aside. At the instant Yu Xiang unleashed her attack, Chenine closed his eyes. At the same time, from the top floor of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion, shrouded in a swirling mist, several voices cried out in surprise. What? This is... Quick! Stop the match! But before they could finish their sentences, Yu Xiang's sword, imbued with a dark and ominous power, shot towards Shen Shuanglian with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Shen Shuanglian could only grit her teeth and raise her sword to block the attack. She knew that taking this blow head-on might severely injure her, but she had no other choice. As she braced herself for the impact, the expected pain never came. Instead, she heard a faint sigh. Sigh. Shen Shuanglian opened her eyes, her entire body frozen in shock. Not only her, but even Yu Xiang, her sword frozen mid-thrust. Her sword tip was gently caught between two fingers, held by someone whose face she knew so well, a face that haunted her dreams. Chenine had effortlessly intercepted the attack and was now looking at her. His eyes were filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. Silence descended upon the entire arena. Most of the audience didn't realize what had happened. From their perspective, Yin Mengwan, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. But just as she was about to gain the upper hand, she was stopped by an unknown man. After a brief moment of silence, whispers began to spread through the crowd. Chenine held the sword with one hand, his expression calm as he looked at Yu Xiang. Shen Shuanglian stared at his back in a daze, seemingly unable to move. Yu Xiang seemed to have panicked, her eyes filled with fear and vulnerability. She almost blurted out, "Say. Miss Yin, this is just a competition, not a fight to the death. There's no need to be so reckless." Chen Yin chuckled softly. "Let's calm down and take it slow, shall we?" Of course, that wasn't his true reason. From the moment Yu Xiang's demeanor changed, Chen Yin had been watching her intently. He knew that Xiang'er was always driven by her emotions. Although he didn't know what was wrong with her now, he was worried. So, he had been ready to intervene at any moment. The instant Yu Xiang switched techniques, Chen Yin realized what was happening. The only technique that could truly rival the Mist Moon Frost Sword art was the legendary demonic cultivation technique, the Quenching Nether Mantra. But it was a demonic technique. Xiang'er might have been caught up in the heat of the moment and impulsively revealed her technique to fight Shen Shuanglian, but this meant exposing her identity as the holy maiden of the demonic path. Revealing her identity in such a public setting, especially with a group of elders watching closely from the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. The consequences would be unimaginable. So, he had stepped in to stop Xiang'er. However, he wasn't sure if the elders had noticed Xiang'er's change, so he was still feeling anxious. But at that moment, a commanding voice boomed through the air. "I declare the match suspended." Damn it. Chen Yin sighed inwardly. Amidst the murmurs and commotion from the audience, several figures with an ethereal air descended onto the stage, surrounding Yuang. Among them was Wang Yunhai, the pavilion master of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion, and a few others dressed similarly. The rest were dressed in various attires. Chen Yin even spotted an elder wearing the same robes as Shen Shuanglian, likely the protective elder from the Mist Spirit sect's main branch. As they appeared, an invisible pressure descended upon the arena, making the atmosphere stifling and heavy. Shen Shuanglian finally snapped out of her daze and quickly bowed to the elder wearing the same robes as her. Elder Mo Jia. The thin and wizened elder Mo Jia nodded slightly, then turned his sharp gaze towards Yuang. The system was still desperately babbling in Yuang's ear, "We're doomed, we're doomed. How did you expose your identity so quickly? Now, forget about following the plot records, it'll be a miracle if you can even escape from these righteous elders." But Yuang seemed deaf to its pleas. From the moment Elder Mo Jia appeared, her gaze had been fixed on him. Her eyes were wide open, filled with a chilling emptiness, as she stared at the elder. Countless emotions flickered in her gaze. Anger. Resentment. Madness. Hatred. All the dark emotions converged in her pupils, reflecting the image of the elder. That figure was one of the recurring nightmares that had haunted her for over a decade. She would never forget that figure. She almost lost control of her emotions, her sword trembling slightly in her hand. Finally, Elder Mo Jia spoke in a low voice. "Young lady, who are you? Do you even know what kind of technique you just used?" Yuang bit her lip hard, her eyes bloodshot, but she remained silent. Beside him, an attendant handed Wang Yunhai a list. After glancing at it, Wang Yunhai read aloud. Chanli Palace. Chanli Palace. The elders beside him also exchanged surprised looks and began whispering among themselves. Chanli Palace. Could it be the one from a few years ago? Shoo. Don't speak of it. Elder Mo Jia, in particular, his expression changed several times upon hearing the name Chanli Palace. From surprise, he became silent, and finally, a subtle emotion flickered in his eyes. Audacious demonic witch, he suddenly roared. I can't believe the demonic path has become so bold as to participate in a fairy conference right under the noses of so many righteous cultivators. If not for this young man's quick reflexes, your wicked demonic arts would have succeeded, and our disciple would have been gravely injured. The entire audience erupted in an uproar. Countless people began whispering amongst themselves, demonic path. What's going on? Is this fairy Yin Mengwan a demonic cultivator? Chanli Palace. I think I remember. Wasn't that the sect whose leader went mad during cultivation and killed everyone in the sect over a decade ago? So there are still survivors from that sect. And they're involved with the demonic path. A cacophony of voices filled the air, filled with shock and condemnation. Yuang stood on the stage, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with both anger and fear. She instinctively looked at Chenine, her eyes pleading for help. Chenine closed his eyes helplessly. As expected, things had taken a turn for the worst. Fate was truly playing a cruel joke on them. However, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination in his gaze. He walked towards Yuang and stood protectively in front of her, facing the righteous elders with a calm and composed demeanor. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Esteemed elders, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I've known this young lady for many years. There's no way she could be a demonic cultivator." Chen Yin's voice was steady and unwavering, his face betraying no fear even in the presence of so many elders and cultivators. Behind him, Yuang was slightly dazed. She didn't understand why Chen Yin was suddenly speaking up for her. He should have only spoken to her once in this identity. Senior brother, why is he helping me? And how was he able to catch her unexpected sword strike so easily? For a moment, Yuang felt as if the familiar figure of her senior brother had become somewhat strange and mysterious. Lost in thought, she heard Chen Yin say with a hearty laugh, "Esteemed elders, there must be some misunderstanding. We can't just accuse Miss Yin of being a demonic cultivator without any evidence. Elder Mogf frowned, seemingly displeased by this young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Young man, although we are grateful for your help in saving our disciple, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. I wouldn't dare, Chen Yin replied respectfully, but I can't stand to see my friend wrongly accused. May I ask why Elder Mogf believes Miss Yin to be a demonic cultivator? Humph. The technique she was about to use was clearly the quenching nether mantra, a forbidden demonic art. Did you see it clearly, Elder? I'm just a young and inexperienced cultivator. I don't know what this quenching nether mantra is. Elder Mogf snorted coldly. Humph, a young whippersnapper like you wouldn't know. Hundreds of years ago, the demonic path was at its peak. The demonic sovereign of all ages, who cultivated the quenching nether mantra, was able to single-handedly fight against the entire righteous path. It took the combined forces of all righteous cultivators to finally slay him and restore peace to the world. Chen Yin put on a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. I've learned something new today. But I have one more question. May I ask how many years you have been cultivating, Elder? Elder Mogf froze. He had only ascended to the Supreme Clarity realm a few decades ago, and his entire cultivation journey spanned only 200 years. I don't understand. If I, a young cultivator, don't know what the quenching nether mantra looks like, how would you, Elder, know? Chenine bowed slightly, his gaze calm, his tone respectful yet pointed. His words caused murmurs to spread among the crowd. Elder Mogf's expression flickered. He was certain that Yuang had used the quenching nether mantra, but he couldn't reveal the reason in public. So, after struggling for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "You brat, do you think I would stoop so low as to slander a young girl? I wouldn't dare to assume such a thing, Elder." Chen Yin quickly feigned alarm. "I was just worried that you might have misjudged the situation. If you have concrete evidence to prove Miss Yin's guilt, then I'm willing to apologize to all fellow Taoists for my actions today." Chen Yin's words were impeccable and smooth, leaving the elders and the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion's guest elders speechless. Even Wan Yunhai, the pavilion master, tapped his fan thoughtfully and said, "This matter, we seem to have been a bit hasty. Perhaps we should investigate further and prove Miss Yin's innocence before making any decisions. No. Elder Mogf's sharp voice interrupted their thoughts. Everyone turned to look at him. His expression was dark, his gaze fixed on both Yin Mengwan and Chenine. Matters concerning the demonic path are of utmost importance and cannot be taken lightly. If this girl is truly innocent, then she should come with us to the Mist Spirit sect for investigation. His words caused unease not only among the audience but also on Wan Yunhai's face. Chenine narrowed his eyes. He had figured it out. The others were still rational and level-headed, but this elder Mogf seemed to be driven by a personal vendetta against Xiang'er, as if he wanted her dead. Combined with the look in Xiang'er's eyes earlier, Chenine had a hunch. If Xiang'er was taken back to the Mist Spirit sect with him, no one would know what they would do to her. After a moment of thought, Chenine took a deep breath and changed his tone. "Elder, although I am also a disciple of the Mist Spirit sect, I cannot stand to see my friend falsely accused. Please reconsider." He took a step forward, his voice losing its previous deference. His actions were considered extremely disrespectful in Elder Mogf's eyes. Mogf's expression darkened further. "Which sect are you from? Are you not afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself by protecting a demonic witch?" "Disciple Chenine, from Mount Yu, a branch sect of the Mist Spirit sect." Chenine said softly, "My master is immortal Yuling." Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Elder Mogf's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He muttered, "That woman, Yuling." Chenine noticed that Elder Mogf's expression had become visibly tense upon hearing his master's name. But being cunning and experienced, Mogf quickly regained his composure and continued in a stern voice. "Our immortal Yuling is known for her hatred of evil. If your master finds out that you're protecting a demonic witch, she will disown you without hesitation." Chen Yin's expression remained unchanged. He almost wanted to laugh. "You think that lowly granny would disown me? Then you can take over the responsibility of cleaning up her messes every day." With your meager possessions, that old woman would bankrupt you in no time. So Chenine said nonchalantly, I'm just doing what's right. As long as my conscience is clear, I believe Master won't blame me. His words put Elder Mo Jia in a difficult position. He didn't dare to report this to Immortal Yuling, as he would have a lot to explain himself. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, to Chen Yin's surprise, a soft but determined voice came from behind him. Young. Master Chen. Thank you for what you did today. But there's no need for you to get involved in this mess. Just go. It was Yu Xiang's voice. Her words stunned Chenine, and he couldn't help but turn to look at her. Yu Xiang lowered her head slightly, her veil concealing her delicate and mysterious face. Underneath, her eyes were filled with a lonely sadness, her lips bitten, her voice trembling slightly. Don't cause yourself any more trouble because of me. Chenine was momentarily speechless. Yu Xiang kept her head down, seemingly afraid to look at him. In her heart, she had always longed for Chenine to stand before her like a valiant hero, shielding her from all the rumors and slander, defying the world for her sake. But now that it was actually happening, she was suddenly afraid, hesitant. She didn't want senior brother to be dragged into this mess because of her. He was her only support now. If even you were to get hurt because of me, then what would I do? As she bit her lip and struggled with her emotions, she suddenly heard Chen Yin's lazy sigh. Sigh. Always causing trouble for me. His tone carried a hint of inexplicable affection, making Yu Xiang's eyes widen slightly. Plot twist. I'm not here to play the righteous hero today. Chen Yin suddenly dropped his polite facade and spread his hands with a grin, his voice loud and clear. I'm done pretending. I'm protecting this girl. If you're not happy about it, come fight me. You old bastard. When Chenine uttered those words, his tone was incredibly casual. However, after his words landed, the entire arena fell into a dead silence that lasted for several seconds. No one expected that the previously respectful young disciple from the Mist Spirit sect branch would suddenly turn around and curse at Elder Mo Jia so brazenly. Mo Jia himself was stunned for a few seconds, his face changing colors several times before turning completely black with rage. Yu Xiang was also dumbfounded. Was senior brother really planning to make a scene and break all ties in public? Do you dare say that again? Mo Jia stared at Chenine, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. Didn't hear me clearly. Oh, right, old people usually have bad hearing. Chenine cleared his throat and declared loudly, I said, you old, toothless bastard, you decrepit relic dug out from some forgotten grave, you impotent geezer who couldn't get it up even if 10 beauties stripped naked and sat on your lap. A barrage of insults, each more creative than the last, caused the expressions of those around them to become increasingly strange, struggling to contain their laughter. Wan Yunhai, in particular, almost burst out laughing when he heard the impotent geezer remark. It was only after a tug from his attendant that he managed to suppress his amusement. I'm sorry, but the way he's cursing is just too funny, ha ha ha. Elder Mo Jia's body trembled slightly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Don't you dare glare at me, old man. Chen Yin said with a nonchalant, rogue-like air. I like this girl, and I might even have a chance to get in her pants. Why should I let an old dog like you ruin it? If I lose a potential soulmate because of you, are you going to send your wife to keep me company? You little bastard, you're courting death. In an instant, a powerful aura surged skyward, and the previously clear sky above 10,000 Cloud Mountain was suddenly shrouded in dark, swirling clouds. Lightning crackled in the air. Elder Mo Jia's hair and beard stood on end, and a divine aura enveloped him, bolts of lightning dancing around his palm. You ignorant fool. Today, I'll show you the true power of the Supreme Clarity Realm. Wind and thunder surged in his palm. As Elder Mo Jia slowly raised his hand, it seemed as if the forces of heaven and earth were converging upon him, the lightning in the sky gathering in his grasp. This earth-shattering power made countless cultivators in the audience tremble in fear. This is the power of a Supreme Clarity Realm expert. It said that those in the Supreme Clarity Realm can communicate with heaven and earth, harnessing their power for their own use. It seems the rumors are true. What kind of courage does that kid have, to challenge a supreme clarity realm elder in public? The wind whipped at Chen Yin's clothes, but his expression remained calm and even carried a hint of amusement. At that moment, a hand gently tugged at his robe from behind, and a worried voice said, "What are you doing, playing the hero?" He turned to see Yuxiang's eyes filled with panic. "Run! You can't withstand this attack. That won't do." Chenine shook his head. "If I can't withstand it, then there's even less reason for a girl to face it. I am different." Yuxiang was truly frantic. Being a chosen one, she had a life-saving measure provided by the system. Although it came with a hefty price, it wasn't a guaranteed escape. But her senior brother, stubborn as a mule, insisted on shielding her, leaving Yuxiang at a loss for what to do. Just as she gritted her teeth, prepared to knock Chenine unconscious and face Elder Mo Jia alone, another urgent voice rang out. "Elder Mo Jia! Hold your hand." In the next instant, a figure as cold as frost intercepted Elder Mo Jia's attack, standing before Chenine. It was Shen Shuanglian. Shen Shuanglian's actions not only caused an even greater uproar among the audience but also made Elder Mo Jia frown deeply. He roared. "Shen Shuanglian! What are you doing? Do you even know who you are? How can the chief disciple of the Mist Spirit sect protect a demonic cultivator?" Shen Shuanglian's expression was pained, but her voice remained firm. "Elder. There are still unclear aspects to this matter. Please reconsider and don't harm Junior Brother Chen. He's protecting a demonic witch, and you still call him Junior Brother?" "Yes." Her voice was soft but unwavering. Elder Mo Jia's anger intensified. But then another playful voice rang out. "Blue Stocking, I never thought I'd see the day you would defy your precious sect." A figure in fiery red gracefully descended. Luo Qiao stood beside Shen Shuanglian, her figure lithe and elegant, and smiled at Chenine. "I wouldn't mind seeing that woman suffer, considering she caused me trouble before. But, this is my man." She gently pulled Chenine behind her, her smile fading slightly. "If you dare touch him, consider it a declaration of war from the Mist Spirit sect against the Heavenly Net sect." The two fairies, standing together, protecting an unknown young cultivator, caused the commotion in the arena to reach its peak. Elder Mo Jia's wrinkled brow furrowed even deeper. He hadn't expected this young man to be such a thorn in his side, attracting the attention of both the chief disciple of his own sect and the daughter of the Heavenly Net sect's leaders. The pressure had suddenly become immense. More importantly, he stared intently at Chenine, who was hiding behind the two women with a smug, come-and-get-me expression. Behind this young man stood his master, Immortal Yuling. Yuling was not only renowned throughout the cultivation world for her supreme clarity realm cultivation but also for her protectiveness and her annoyingly resilient cultivation technique. Offending her was no better than offending the entire Heavenly Net sect. So, despite his attack being ready to launch, Elder Mo Jia hesitated. His furrowed brow betrayed his inner struggle and calculations. Meanwhile, the shameless scoundrel hiding behind the two fairies, taking advantage of their protection to act arrogantly, continued to taunt. "Yo, old man, are you scared now? Don't have the guts to fight me, huh? Cultivating for so many years and still being such a coward, I suggest you start over." Although his words were relentless, Chen Yin's eyes were carefully observing Elder Mo Jia's expression. He wasn't just trying to pressure Mo Jia. He was also trying to figure out what secrets Mo Jia was hiding and how far he was willing to go. In the air, Elder Mo Jia's robes billowed, the swirling vortex of thunderclouds still spinning in his palm. His expression flickered for a long time, his thoughts unknown. Then, Chenine suddenly realized. Something was wrong. He wasn't thinking. He was communicating with someone through voice transmission. Suddenly, Elder Mo Jia seemed to have received a message. His expression changed several times before settling into a look of ruthless determination. "Humph. Audacious demonic scum. For the sake of the cultivation world's prosperity, I'd rather kill the wrong person than let the guilty escape, even if it means sullying my reputation. You two girls, don't be fooled by that boy. Step aside." The next moment, a surge of immense power knocked both Shen Shuanglian and Luo Qiaoqiao away. They stumbled back. Luo Qiaoqiao frowned and shouted, "Stop!" Shen Shuanglian's eyes widened in horror. No. But the swirling vortex of thunderclouds in Elder Mojia's hand had already been unleashed, hurtling towards Chen Yin on the ground. The massive storm of lightning threatened to obliterate the entire stage. Chen Yin narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he faced this earth-shattering attack. No. Yu Xiang desperately struggled to take a few steps forward, trying to shield Chen Yin. But the system screamed in her ear. Are you crazy? You only have one chance to save your life, why waste it on an insignificant character who's not even part of the plot? I don't care. Yu Xiang's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. I can't lose him. But before she could take another step, a warm and strong hand gently rested on her head. Yu Xiang's eyes widened, and she trembled uncontrollably. It's okay. The thunderclouds raged behind them. Chenine gently stroked her head, a soft smile on his lips. Men. Sometimes, just want to play the hero. Yu Xiang suddenly felt a surge of sword energy sealing her meridians. She could only stare at him, wide-eyed and speechless. Then, a clear white light shot out from Chen Yin's sleeve, transforming into a long, translucent, crystal-clear sword. Chen Yin grasped the eternal light sword, his gaze calmly meeting the thundercloud vortex. It was impossible to resolve this peacefully now. If he wanted to continue investigating the Mist Spirit sect and the demonic path without revealing his identity, it seemed he had to put on a show. He hoped these people would cooperate and play their roles accordingly. So, Chen Yin raised his sword, pointing it at Elder Mo Jia in the air. It's only fair to return the favor. You too, take my sword. He slowly raised his hand. A profound and enigmatic aura emanated from the eternal light sword. His figure seemed to become ethereal, as small and insignificant as a single grain of sand in the vast ocean. A simple and direct action. Raise the sword. And strike. The bright sword light cleaved through the thunderclouds, creating a massive explosion on the stage. Boom! The impact blinded countless cultivators. Even Wan Yunhai and the others had to retreat. After a moment, the shockwave dissipated. Elder Mo Jia was still hovering in the air, his expression unreadable. On the other side, a figure soared through the air, flying towards the distance. Yu Xiang's eyes widened. As she finally broke free from the sword energy that had sealed her meridians, the first thing she saw was a familiar figure in the air. It was Chenine. Blood spurted from his mouth, painting the air crimson. His expression was pained, as if he was gravely injured. And the direction he was flying towards was a cliff. The cliff behind 10,000 Cloud Mountain. Behind 10,000 Cloud Mountain was the Heavenly Path mountain range. And in the heart of the Heavenly Path mountains lay the most feared region on the entire continent. The Heavenly Path Perilous Domain. A place where even Supreme Clarity Realm immortals wouldn't dare to venture. No. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the arena. Yu Xiang was about to chase after him desperately. But a figure in azure blue was even faster, closely following Chen Yin's trajectory. They both plummeted over the edge of the cliff. Events had spiraled out of control. Chen Yin plummeted over the cliff, followed closely by Shen Shuanglian. Both their fates hung precariously in the balance. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yu Xiang's mouth opened and closed wordlessly. Then, with a desperate cry, she charged towards the edge of the cliff. From the sidelines, Luo Qiaoqiao's urgent voice rang out, "Quick! All Heavenly Net sect disciples, search for them. Mo Jia, you old dog. If anything happens to Chenine, the Mist Spirit sect will pay dearly." Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic crowd, a pair of fox ears emerged from the void, then quickly retreated, drooping dejectedly. Just before Chenine unleashed his sword strike, Lu Luo had received his command through their master-servant contract. "Hide, and take care of yourself until I return." Although she had witnessed Chen Yin's strength, the place he had fallen into was the infamous Heavenly Path Perilous Domain, feared throughout the cultivation world. Luo couldn't help but worry. Young master, please be safe. The little fox looked up from within the void, her heart heavy with concern. Meanwhile, Elder Mo Jie remained motionless in the air, his expression shifting through various shades of anger, shock, and disbelief. His hands were clasped behind his back. Elder Mo Jie, about this matter. A fellow elder from another sect asked cautiously. Mo Jie simply snorted and said indifferently, that arrogant fool thought he could withstand my attack. He fell off the cliff and is probably shattered to pieces by now. As for our chief disciple, I will report to the sect master immediately and request a search party. Someone else reminded him, there's also that Yin Mengwan girl. She must have gone to the heavenly path perilous domain to search for her lover. We'll deal with her when we search for Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Seeing Elder Mo Jie's grim expression, the others didn't dare to press further. They exchanged a few brief words and left. Elder Mo Jie also flew away on his sword, heading towards a deserted area. The moment he was alone, his composure crumbled. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. A figure appeared behind him, placing a hand on his back to help regulate his chaotic spiritual energy. Elder Mo Jie's eyes were filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. Within his dantian, countless shards of energy floated aimlessly. It was his foundation. Chen Yin's sword strike had completely shattered his foundation. That brat. He gritted his teeth. Don't move, the middle-aged man beside him said in a low voice as he helped heal his injuries. Your foundation is destroyed. If you don't return to the sect immediately and use vast resources to repair it, not only will your cultivation be affected, but your life might even be in danger. Elder Mo Jie knew this all too well and could only nod grimly. Thank you, junior brother. It's nothing. You were acting on the sect's orders. Consider this injury a sacrifice for the sect. But that young man named Chen Yin. The man stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes narrowed. You felt it too, right? That strange power in his sword strike. Yes. A strange light flickered in Elder Mo Jie's eyes. There's no mistaking it. It was Tao Resonant Star. The man was baffled. But that's impossible. Senior brother, even after years of being in the Supreme Clarity realm, you've only barely sensed the existence of Tao resonance. How could that boy, a mere cloud ascending realm cultivator, not even a grand clarity realm expert, possibly use a sword technique infused with Tao resonance? Could it be, that Yu Ling gave him some kind of protective treasure? Elder Mo Jie didn't answer. He didn't know, and he didn't have time to care. There were only two things on his mind now. Return to the sect immediately and focus on healing his injuries. And then, when he recovered, he would kill those two little bastards. The Heavenly Path Perilous Domain was the name given to the central region of the Heavenly Path mountain range. It was the heart of the continent, with an abundance of spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary immortal mountains and blessed lands. It was a perfect place for cultivators to cultivate. However, no cultivator dared to cultivate here. Because it was said that even Grand Clarity Realm experts feared the dangers within the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain. Some said it was filled with ancient, ferocious beasts from the primordial era, each possessing power comparable to a Grand Clarity Realm expert. Others claimed it was riddled with poisonous swamps and miasmas so potent that even a Grand Clarity Realm expert would die upon contact. There were also rumors that the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain was connected to a higher plane of existence, the legendary Immortal Realm. But no one knew for sure. Because even Grand Clarity Realm experts rarely ventured into this forbidden zone. Now, beside a picturesque waterfall, a delicate figure was dragging a heavy man, her steps faltering as she struggled to move forward. She was dressed in a light blue palace dress, now torn and dirty, her beautiful face covered in dust. She seemed to be seriously injured, unable to use her spiritual energy. She could only drag the man's clothes forward like an ordinary mortal. She walked slowly, her movements labored, her hair clinging to her sweaty neck. But her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Finally, beside the waterfall, Shen Xuanlian found a natural cave. With great difficulty, she dragged Chen Yin inside and placed her hand on his chest. System, exchange for a soul-returning life-renewing pill. Her lips were pale, but her voice was calm. After a moment, the system's slightly aged voice echoed softly. Are you sure? The soul-returning life-renewing pill is very expensive. You've only saved enough points to exchange for one. If you give it to him, you won't have any protection if you encounter a life-threatening situation in the future. It doesn't matter. Shen Xuanlian said nonchalantly. Whether I live or die is irrelevant. I don't want to lose him. The system was silent for a long time, then sighed softly. Ah, you're still a child after all. Fine, do as you wish. The next moment, a pill, radiating a fragrant aroma, appeared in the air. Shen Xuanlian took the pill and tried to feed it to Chenine, but he couldn't swallow. So, she bit her lip, put the pill in her mouth, and chewed it. Then, she leaned down and kissed Chen Yin's lips. A faint medicinal fragrance emanated from Chen Yin's body. Shen Xuanlian waited until all the medicinal power had entered his body before reluctantly parting her lips, her head lifting with a sense of loss. She felt Chen Yin's body gradually warming up, his breathing becoming stronger, and her heart eased slightly. But as soon as she relaxed, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over her. Her eyelids drooped, threatening to close. She shook her head violently, trying to stay awake, and sat beside Chenine, hugging her knees. Finally, the system couldn't bear to watch any longer and said softly, if you're really tired, just sleep for a while. I'll wake you up if anything happens. Shen Xuanlian shook her head, resting her chin on her arms, and gazed at him with a slight tilt of her head. It's okay. I'm not tired. I finally have a chance to watch over him like this. Her eyes held a deep and hidden tenderness. Chenine woke up about half an hour later. He opened his eyes and blinked. Shen Xuanlian was leaning against his knees, fast asleep, her soft breathing and murmurs filling the air. He didn't move, just lay there quietly, staring at the ceiling. He was questioning his life choices. According to his original plan, things should have gone like this. He would take Elder Mojia's attack head-on, not resisting, but enduring the full force of the blow, acting as if he was almost killed. Only then would it be consistent with his persona as a weak cloud ascending realm cultivator. As for his injuries, they didn't really matter. The most overpowered aspect of the Forgotten Everlasting Heart Sutra was its regenerative abilities. As long as he had a breath left, no matter how severe the injury, he would recover completely with time. So, Chenine had only used his sword energy to protect his vital points, ensuring he wouldn't be killed instantly, then endured the full force of the Supreme Clarity Realm attack and obediently fell off the cliff. As for the sword strike he had returned to Elder Mojia, it wouldn't kill the old dog, but it would definitely be enough to keep him out of his hair for a while. Then, once he fell off the cliff, Xiang'er, worried about his safety, wouldn't just sit there and wait to be captured. She would find a way to escape in the chaos and come looking for him. Then, he just had to escape from here and meet up with Xiang'er before anyone else, and things would be much easier after that. But no matter how much he calculated, Chen Yin never expected. His senior sister, Shen Xuanlian, would actually jump off the cliff with him. Seriously, sister, what are you doing? His plan had been perfect. Once he fell off the cliff, he would be free to act on his own, without any restrictions. But now, with his senior sister by his side, he had to keep up the act. So, he continued to pretend to be gravely injured, lying motionless on the ground. As the Forgotten Everlasting Heart Sutra repaired his body, Chenine vaguely heard Shen Xuanlian mumbling something and felt her feed him some kind of pill. But he couldn't remember how she had done it. Thanks to the pill's effects, not only had his injuries completely healed, but his dantian and spiritual si felt even stronger than before. But Chenine still didn't dare to wake up. Recovering too quickly would arouse Shen Xuanlian's suspicion. At that moment, Shen Xuanlian was leaning against his knees, fast asleep, looking like a peaceful young girl. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, making him want to take a bite. Chenine stared at her for a moment, then looked away. Senior sister, why did you jump off the cliff with me? Even if you're a righteous and kind-hearted person, you wouldn't risk your own life for a stranger, would you? After racking his brains for a long time, Chenine couldn't come up with an answer. A bold thought gradually formed in his mind. Could it be, that what he had boasted to master had actually come true? Did his senior sister truly have a crush on him, a secret love so strong that she would risk her life for him? And no way, right? When Shen Xuanlian awoke, the sky had already darkened. She opened her eyes groggily, then fully alert, her hand instinctively reaching out to where Chen Yin should be. Seeing him still lying there, motionless, her heart calmed down. She continued to stare at him for a while, her eyes slightly unfocused, lost in thought. But before she could drift too far, a soft groan broke the silence. Chen Yin slowly opened his eyes. Chen Yin. Shen Xuanlian leaned in closer, her eyes filled with concern. You're finally awake. Senior sister. Chen Yin's voice was weak as he squinted his eyes. After a long while, he spoke with difficulty, where are we? Don't talk yet, your injuries are still serious. I gave you a medicinal pill, but it will take some time for it to fully take effect. Chen Yin nodded weakly, struggling to sit up. Shen Xuanlian quickly helped him. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. It's okay. Chen Yin rubbed his aching head, trying to recall what had happened. After a while, his expression shifted through various emotions as he turned to Shen Xuanlian with disbelief in his eyes. Senior sister, are we, in the heavenly path perilous domain? Why did you jump off the cliff with me? Shen Xuanlian froze. Her long eyelashes lowered, and her lips moved slightly as she carefully chose her words. I couldn't just abandon a fellow disciple. Was that really the reason? Chen Yin was even more surprised. But he maintained a regretful expression on his face and sighed. I'm just an insignificant cultivator, how could I be worthy of senior sister accompanying me to such a dangerous place? Before he could finish, Shen Xuanlian interrupted him. You're worthy. She said seriously. Chen Yin stared at her, speechless. Shen Xuanlian didn't say anything more, just lowered her head. The sound of a flowing stream could be heard outside the cave, and the distant roar of the waterfall echoed faintly. The dim light in the dark cave illuminated half of Shen Xuanlian's face. Her features, usually as flawless as a precious jade, were now covered in dust, but a faint blush could still be seen on her cheeks. Are you, really not hungry or thirsty? Shen Xuanlian asked awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Or if you're feeling uncomfortable anywhere, please tell me. There's no need for senior sister to take care of me so meticulously. I'm not that delicate. Chen Yin scratched his head sheepishly. And for senior sister to be taking care of me, I feel a little embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Shen Xuanlian shook her head calmly. You're injured and can't take care of yourself. It's only natural for me to look after you. Seeing her sincere expression, Chenine felt a surge of curiosity. His senior sister's obedient and attentive demeanor made him want to test her limits. So, he coughed lightly and said, well. I am a little thirsty. My throat feels dry and uncomfortable. I'll get you some water right away. Without hesitation, Shen Xuanlian turned and left the cave. She returned shortly with a large loquat leaf filled with water. Drink this first. I'll get you more if you need it. She looked at Chenine carefully, her eyes shining. After finishing the water in one gulp, Chenine sighed again. I haven't eaten anything all day. I wonder if there's anything to eat around here. Once again, Shen Xuanlian left without a word. This time, she was gone a bit longer, but she returned within 15 minutes, holding a wild rabbit. Wait a moment, I'll roast it for you. Chenine watched as Shen Xuanlian clumsily started a fire and fumbled with the rabbit for a long time. She managed to skin it but seemed unsure of what to do next. After a while, her face covered in rabbit blood, she turned to Chenine with a pitiful expression. I am sorry. I don't know how to do this. Chenine suppressed his amusement and said gently, it's okay, let me do it. But you're still weak, you shouldn't move around too much. It's fine, I'm not completely immobilized. I can still roast a rabbit. Chenine got up and skillfully cleaned the rabbit, skewered the best parts, and started roasting them over the fire. As if he felt something was missing, he left the cave and searched for a while. He returned with a pouch of small berries and, in front of Shen Xuanlian, crushed them into powder and sprinkled it on the rabbit meat. What's that? A kind of spice. You can just crush it and add it to food for flavor. It tastes very good. Chen Yin explained. Shen Xuanlian watched obediently from the side and said with admiration, "Do you often do this?" "Occasionally. Our master often steals my private stash of money. Sometimes, when I'm broke and can't afford to eat, I have to hunt for food in the mountains." Soon, the rabbit meat was glistening with golden oil, and sizzling sounds filled the air as fat dripped into the fire. A rich aroma spread through the cave. Shen Xuanlian stared at the rabbit meat for a while, then suddenly blushed. The cave was quiet, so Chenine clearly heard a loud grumbling sound from her stomach. Shen Xuanlian. "Chenine, it's okay, it's ready. Eat if you're hungry." Shen Xuanlian nodded, picked up a skewer of roasted rabbit leg, and took a small bite. The next moment, she frowned and stuck out her tongue, blowing on it rapidly. Hot. She looked at Chen Yin with a pitiful expression. Chen Yin couldn't help but laugh. Was this really the aloof and intimidating Frost Moon Sword Immortal? Then wait for it to cool down. Why are you in such a hurry? Shen Xuanlian pursed her lips, nodded, and blew on the meat with her red lips. The flickering firelight illuminated her beautiful face, the flames dancing in her bright eyes. Chen Yin propped his head up with his hand and stared at her quietly. After taking a couple of bites, Shen Xuanlian's face lit up with a surprised and happy expression. Suddenly realizing that Chen Yin was watching her, she quickly lowered her head shyly. "Why are you looking at me? People always say how elegant and beautiful Frost Moon Sword Immortal is, a true celestial beauty." Chen Yin said with a smile, "I think senior sister is not only beautiful but also very cute." Shen Xuanlian choked and coughed violently, her face flushing crimson. Seeing his usually cold and aloof senior sister blush so easily from a simple tease, Chen Yin almost felt bad for teasing her. Realizing that Chen Yin was playing with her, Shen Xuanlian couldn't help but pout slightly and turned away, silently eating her rabbit leg. The fire flickered and dimmed, and night fell. Shen Xuanlian went to the stream to wash off the rabbit blood that had splattered on her. When she returned, her clothes and face were still damp with water droplets. Chen Yin stared at the scenery revealed by the damp cloth, swallowed hard, and forced himself to look away. "Are you sleepy? If you are, go to sleep." "Aren't you sleepy, senior sister? I just woke up this afternoon, and someone needs to keep watch. This is the heavenly path perilous domain, after all. We don't know what dangers we might encounter." Chen Yin was speechless. His senior sister was too considerate. After adding more firewood to the fire, Shen Xuanlian squatted down and sat beside Chen Yin, hugging her knees. She kept a distance of one person between them, never daring to get too close, but her eyes couldn't help but steal glances at him. Chen Yin also felt awkward sitting there in silence, but he couldn't think of anything to talk about. So he asked casually. "Are you afraid, senior sister?" "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of dying. This is the heavenly path perilous domain. Even Grand Clarity Realm experts fear this place. Aren't you afraid we might not be able to get out?" Shen Xuanlian thought for a moment and shook her head. "It's okay. If we can't get out, then we can't get out. It's not so bad this way." Shen Xuanlian thought to herself. The firelight illuminated Shen Xuanlian's beautiful face, making her look incredibly alluring. Chen Yin couldn't help but stare at her for a while, then suddenly shuddered. "I'm cold." "What's wrong?" "Nothing, maybe my body is still weak and can't handle the cold." Then what should we do?" Chen Yin looked at her and said half-jokingly, "Maybe if senior sister hugs me, I'll warm up." Shen Xuanlian blushed and lowered her head. Chen Yin thought she would definitely refuse this time, but to his surprise, she looked up and said softly. "Okay." Now it was Chen Yin's turn to be speechless. Shen Shuanglian's face was burning, and she avoided his gaze as she walked over to him. She gently took off her outer robe and sat down beside him. The words, "I was just kidding, senior sister, don't take it seriously," were stuck in Chen Yin's throat. Shen Shuanglian had a beautiful figure. Her pure white inner robe clung to her curves, and the neckline revealed a glimpse of her fair skin and alluring collarbone. She seemed a little nervous too. After sitting beside Chenine for a while, she finally reached out and wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pulling him into an embrace. A refreshing fragrance and a bone-melting softness enveloped him. Chenine completely forgot what he had been planning to do. His mind went blank. After a long while, a soft, barely audible voice trembled in his ear. "Is this better?" Chenine didn't know how to answer that question. Her body was pressed against his, and he suddenly realized that Shen Shuanglian was also cold. Even the warmth of the fire couldn't dispel the chill. So, Chenine asked in return, "What about you, senior sister? Does it feel better to be close like this?" Shen Shuanglian froze for a moment, then bit her lip slightly and slowly nodded. "Yes. It's very comfortable. It feels, strangely reassuring." Time seemed to stand still in the mountains. The light at the cave entrance was faint. When Chenine woke up the next day, it was still dim, and he couldn't tell what time it was. Shen Shuanglian was sleeping peacefully in his arms. Last night, they had initially held each other awkwardly, hesitant to get too close, maintaining a subtle distance. But as the night wore on and sleepiness overcame them, Shen Shuanglian had finally leaned against his shoulder and fallen asleep, nestled against his chest. Chen Yin looked down at her face. Her expression was soft and peaceful, radiating an innocent and pure aura, like that of a first love. Strands of hair fell across her cheeks, and her rosy lips made him want to steal a kiss. Chenine, the seasoned flirt that he was, had to swallow hard several times to resist the urge to sneak a kiss. "No, no, taking advantage of someone while they're asleep goes against my principles." As if sensing his movements, Shen Shuanglian's cute little nose twitched, and she let out a soft whimper, her eyes fluttering open. Is it morning already? If you're still sleepy, sleep a little longer." Chenine teased, "No one's going to force you to wake up early and practice cultivation in this place, right?" His teasing half woke her up, and she finally realized their compromising position. She was practically using his chest as a pillow, so comfortable that she instinctively didn't want to move. But she quickly blushed and shifted away, asking in a soft voice. "Are you, okay? Are you still cold?" "With the warm embrace of senior sister, how could I be cold?" Chen Yin grinned mischievously. Shen Shuanglian's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head to avoid his gaze. However, her voice was still filled with concern. "That's good. What about other parts of your body? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Instead of worrying about me, senior sister should be more concerned about yourself." Chen Yin's expression turned serious. "Your body was colder than mine last night, didn't you notice?" Shen Shuanglian's eyes dimmed slightly. I'm fine. If you consider having half of your meridians shattered fine, then yes, you're fine." Last night, after Shen Shuanglian had fallen asleep in his arms, Chenine had immediately checked her condition. He was shocked by what he found. It seemed that Shen Shuanglian had used all her spiritual energy to protect him when they fell, leaving herself to bear the brunt of the impact. Who knew how high they had fallen from or how hard the impact had been? Chenine had tried to stabilize her chaotic spiritual energy, but he was no expert in healing. Swordsmanship was his forte, not medicine. And unlike Shen Shuanglian, a wealthy and privileged disciple from the main sect, he didn't have a stash of precious medicinal pills. Even if he asked his stingy master for life-saving pills, she would probably just give him some fake medicine from a street peddler. He could only do his best to stabilize her spiritual energy. He believed that senior sister, as a chosen one, wouldn't be defeated by these injuries. Now that Chenine had pointed out her condition, Shen Shuanglian bit her lip slightly, but she still said stubbornly. "It's okay. It's just a minor injury. I have some medicinal pills, and I'll be fine soon. But you're still weak. The pill I gave you is very potent. You need to be patient and let the medicinal power disperse, otherwise, your life might be in danger. Chenine didn't dare to tell her the truth and could only force a smile. If senior sister found out that he wasn't actually injured, she would probably kill him for taking advantage of her last night. The sky was still dim. Both of them needed to recover, so they weren't in a hurry to leave the cave. They leaned against each other, enjoying the warmth and comfort of their shared space. It's quite boring just sitting here. Senior sister, let's chat. Okay. Shen Xuanlian tilted her head slightly. What do you want to talk about? Did senior sister sleep well last night? It was all right. Was it because I was holding you and it was too comfortable? I saw you sleeping so soundly, I couldn't even wake you up. Were you having a good dream? Was I in it? Senior sister, you're so shy. Have you never had a boyfriend? With so many people chasing after you, haven't you found a boyfriend yet? After listening to Chen Yin's relentless teasing for a while, Shen Xuanlian finally managed to squeeze out a response, ask something I can actually answer. Chenine coughed lightly and said, then, why did senior sister save me? I told you, didn't I? You're my junior brother, I couldn't just watch you fall to your death dash. Are there any other reasons? Chen Yin's clear eyes stared into hers. Shen Xuanlian lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. After a long silence, she finally turned her head away. Isn't that reason enough? It's not enough for me. Chen Yin's voice was laced with a hint of laziness. I don't know what kind of environment senior sister grew up in. But ever since I can remember, I've been wandering this world alone. No food, no clothes. To survive, I had to fight with stray dogs for scraps of food and discarded meat. Just trying to stay alive was exhausting. Dignity. I didn't even know what that word meant. For people like us, even accepting kindness is a luxury. Chen Yin reminisced, if someone offered me a piece of bread with a kind smile, I wouldn't eat it. I would be worried that they had drugged it, that they were planning to knock me out and sell me as a child prostitute. If I found medicine for a cold, I would first test it on a stray dog. Only after making sure it wouldn't kill the dog would I dare to take it myself. Shen Xuanlian was speechless. After a long while, she asked hesitantly, did you really need to be that careful? Children who weren't that careful wouldn't even survive half a year. I've seen many of them. He turned to Shen Xuanlian, his eyes piercing and intense. So, I don't believe in kindness without a reason. I don't believe that anyone would sacrifice their life for a complete stranger. Maybe in the world I came from, such things existed. But in this world, it was impossible. So, senior sister, what was your real reason for jumping down with me? His gaze was fixed on Shen Xuanlian. Shen Xuanlian pressed her lips together, the atmosphere suddenly becoming heavy. Of course, Chen Yin's expression instantly changed, and he said with a playful smile, if it was because you were captivated by my handsome appearance, fell in love at first sight, and decided that you wouldn't marry anyone but me, then I might reluctantly believe you. Ah, what can I say? I'm just that charming. Shen Xuanlian lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes flickered, but in the end, she only whispered. Maybe, it's just because I'm different from you. For me, some things don't need a reason. Like the love at first sight you mentioned. Like me saving you. Chen Yin was slightly disappointed. He hadn't heard what he wanted to hear from Shen Xuanlian. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he turned to her and said, it's getting late. Are you hungry? I'll find us something to eat. No. Shen Xuanlian struggled to get up. You're injured. Let me dash. Chenine gently pushed her back down and asked. Can you cook? Shen Xuanlian shook her head blankly. Do you know which fruits are edible and which aren't? Another shake of the head. Can you catch anything other than a rabbit? Still, a shake of the head. Just stay put. You're in no better shape than I am. Chenine got up and looked towards the cave entrance. I won't be long. If I'm not back within an hour, don't look for me. Just run. Before Shen Xuanlian could protest, Chenine had already left the cave. The cave was plunged back into darkness and silence, a chilling loneliness settling over the space. Shen Xuanlian wrapped herself tightly in Chen Yin's robe, curled up on the ground, and stared at the flickering candle flame. She couldn't help but bring the robe closer and inhale its scent. "You lied to him," the system's voice suddenly said. "You don't have any medicinal pills. And you don't have enough points to exchange for any from the system shop." Shen Xuanlian simply stared at the firelight, saying nothing. "If this continues, his injuries will heal soon, but yours will only worsen." "I don't care." Shen Xuanlian shook her head. "I won't die. If your foundation is damaged and your cultivation is hindered, how will you fight that girl in 5 years? Injuries can be healed, and cultivation can be restored. If all else fails, I can always perish together with her." Seeing that she was determined, the system sighed helplessly. Shen Xuanlian hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "I'm sorry. My willfulness might drag you down too, right?" "It's fine." The system's voice softened. "We're different from you humans. The concepts of life and death hold no meaning for us. If you truly don't want to follow the plot and live this kind of life, then do whatever makes you happy. We'll just consider this a chance encounter, with no connection after 5 years." Shen Xuanlian stared out of the cave for a long time, lost in thought. After a moment, her eyes hardened with determination. "I'll do as you said. Even if I give up, other chosen ones might not. I won't be at ease until I'm sure he's safe." The system fell silent. The cave was once again enveloped in silence. After leaving the cave, Chenine walked for a long distance. Despite its reputation as the most dangerous place in the cultivation world, the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain seemed surprisingly peaceful. The scenery was beautiful, with lush greenery, fragrant flowers, and a variety of birds singing. It was like a paradise untouched by human hands. Not only that, but Chenine also encountered countless rare herbs and spirit plants mentioned in ancient texts, as well as several exotic beasts. Most of them were docile and simply fled upon seeing him. This is nothing like the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain. They should rename it the Heavenly Path Paradise. Chenine couldn't help but think to himself. To be honest, many of the materials he found here would be worth a fortune in the outside world. He couldn't help but drool at the sight of those herbs, imagining them as piles of spirit stones. Unfortunately, most of these immortal herbs required special containers to preserve their spiritual energy. Even if he collected them all, they would be useless by the time he got them out of here. Recalling the ancient texts he had read as a child when he sneaked into his master's treasure vault, Chenine gathered some herbs that could improve circulation and a few edible fruits. He vaguely remembered reading that a combination of certain herbs could help repair damaged meridians, but he wasn't sure about the specific recipe. So he just gathered a large amount of everything. Finally, it was time to find some meat to replenish their strength. Chenine set his sights on a deer leisurely grazing nearby. "Sorry, little buddy." He apologized silently in his heart. His pale white eternal light sword shot through the air in an instant. The poor deer didn't even realize what was happening before it lost its life. Chenine walked over and skillfully harvested the deer antlers, then slung the entire deer over his shoulder, humming a tune as he started to head back. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He heard a fierce tiger roar. He turned to see a large tiger with purple and gold stripes, its aura menacing, staring at him from a nearby ravine. Chenine looked down at the deer he was carrying, then at the tiger. He understood. He had probably stolen the tiger's prey. Although the tiger looked similar in size to an ordinary tiger, Chenine could sense a terrifying aura emanating from its body. It was clearly no ordinary beast. A spirit beast. Judging by its size, it was still a cub. But based on its aura, it was probably at the entering gate realm. Chenine looked around but didn't see its parents or siblings. So, he put down the deer and grinned at the tiger menacingly. "Hey, little tiger, are you angry that I stole your prey?" The purple-striped tiger growled, its whiskers twitching slightly. "Are you really angry? Want to beat me up?" He then turned his head provocatively. "Come and bite me if you bite me, I'll give you back your prey. The tiger couldn't take it anymore. It roared and lunged at Chenine, its claws swiping through the air. But as it leaped, Chenine swiftly swung his sword, severing a nearby tree. The trunk crashed down on the tiger in midair. Ouch! With a whimper, the tiger was pinned under the tree trunk, unable to move. It could only growl and whimper weakly. Hee, still too young. Chenine swaggered over and said smugly, next time, don't be so impulsive. Assess the situation before attacking, or you'll get tricked again, understand? This time, you're unlucky to have run into me. My friend is injured, and I need your demon core. But don't worry, it's just one demon core. You can cultivate for a few hundred years and grow another one. The tiger seemed to understand what he was planning to do. Its eyes, surprisingly human-like, flashed with fear, and it let out a desperate growl. Chenine ignored it, his face twisted into a villainous grin as he approached the tiger with his sword. By the time he returned to the cave, the sun was already high in the sky. Seeing Chen Yin return, Shen Xuanlian's worried expression eased, replaced by a slight frown and a hint of reproach in her voice. Didn't we agree on 1 hour? I was almost about to go look for you. Sorry, I found something interesting and lost track of time. Chen Yin threw the deer onto the ground and skillfully started a fire. Shen Xuanlian couldn't help and could only watch silently from the side. Thank you. For what? For taking care of me. It should be me taking care of you. Didn't you also take care of me when I was injured? That's different. There's no difference. Chenine divided the deer meat and placed it over the fire, saying calmly, I'm grateful that senior sister saved me. But a debt is a debt. That's all. Shen Xuanlian hugged her knees, her expression downcast. Is there no other reason? What other reason do you want to hear, senior sister? I can make something up. Hearing this, Shen Xuanlian pouted unhappily. Are you good at making up sweet words to please girls? Naturally. One needs some skills to pick up girls when traveling. But I've never heard you say anything sweet to me. Shen Xuanlian looked into his eyes. Is it because I'm not considered a girl? If you want to hear it, I can tell you now. But before that dash. Chenine handed her a stone bowl filled with medicinal soup. Drink this first. Shen Xuanlian looked at the medicine, a look of fear crossing her beautiful face for the first time. She shrank back slightly. Is this medicine bitter? All medicine is bitter. See, can I not drink it? No. Chenine held the bowl out to her, his expression firm. Shen Xuanlian struggled for a long time, then finally took the bowl, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and drank it all in one gulp. The next moment, she scrunched up her face, stuck out her tongue, and looked like she was about to cry. This is too bitter. Her voice became soft and almost sounded like a whine. Chenine chuckled at her pained expression. I finished it. Good girl. Your turn, she said, staring at him intently. What? Say something nice to me, make the bitterness go away. Don't go back on your word. Seeing Shen Xuanlian acting like a sulking child, Chenine couldn't help but tease her, I know a remedy for bitterness. What is it? Find someone to kiss. Share the bitterness with them. Shen Xuanlian was speechless with embarrassment. Chenine burst into laughter. This senior sister was even cuter than he had imagined. Unlike Xianger, who was easily flustered and shy, senior sister, usually cold and aloof, would become speechless with embarrassment when faced with a romantic topic, wanting to disappear into thin air. It was quite amusing. It made him want to tease her even more. Just as he was about to comfort his easily embarrassed senior sister, a deafening tiger roar suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Shen Xuanlian's expression changed instantly, and she struggled to stand up. That aura, a purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger. Be careful, an adult purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger is at least at the supreme clarity realm. Quick, hide. She stumbled towards the entrance, drawing her sword. Chenine looked at the demon core in the pot, his expression awkward. Crap. The parents are probably here to avenge their child. Outside the cave, a colossal purple-furred tiger roared, its thunderous voice shaking the forest, sending birds and beasts scattering, and causing tremors in the mountain. Shen Shuanglian's face paled slightly, but her eyes quickly calmed. She shielded Chen Yin behind her, biting her lip. "I'll hold it off, you run to the other side of the mountain, and don't look back." Chen Yin looked at the enormous tiger with an awkward expression. He couldn't bring himself to tell Shen Shuanglian that he was the one who had attracted this trouble, so he simply said, "Senior sister, you're seriously injured. Don't push yourself. You're the one who shouldn't be pushing yourself." Shen Shuanglian's voice was unusually stern. This adult purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger is definitely at the supreme clarity realm. With your cloud-ascending realm cultivation, you won't even be able to withstand the aftershock of its attacks. Don't worry about me, I still have a life-saving dash. I know you have a life-saving measure, senior sister. Chenine chuckled. Who wouldn't have a few tricks up their sleeve when they're a top prodigy? However, so do I. His gaze shifted to the massive tiger. Shen Shuanglian froze. The tiger's eyes locked onto Chenine, and it roared, smashing a rock with its paw and charging towards him with overwhelming force. Chenine met its gaze calmly, his eternal light sword hovering before him. He spoke softly. "I didn't intend to take your child's life. And I don't want to kill you. Leave now, or die." His tone was flat and emotionless. But the tiger, as if sensing a life-or-death crisis, bristled with fear. Its back arched, and it skidded to a halt a mere 3 feet away from Chenine. A bottomless chasm appeared where its paws had stopped, cleaved by a single sword strike. The purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger was stunned. Shen Shuanglian was stunned. She hadn't even seen when Chenine had drawn his sword. But the chasm was undeniably there, as if the entire ravine had been split in two. The tiger gulped nervously, its massive body trembling as it backed away, its eyes fixed warily on Chenine. Shen Shuanglian stared at him in disbelief. Chenine simply sighed, his expression still lazy and carefree. He said softly, "As a spirit beast, you live in a world of survival of the fittest. I've already shown you mercy by sparing your life. Besides, this place is rich in spiritual energy. It won't take you long to recover the lost cultivation. Why throw your life away over a petty grudge? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't leave, I don't mind adding some extra ingredients to my friend's medicine." The tiger paced back and forth, growling softly. It stared at Chenine for a long time before finally letting out a defeated roar and turning to leave swiftly. Chenine let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Shen Shuanglian with an awkward expression. Senior sister, can we talk about something? Just pretend you didn't see what happened just now, okay?" Shen Shuanglian didn't answer, her clear eyes fixed on him. Chenine scratched his head. It seemed he couldn't brush this off. That sword strike. To his surprise, Shen Shuanglian spoke first. "Does it have a name?" "I don't know." Chenine thought for a moment. He truly didn't know the names of these 3 sword moves. Perhaps the person who created them was as lazy as he was and didn't bother naming them. "Since we don't know its name, let's just call it First Sword." Chenine nodded with satisfaction. "Shen Shuanglian." Chenine asked curiously, "Does it sound bad?" "Whatever makes you happy." Shen Shuanglian sheathed her sword, walked over to the chasm, and gently touched it. As a fellow sword cultivator, she could clearly sense a strange aura emanating from the sword scar. It was an inexplicable feeling, but it made Shen Shuanglian feel a sense of familiarity. Could this be what Master mentioned, Dao resonance? Shen Shuanglian asked hesitantly. Dao resonance? What's that? Seeing Chen Yin's confused expression, Shen Shuanglian looked at him with surprise. You used that sword strike, and you don't even know what it is? Chenine shook his head. Cultivators cultivate to understand the Dao. And the Dao exists within heaven and earth. Being able to sense the existence of the Dao is enough to reach the Supreme Clarity Realm. Therefore, Supreme Clarity Realm cultivators can use the Dao as a template, communicate with heaven and earth, and borrow their power for their own use. But at this stage, it's just borrowing. The Tao is not something you've truly comprehended. If you truly comprehend the Tao, then every move you make will be infused with its principles. Defying you would be equivalent to defying the Tao itself. Therefore, someone who has comprehended the Tao will always have an absolute advantage over someone who hasn't, regardless of how close their cultivation levels are. It's a fundamental difference. But you know, Shen Xuanlian shook her head, even many Grand Clarity Realm immortals haven't fully comprehended the Tao. Even if they can barely imbue their attacks with a trace of Tao resonance, the power is already extraordinary. Chen Yin nodded thoughtfully. As expected of senior sister, you know so much. Shen Xuanlian lowered her gaze slightly. Master. I mean, the sect master, he's still stuck at the threshold of fully comprehending the Tao. That's why his cultivation has remained at the middle stage of the Grand Clarity Realm. He hasn't been able to take the final step and ascend to immortality. Chenine suddenly teased, so you're saying I can fight your master now? I don't know. Shen Xuanlian looked a little lost, seemingly both curious about the sword strike and reluctant to pry into Chen Yin's secrets. Chen Yin could tell what the straightforward girl was thinking. He didn't hide anything and said openly. I found this sword technique by chance in a secret realm. There's no profound cultivation method, just this simple sword strike. I just practiced it for a long time, and it naturally became powerful. Shen Xuanlian looked at him suspiciously. Practiced for a long time. How long? Chen Yin remained silent. How long? He couldn't remember. A day or two? Millions of years? In that timeless space, he had simply repeated the same sword strike over and over again, until his consciousness blurred. He was only released after mastering it. Anyway, it was a long time. Finally, Chen Yin just chuckled wryly. Shen Xuanlian wisely didn't ask any further questions. But, senior sister, there's something I'm curious about. Chenine leaned closer to Shen Xuanlian and asked mischievously, if I hadn't used that sword strike just now, were you planning to stay behind and buy me time? So senior sister cares so much about my safety. Don't be ridiculous. Shen Xuanlian blushed slightly. I'm the senior sister of the sect. It's my duty to protect my fellow disciples. Yes, yes, yes. Chenine teased, senior sister is so loyal and righteous, I admire you. However. His smile faded, and he gently placed a hand on her head. Don't push yourself next time. I'm not as weak as you think. Chen Yin said seriously. Shen Xuanlian stared at him, then lowered her eyelashes, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I was just afraid that you worry about others, and others worry about you. Chen Yin interrupted her, his eyes clear. In the eyes of others, you're the senior sister, and I'm the junior brother. You should be taking care of me and protecting me. But there are no outsiders here. In my eyes, the current situation is simply a man needing to take care of an injured woman. He spoke earnestly, his words carrying no hidden meaning. But looking at his clear and sincere eyes, Shen Xuanlian felt a warmth spreading through her heart. She was starting to enjoy this feeling of being cared for. If only this moment could last a little longer. It wouldn't matter if her injuries took longer to heal. But before this feeling could linger, Chen Yin's mischievous voice rang out again. Of course, if senior sister feels too guilty, you can always pay me some compensation after we get out of here. Shen Xuanlian. Oh, or if senior sister has fallen for my handsome and charming appearance, I wouldn't mind accepting your affections. Chen Yin said with a shy and coy expression, looking utterly infuriating. Shen Xuanlian, with her thin skin, couldn't handle his teasing and quickly changed the subject. That purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger. What about it? Generally, purple-whiskered thunder-maned tigers are solitary creatures. And adult tigers are usually docile and don't attack humans. Shen Xuanlian frowned slightly. But that tiger was clearly enraged. I wonder why. Well. Chen Yin averted his gaze, feeling guilty. Maybe, its child was unlucky and had its demon core taken by a passing cultivator for alchemy? Impossible. Shen Xuanlian chuckled for the first time. She rarely smiled, but when she did, it was like ice melting in the spring, radiating a pure and radiant charm that seemed to come from her very soul. Chenine stared at her, mesmerized, before finally snapping out of his trance. What's wrong? Isn't it common knowledge that demon cores are used for alchemy? The spiritual energy contained within them is very beneficial for cultivators. Generally, yes. Shen Xuanlian said casually, but purple-whiskered thunder-mane tigers are an exception. Their demon cores contain chaotic and toxic spiritual energy. For human cultivators, it's extremely difficult to refine and absorb this energy without harmonizing yin and yang. Not to mention, besides you and me, there shouldn't be any other cultivators in the heavenly path perilous domain. And even if there were, they wouldn't be stupid enough to risk their lives for a poisonous demon core. She didn't notice that Chenine had fallen silent after hearing her words. If you don't mind me asking, what do you mean by harmonizing yin and yang? It naturally refers to, that kind of. Shen Xuanlian blushed, seemingly embarrassed to elaborate. Intimate activities between husband and wife. Chenine grew even quieter. Noticing his strange expression and furrowed brow, Shen Xuanlian asked curiously, what's wrong? Well, ahem. Chenine cleared his throat and suddenly grabbed Shen Xuanlian's shoulders, his expression so serious that it startled her. Senior sister, I promise you. In my next life, I will study hard and never be illiterate again. So. Don't be afraid of what I'm about to tell you. Silence hung heavy in the air inside the cave. Chen Yin and Shen Xuanlian sat facing the fire, both with their heads lowered, neither speaking a word. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on Shen Xuanlian's face, her cheeks flushed the same color as the fire. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and the faint sound of her heartbeat filled the silence. Ahem. Well, senior sister, Chenine finally broke the awkward silence, speaking in a serious tone. Here's the thing. It is what it is. Whether you want to kill me or punish me, it's all up to you. I won't complain. But I think we should focus on dealing with the current situation first. You can punish me later. Shen Xuanlian didn't answer. She just kept her head lowered, almost burying her face in her knees. Chenine cautiously observed her and asked tentatively, is there any other way to cure this poison from the demon core? Normally, you could just expel the chaotic spiritual energy from the demon core, and it would be fine. After a long silence, Shen Xuanlian finally dared to raise her head slightly, revealing her trembling eyes. Her voice was soft and weak. But, my meridians are damaged, and I can't use my spiritual energy. I don't know if there's any other way. Seeing the tears welling up in Shen Xuanlian's eyes, Chenine panicked and stammered, Senior sister, please don't cry. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that the purple-whiskered thunder-mane tiger was special. I thought all demon cores could be used for healing. He slapped himself hard twice. It's my fault for being lazy when I was studying. I didn't remember any of the spirit beast illustrations Master told me to read. I deserve to die, I'm so sorry, senior sister dash. Before he could slap himself again, a soft hand gently grasped his wrist. Shen Xuanlian's face was flushed, and she said softly, stop it. Stop pretending. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Chenine chuckled sheepishly and stopped. So, senior sister isn't angry with me anymore. I wasn't angry with you in the first place. Shen Xuanlian hugged her knees, her usual cold and aloof demeanor replaced by the shyness of a young girl with a fluttering heart. I was just, a little scared. Scared? Scared that the poison would hurt you? Shen Xuanlian bit her lip hard and didn't answer. Chen Yin coughed deliberately and sat up straight. I, Chen Yin, might be cowardly and lecherous, but I'm also a man who takes responsibility for his actions. Since I'm the one who caused you to be poisoned, I will take full responsibility. I won't let your innocence be tarnished by me. Just tell me, senior sister, what can cure this poison? I'll go through fire and water to get it for you. Shen Xuanlian didn't speak, just glanced at him timidly. What if, there's no other way? Chen Yin scratched his head and looked at Shen Xuanlian with a pitiful expression. Then what should we do? We can't just. As if burned by his intense gaze, Chen Xuanlian quickly looked away and buried her head again. Chen Yin could only stare at her awkwardly. The fire crackled softly, and the cave fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to slow down. Neither of them dared to speak, only stealing glances at each other in the flickering firelight. The flames cast a soft pink glow on Chen Xuanlian's skin, making her look incredibly shy. Chen Xuanlian remained silent, and Chenine finally sighed. Honestly, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had a good impression of this beautiful, charming, and outwardly cold but inwardly warm senior sister. But he wouldn't have deliberately orchestrated this situation just for that. He had genuinely wanted to find something to help her recover from her injuries, but who knew it would lead to this? For the first time, he regretted not paying more attention to the books his master had given him to read. If he had studied them more carefully, he might not be in such an awkward situation now. What Chenine feared the most was whether senior sister could accept that kind of treatment. It might not be a big deal to him, but for a conservative and reserved woman like senior sister, she might rather die than lose her innocence. Should he just watch as her condition worsened, or should he force himself on her to save her life? Just the thought of it filled Chenine with guilt. As he was frowning and worrying, a barely audible voice came from beside him. "Will you keep your promise?" "What promise?" "Take full responsibility for me." Chen Xuanlian slowly raised her timid eyes to meet his. Chenine fell silent, then bowed deeply towards her. "If senior sister doesn't mind, then I, Chenine, vow to be with you for life, never abandoning you, until death do us part." He spoke earnestly, each word clear and resolute. Chen Xuanlian's eyes widened slightly, then she quickly lowered them, hiding the sweetness in her gaze. "Okay. So, what does senior sister mean?" Chenine asked cautiously. Chen Xuanlian didn't answer directly. Instead, she said softly, "Just talk to me for a while." She glanced at the space beside her, as if inviting him to sit closer. Chenine immediately scooted over and sat beside her. "What does senior sister want to talk about?" "You." She blushed, hesitating for a long time before finally mustering the courage to ask softly, "Do you have any experience?" Chenine froze, then blushed as well, chuckling awkwardly. "Experience? What experience?" He had been single his entire life. In his previous life, the most intimate interaction he had with a girl was playing house with his neighbor's little sister when he was a child. Although in this life, he had somehow managed to have ambiguous encounters with two women, even kissing was enough to make his heart race. Anything beyond that was simply beyond his courage. "I heard, it's very painful." Probably. I can be gentle." Chen Xuanlian glared at him playfully. Chenine looked at her innocently, unsure what he had said wrong. Could it be that senior sister preferred it rough? He suddenly noticed that Chen Xuanlian's body seemed to be slightly warm, and her breathing had become a little erratic. Her collar was pulled open slightly. Was the poison already taking effect? Chenine didn't dare to ask. As long as Chen Xuanlian didn't say anything, he could only watch helplessly. Chen Xuanlian seemed to notice her own discomfort. She bit her lip, her eyes sparkling, and said softly. "I have one more question for you." "What is it?" "Do you like me?" Chenine took a deep breath. "Do you want to hear the truth, senior sister?" Chen Xuanlian nodded. "Before I answer, can senior sister answer a question for me first?" "What do you think of me?" Chenine asked seriously. Chen Xuanlian thought for a moment and replied softly, "An unreliable and lecherous junior brother." "Nothing else?" "No." Chenine facepalmed and said, "In that case, are you really willing to give yourself to me?" "To the unreliable and lecherous junior brother you described?" Chen Xuanlian was speechless for a moment. She was about to speak but stopped herself. Her eyelashes lowered, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. "If you're truly unwilling, senior sister, there's no need to force yourself. This is my fault. I'll make sure you're safe, even if it costs me my life." Chenine looked at her intently. I hope you won't regret your decision one day. Shen Xuanlian pressed her lips together. She remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Put out the fire." Chen Yin obeyed and waved his sleeve. The fire instantly extinguished. The cave was plunged back into darkness. In the faint light filtering in from outside, Chen Yin saw Shen Xuanlian's bright eyes, shimmering in the darkness. After a moment of rustling sounds, Chen Yin heard a soft voice. "You still haven't answered. Do you like me? I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll think I'm a frivolous man and regret it. Aren't you? At least I keep my promises." Chenine shrugged. Then, he suddenly felt a soft and warm body press against his back, her arms wrapping around him from behind. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you like me or not. Maybe I just wanted to hear you say it once. Even if it's a lie." She whispered in his ear. "Even if it's a lie, I'm willing to wait for you. Even if I never get to see you again." Chenine. Chen Yin's pupils constricted. It had been a long time since he had heard anyone call him by that name. It was his name from his previous life. He was about to speak, but his lips were already sealed by a soft touch. It was a gentle and clear sensation, like moonlight melting away the ice. Everything melted away. Only soft moans echoed faintly in the cave. "You're hurting me. I'm sorry." One summer, many years ago, a little girl was crying loudly in the flower bed of a residential complex, a dirty ice cream cone lying on the ground beside her. Wah! She cried for a long time, but no friends came to comfort her, and her parents didn't come to soothe her. Until a voice spoke, "Don't cry. Here, take this, okay?" The little girl stopped crying and looked up. A boy, slightly taller than her, held out an ice cream cone, his head turned away. The little girl wiped her tears, took the ice cream, and said timidly in a childish voice, "Thank you. Don't cry over something like this next time." The boy said softly, "A girl's tears shouldn't be so cheap. If you must cry, cry for the boy you love." The little girl blinked, not understanding what he meant. But she felt that his words were beautiful. She liked them very much. "Don't you have any friends to play with either?" "No. I'll play with you. My name is Chenine, what's yours?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, then pursed her lips, revealing a sweet dimple. "Shen Xuan." Their summer vacation didn't last long. One day, the boy she called Brother Chen Yin every day, the boy who promised never to leave her after they became friends, suddenly disappeared. As if he had vanished into thin air. The little girl searched for him everywhere, only to learn from her parents that he had moved away. That day, she cried heartbrokenly and ran back to the flower bed alone. But this time, no one came to pat her head and give her an ice cream. Several years passed, and the girl entered junior high school. During the summer break before her final year, she attended her parents' funeral, dressed in black, accompanied by their friends. A sudden car accident had taken them away. In front of the tombstone, their so-called friends cried sorrowfully. But when it came to taking care of her, they all made excuses and avoided her gaze. The girl remained silent throughout the funeral, her lips tightly pressed together. She didn't cry. She didn't speak. Back at home, she buried herself in her blanket, hugging her knees tightly as she crouched in a corner of the bed, saying nothing. She didn't know what her future held. Continue school. Or find a job at a factory. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message notification. It was a bank transfer. There was no sender name, only a simple message. "Don't cry. A girl's tears shouldn't be so cheap." But seeing those words, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and sobbed uncontrollably. After that, she started searching for him again. She learned that he had moved to a different city. She learned that he had dropped out of college and left home, severing ties with his family. She learned that he was writing melancholic stories online, just like the sentence he had told her when they first met, "A girl's tears shouldn't be so cheap." His writing wasn't necessarily good. But the girl became his loyal reader. She read every story, every sentence, over and over again. Every night before bed, she would secretly curl up under her blanket, waiting for him to update his blog, as if it was the happiest moment of her day. She left comments on every post, but never revealed her identity, silently supporting and following him as an anonymous reader. Author, you won't abandon your work, will you? You won't suddenly leave us, right? No, I won't. As long as there's even one reader, I won't stop writing. This isn't an empty promise. But a year and a half later, before the girl graduated high school, the blog suddenly stopped updating. He had broken his promise again. He disappeared from her life without a trace. When she finally found him after much effort, she didn't get to see him. She only saw his cold tombstone. Cause of death, alcohol poisoning. Suspected suicide. At some point, a light drizzle began to fall outside the cave. It wasn't heavy, but it was steady, a silky curtain of rain pouring down, bringing a cool, misty air into the cave. Inside, the scene remained quiet and dark. Feeling the chill, Shen Xuanlian sneezed softly, rubbed her nose, and wrapped Chen Yin's robe tighter around herself. Cold? Yes. I'll hold you, and you'll be warm. Just hold me, you won't do anything else. Really? I swear. I don't believe you anymore. Chenine chuckled awkwardly. Shen Xuanlian hesitated for a moment, then snuggled closer to him, letting him wrap his arms around her, robe and all. Not wanting to take any chances, Chenine gathered the rest of the clothes and piled them around Shen Xuanlian, turning her into a cozy penguin. Finally, Shen Xuanlian's slightly red nose stopped sneezing. I never knew cultivators could catch colds. Cultivators are human too. But can mortal germs really infect a cultivator's body? How would I know? There are no scientists in this world studying cultivators' bodies. Shen Xuanlian's voice was slightly weak and hoarse, with a hint of resentment. Chenine wanted to continue the conversation, but seeing Shen Xuanlian about to sneeze again, he quickly tightened his embrace, feeling a pang of concern. Ah, I should have taken more precautions last night to keep you warm. We shouldn't have put out the fire. We couldn't leave it burning. Shen Xuanlian's voice was a little urgent. Why? I would be embarrassed if there was light. Chenine didn't dare to argue. After all, if anyone was to blame for Shen Xuanlian catching a cold, it was him. So no matter how much she complained, he could only listen patiently. Are you hungry? I'll go catch a pheasant and make you some chicken soup. Shen Xuanlian didn't answer. She just hugged her knees and buried her head. Seeing that she didn't object, Chenine thought that maybe some chicken soup would make her feel better, so he got up to leave. But just as he stood up, a hand grabbed his wrist tightly. Shen Xuanlian looked at him with pleading eyes, her lips pressed together. Aren't you hungry? I just don't want you to leave. But if I don't go catch a pheasant, it won't just come to me and ask to be eaten. It's okay, I can go hungry. I don't mind. Her eyes held a childish stubbornness that left Chenine at a loss. But sister, if you keep doing this, how will your cold ever get better? Shen Xuanlian's eyes became even more pitiful. She whispered, what if you leave and abandon me again? When have I ever abandoned you? That's a completely different situation. Chenine facepalmed in despair. He couldn't understand how his usually cold and aloof senior sister had suddenly become so clingy overnight. Could losing one's virginity really have such a drastic effect on a girl? I was just a child back then. My parents decided to move, what could I do? You know I'm not talking about that. Shen Xuanlian's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at him. Chenine fell silent. After a long while, he sighed softly. All right, tell me if you get hungry. He sat back down beside Shen Xuanlian and pulled her into a tight embrace. Shen Xuanlian pressed her head against his chest, as if seeking comfort from his warmth. The cave fell silent once more, only the soft patter of rain could be heard from outside. Chenine never imagined that he would one day be holding a beautiful girl in his arms, her thin robe barely concealing her bare skin. But he had no impure thoughts. He was simply worried that she would catch a chill. The silence stretched on for a long time. Chenine suddenly said softly, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Shen Xuanlian looked up at him. My situation back then was complicated. I wasn't thinking straight. Chenine averted his gaze, feeling guilty. And we hadn't seen each other for so many years. I thought you had forgotten about me. The moment he said those words, he regretted it. As expected, Shen Xuanlian's lips trembled, her eyes reddened, and she looked at him with an indescribable sadness. Liar. She whispered. Chen Yin couldn't argue and could only force a smile. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth, making Shen Xuanlian feel uncomfortable. She wanted to sneeze. But she held it back. She knew that if she kept sneezing, Chen Yin would worry about her and insist on going out to catch a pheasant and make her soup. Perhaps there was a stubborn part of her that didn't want to see him disappear from her sight again. What if? What if this time, he left without saying goodbye again? She shivered, snuggling closer to Chen Yin like a docile kitten. Chen Yin felt her soft and delicate body pressing against him and shifted uncomfortably. Ahem. If you're not feeling well, you don't have to force yourself to stay in my arms. Why don't you lie down? No. Never mind. The sky darkened, and it seemed to be getting late. Chen Yin sighed softly. I can't let you be stubborn anymore. It'll be even colder at night. It's dangerous for you to go without food and warmth. Shen Xuanlian clung to him, biting her lip, her eyes pleading. No. Don't worry, I won't leave without saying goodbye this time. He said softly, trying to comfort her. Then tell me, why did you lie to me before? The time I moved, it was so sudden. I was in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you. And what about the other time? Shen Xuanlian stared at him intently, her voice urgent. Why, did you try to kill yourself? Chen Yin fell silent. The sound of his heartbeat mixed with the patter of rain, creating a muffled rhythm. After a long while, he turned his head and looked out of the cave, his voice quiet and distant. There's no particular reason. Just a coward. Who couldn't go on living. The sound of rain filled the cave. In the dim light, Shen Xuanlian stared at him, her eyes wide with hurt. Why? I just want to see you alive and well. Is that too much to ask? Must you break your promises again and again? Chen Yin remained silent for a long time. Then, he gently placed his hand on her head and said softly. Don't ask. Be good. Shen Xuanlian felt a pang of disappointment. But as his hand rested on her head, she was transported back to that summer day in the flower bed. His hand was warm and large, comforting her like a small kitten. She nestled closer, her glistening eyes trembling slightly. After a moment, she bit her lip gently. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Let the past be the past. She looked up at him, her gaze intense. But from now on, you're not allowed to leave me behind. What if I do leave you behind again? Chen Yin couldn't help but tease her. Shen Xuanlian thought for a moment. She remembered Chen Yin's words, a girl's tears shouldn't be so cheap, and said seriously. Then I'll cry for you to see. But I already saw you cry last night. Shen Xuanlian's face flushed crimson. Chen Yin thought for a moment, then kissed her forehead softly. You're not allowed to cry before I come back. If you can do that, I'll give you a reward. What reward? You'll find out tonight. Shen Xuanlian hummed softly and rested her chin on her knees, her eyes fixed on him expectantly. Come back soon. Don't worry. Chen Yin rekindled the fire, then swiftly left the cave. As the fire flickered, Shen Xuanlian snuggled deeper into Chen Yin's robe, burying her face in its warmth. He's always treating me like a child, trying to appease me with empty promises. But the truth is, after meeting you again in this world, I haven't cried anymore. Although I still can't let go of the pain of your sudden departure. I'm grateful enough for this reunion. Finding pheasants in the rain was a difficult task. Chenine ventured further out, but he still couldn't find any trace of them. He decided to return to the place where he had encountered the purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger, hoping to find some pheasants there. After searching for a long time, he finally spotted a few pheasants leisurely strolling on the other side of a ravine. As he was about to approach them, a low growl sounded from behind him. Chenine turned and saw the massive purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger lurking in the nearby forest, its eyes fixed on him warily. Beside it was the cub whose demon core he had taken. The cub bared its teeth and growled at him, but its body instinctively cowered. Chenine said to them, "I'm not here to cause trouble. Don't worry." With that, he turned and continued towards the pheasants. The tiger growled again, but there was no aggression in its voice, only caution and warning. As Chenine took another step forward, he felt as if he had hit an invisible wall. Chenine was intrigued. He reached out to touch the invisible barrier. It seemed to be some kind of formation, preventing him from entering but not causing any harm. The pheasants, however, were leisurely strolling behind the barrier. He couldn't just let his prey escape. Chenine summoned his eternal light sword and held it before him. With a swift and effortless motion, he slashed at the air before him. Rip! A crisp sound, like tearing silk, echoed through the air as the space seemed to split open. Chenine sheathed his sword and stepped forward. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. The rain-shrouded ravine transformed into a lush bamboo forest. There was no rain, no wind, as if even the air was still. Who would set up such a formation in a heavenly path perilous domain? Chenine walked deeper into the bamboo forest. As the bamboo thinned, a solitary temple appeared at the end of the path. The temple was ancient and dilapidated, covered in dust and moss, a damp and decaying smell permeating the air. Chenine pushed open the cobweb-covered doors and waved away the dust. The temple was smaller than he had expected, with only a single, modest main hall, where a faded statue stood on an altar. Chenine didn't recognize the statue, but it emanated a familiar aura. The same aura as his scroll. Hesitantly, he raised his hand, and the ancient scroll appeared, floating before him. The moment the scroll appeared, the faded statue seemed to flicker with a faint light, but it quickly vanished. A line of text suddenly appeared on the scroll. Heaven has a spirit. All things live and die, decay and flourish in cycles. This was the first time Chenine had seen writing appear on the scroll. He had always thought it was just a storage space, with its true contents hidden within. But now it seemed that the scroll was incomplete. The sentence was clearly unfinished. There should be more, but it wasn't appearing. Chenine entered the scroll's space to investigate, but nothing had changed. He stared at the sentence for a long time before finally putting the scroll away. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at the statue. It was a simple and crudely carved figure, vaguely resembling a slender monk. An image suddenly flashed through Chen Yin's mind. In a primordial land, a handsome monk with gentle features clasped his hands together, his eyes lowered in prayer as he bowed towards heaven and earth. Then, like a giant closing its eyes, the world slowly faded away. Chenine blinked, dazed. He was about to look back at the statue again, but he found himself back in the ravine. Behind him were the growls of the mother and cub tigers, and before him were the startled pheasants. Chenine pondered for a moment, then dismissed the thought. He had always felt that there was a great secret hidden behind the scroll. But it probably had nothing to do with him now. He stared at the pheasants before him, their eyes meeting in a silent standoff. "Thank you for leading me here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found this place. As a token of gratitude, I won't hold back." He chuckled. The pheasants. When Chenine returned to the cave, Shen Shuanglian's eyes were red and puffy from holding back tears. "Chenine, I know I'm late, but I can explain." "Shen Shuanglian, I can also choose not to listen. I was wrong. I'm sorry." Shen Shuanglian pressed her lips together and stared at him silently. Chenine sighed, preparing the pheasant while speaking to himself, "You can hit me, you can scold me, whatever you want. Just do what makes you happy. But before that, you have to drink this chicken soup." By the time Chenine finished making the soup, it was already completely dark. He walked over to Shen Shuanglian with the stone bowl. Shen Shuanglian was about to take the bowl when Chenine said, "Wait." He scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it carefully to cool it down, and brought it to her lips. You're afraid of it being too hot, remember? Drink slowly. Shen Shuanglian stared at him blankly for a moment, then gently took the spoon in her mouth and swallowed obediently. So, the reward you promised is to feed me soup. Isn't it enough? Chenine countered. It's enough. Shen Shuanglian finished the entire bowl of soup, even licking her lips with her tongue, before retreating back into the warmth of the robe. Chenine placed his hand on her wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Your recovery is a bit slow. I didn't expect the spiritual energy in that demon core to be so potent. There's still so much residue. Shen Shuanglian suddenly realized something and instinctively recoiled, looking at Chenine warily. Chenine said helplessly, well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's for your injuries. Shen Shuanglian said seriously, it hurts. I'll be gentle. You said the same thing yesterday. The morning after the downpour. Every morning in the heavenly path perilous domain began with a thick fog. It seemed to linger throughout the year, obscuring the path ahead after only a few steps. At the foot of 10,000 Cloud Mountain, near the edge of the perilous domain, several groups of cultivators were conducting a thorough search. They wore various attire, some in the robes of the Mist Spirit sect, some from the Heavenly Net sect, and others from the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Numerous cultivators braved the thick fog, slowly combing through the vast forest. Hey, brother, you guys from the Heavenly Net sect are also looking for someone? Of course. It's a direct order from our senior sister. Who would dare disobey? You have no idea, when our senior sister is determined, even the sect master and his wife can't stop her. Sigh, you guys lost your senior sister's lover, but we literally lost our senior sister herself. I just don't understand, what kind of charm does that guy have that made both senior sisters so devoted to him? I heard he's quite handsome. Could he be some kind of male consort being fought over by the two fairies? Now that you mention it, that explains why the two fairies always seem to be at odds. But even so, this is the Heavenly Path perilous domain. Even Grand Clarity Realm experts would struggle to survive here. How could those two possibly survive after falling in? And yet, here we are, risking our lives to search for them in this dangerous place. As the sect disciples whispered among themselves, a shadowy figure in black was hiding among the trees, silently listening to their conversation. Once the searching disciples moved on, the figure swiftly disappeared into the depths of the Heavenly Path perilous domain. Beneath the veil, Yuxiang's beautiful face was pale with worry and exhaustion. Senior brother. Please be safe. 5 days after falling off the cliff. Having adapted to a primitive life in the cave, Chenine began to relax. Thanks to his tireless efforts every night, the chaotic spiritual energy lingering in Shen Shuanglian's meridians was gradually absorbed and transformed into nourishment, repairing her damaged pathways. Shen Shuanglian's complexion also improved day by day. Compared to before their fall, she seemed less cold and aloof, her face glowing with a healthy flush. Chen Yin's days were now filled with humming tunes as he went out to gather food, leaving no edible plant or animal behind, bringing everything back to the cave to nourish Shen Shuanglian. The pair of purple-whiskered thunder-maned tigers, mother and cub, seemed to have lost much of their hostility towards him after he emerged from the formation. They even exchanged friendly greetings whenever they encountered each other in the ravine. The intelligence of spirit beasts was related to their cultivation level. Spirit beasts like the purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger were naturally intelligent. As they became more familiar with each other, Chen Yin learned a few things about the Heavenly Path perilous domain. Firstly, it was probably far larger than he had imagined. The main branch of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion was built on a mountain near the edge of the perilous domain. So the place where he and Shen Shuanglian had fallen wasn't that deep within the domain. The mother and cub tigers had never seen the true heart of the Heavenly Path perilous domain. They only growled fearfully when he asked, as if something terrifying resided there. Normally, Chenine would have been curious about the domain center. But with Shen Shuanglian, a delicate flower, by his side, he wasn't willing to take the risk. His days were now filled with catching pheasants, fishing, and petting the tiger cub, a leisurely and carefree existence. As the sun rose high in the sky, Chen Yin, as usual, returned to the cave, humming a tune, with a few freshly caught pheasants in hand. "Xuan, we have chicken soup again today." But there was no response from inside the cave. Chenine narrowed his eyes, put down the pheasants, and scanned the cave. There were no signs of a struggle. Senior sister must be safe. He just didn't know why she would leave the cave alone in her injured state. Chen Yin searched around the cave. After covering most of the ravine, he finally heard sounds coming from the pool beneath the waterfall. He parted the bushes and peered down at the pool. As expected, Xuanlian was bathing in the clear water, her smooth back glistening with droplets like a polished jade. Her hair was gathered in a loose bun, and her slender fingers traced her delicate neck as she scooped up a handful of water and poured it over her head. The water cascaded over her pure and ethereal beauty, her lips slightly parted, her eyelashes adorned with tiny droplets. She seemed to blend seamlessly with the water, her moonlight-like beauty even more captivating against the backdrop of the pool. It's been days, and she still smells so good. Chenine decided to stay and enjoy the view, casually chewing on a blade of grass as he admired the beautiful sight before him. Xuanlian's hand paused mid-air as she scooped water. After a moment, she asked softly, "Enjoying the view?" "Of course, it's a beautiful sight." Chen Yin gave her a thumbs up. "I wasn't asking for your approval." Xuanlian sighed softly. With a wave of her hand, water enveloped her body, and her clothes flew towards her from the shore. In a blink of an eye, before Chen Yin could see anything, she was already dressed and standing on the bank. Her eyes, as clear as the freshly washed water, stared at Chen Yin intently. Chen Yin scratched his nose awkwardly. It's not a big deal. I just saw you taking a bath. It's not like we haven't seen everything there is to see. Why be so shy? Before he could finish, Xuanlian kicked him into the pool. Chen Yin flailed around in the water before resurfacing, sputtering indignantly, "Hey! That was unnecessary. You deserved it." Xuanlian's tone remained unchanged, but a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. "We shared a night of passion, show some mercy. You're practically trying to kill your husband. If you can drown in this shallow pool, then you deserve to stay there." "Hey, what if I really can't swim? I didn't tell you to go swimming." She frowned slightly. "Hurry up and wash yourself. You stink." Chen Yin sniffed himself, puzzled. Did he really stink? "But you could have at least let me take my clothes off before kicking me in." He coughed lightly and said seriously, "Since I'm already here, I noticed that you seemed to be in a hurry earlier. You probably didn't finish washing up before rushing out. How about we take our time and enjoy a nice bath together? I can even scrub your back for you." Splash! The water in front of him exploded, showering him with droplets. Xuanlian expertly hid the blush on her cheeks and said softly, "Wash yourself properly. If you still stink, you're not allowed in my bed tonight." Without another word, Chen Yin plunged into the water. Xuanlian sat on a rock by the shore, her gaze lost in the shimmering water. After a while, Chen Yin emerged from the pool, drying himself with a flick of his wrist. He turned to Xuanlian, who was still lost in thought. "What are you thinking about? You seem so deep in thought." "Nothing." Xuanlian concealed the sadness in her eyes and stood up, saying softly, "Let's go back. After today, we should start thinking about how to get out of here." Chen Yin's face fell. Happiness is always so fleeting." Xuanlian didn't answer, just bit her lip. Back in the cave, Chen Yin prepared the pheasant and made chicken soup, enjoying a large bowl himself. Xuanlian, however, seemed preoccupied, picking at her food absent-mindedly. Chen Yin wiped his mouth and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm thinking about how to explain your situation to the sect elders after we get out." Chen Yin fell silent for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly. "What's there to explain? I'll just say that I'm a sucker for beautiful women and couldn't stand seeing someone bully a pretty girl, so I had to save that so-called demonic witch. What can they do to me? Punish me? I'll just hide behind Master's skirt, let's see who dares to touch me." Xuanlian hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "What about your Junior sister. What about her? Shen Xuanlian opened her mouth but didn't say what she wanted to say. Instead, she asked, what kind of person is she? Chenine tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said seriously. She's a child who's even more troublesome than you and never seems to grow up. Shen Xuanlian pouted unhappily. How am I troublesome? When your parents first passed away, didn't you want to die? Under Chen Yin's calm gaze, Shen Xuanlian slowly lowered her head and shrank back, remaining silent. I heard about you from our neighbors. Although we hadn't seen each other for many years, knowing your temper as a child, I was worried you might do something foolish. Chen Yin looked up. I don't know if the money I sent you was helpful, but it was all the manuscript fees I had earned in those few months. I could only ask the neighbors to keep an eye on you, you silly girl. Shen Xuanlian pursed her lips, her eyes darting towards Chen Yin's profile as she mumbled, I'm not that fragile. That's good to hear. Chenine fell silent and lay down on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Xuanlian asked softly, you told me to be strong, but why did you choose to end everything yourself? Chenine remained silent for a long time before chuckling wryly. Because you were still young. And I was already an adult. The adult world is fragile. Sometimes, we break down without warning. There's nothing we can do about it. Shen Xuanlian puffed out her chest and retorted, in this life, we're the same age. It's all the same. Chenine said with a soft smile, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. A small hand reached out and held his. Shen Xuanlian whispered, were you unhappy when you first came to this world? More than just unhappy. Chenine didn't want to go into details and simply brushed it off. But fortunately, I met Master and my junior sister Xiang'er. And finally, I had a home. Both in this life and his previous life. The only home he had ever known. Shen Xuanlian couldn't help but ask, I never understood, why did you move away back then? I heard you later had a falling out with your family and lived alone. What happened? Chen Yin remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the ceiling. If I tell you the whole story, it'll be quite boring. You probably wouldn't even want to hear it. It's the kind of drama you see on those emotional talk shows all the time. Chen Yin said softly, my parents were constantly fighting and wanted a divorce. There was domestic violence, and even the police couldn't stop them. The divorce proceedings dragged on for years. They were able to endure it, but I couldn't. So, I dropped out of college and ran away to a different city. I cut off all contact with my family and tried to make a living with my meager writing skills, scribbling down melancholic words. Then I realized I couldn't even support myself. I thought about it and figured there wasn't much point in living. Even if I found another job to make ends meet, life seemed meaningless. Since I was all alone anyway, I thought I might as well end it all. He shrugged casually, as if he wasn't talking about his own life. Shen Xuanlian was stunned. She couldn't fully comprehend his feelings, but seeing him smile while recounting such a painful past made her heart ache. But like I said, that's all in the past. He put his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, now, at least I have a home to return to. I'm happy on Mount Yu. There's nothing to miss about the past. It's best to just forget it. Shen Xuanlian bit her lip gently and said softly, then your master and junior sister must be very important family to you, right? Chen Yin's usual playful demeanor faded, and he sighed softly after a long silence. Yes. I consider them my most important family now. So, this wretched life of mine finally has some value. He didn't need to worry about master, that old lowly granny. But Xiang'er. He had to see her happy and safe with his own eyes before he could be at peace. This time, he wouldn't let that nightmarish ending repeat itself. Speaking of which, I have something to ask you. Chen Yin suddenly turned to her with a serious expression. Have you ever heard of Changli Palace? Changli Palace? Shen Xuanlian froze for a moment, then shook her head. So she hasn't heard of it either. Chen Yin closed his eyes slowly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this Changli Palace? No. If you return to the sect safely, senior sister, could you please help me investigate if there are any records related to Changli Palace at the main branch? Shen Xuanlian was about to nod, then she frowned, her eyes filled with worry. Aren't you coming with me? I still have things to do. Chenine patted her head reassuringly. Take care of yourself first. Shen Xuanlian lowered her head, biting her lip and sulking silently. Chenine said softly, don't worry. I won't be long. I'll come find you when everything is over. She looked up at him with teary eyes and nodded silently. Then we need to focus on recovering from our injuries. Chenine stretched and looked at Shen Xuanlian with a mischievous smile. Shen Xuanlian sighed, a rare hint of feminine resentment in her eyes. We're supposed to be healing. Get your mind out of the gutter. No problem, no problem. Don't try anything funny like yesterday. Okay, okay. Be gentle. I promise. As evening approached, Shen Xuanlian was fast asleep in the cave, exhausted. Chen Yin carefully draped his robe over her and left the cave. Under the dim moonlight, he stretched and swiftly flew towards the edge of the heavenly path perilous domain. Shen Xuanlian's injuries had almost completely healed. Although he was reluctant to leave this comfortable haven, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He couldn't receive any news from the outside world in the perilous domain, and he couldn't be sure of Xiang'er's safety. He needed to find her as soon as possible to ease his worries. So, he decided to scout the path ahead tonight. If there were no dangers, he could take Shen Xuanlian out of this place tomorrow. His journey was smoother than expected. He didn't encounter any dangerous creatures, and since this area was still the territory of the purple-whiskered thunder-maned tigers, he was able to travel unimpeded. But after traveling for several miles, Chen Yin suddenly stopped. He sensed several agitated auras not far away. It seemed like a battle was taking place. He quickly concealed himself and rushed towards the commotion. Under the moonlight, the mother purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger was perched on a rock, its eyes fixed menacingly on the figure before it, growling threateningly. Facing it, Yu Xiang stood with her sword drawn, her beautiful eyes narrowed beneath the black veil. As expected of the heavenly path perilous domain. I haven't even traveled that far, and I've already encountered a beast of this level. You still have the mood to complain? The system's voice echoed in her mind. That's a spirit beast comparable to a supreme clarity realm expert. Can you even handle it in your current state? Let me tell you, don't expect me to help you. It's because you insisted on going your own way and deviating from the plot that I'm also being punished along with you. The system's voice even carried a hint of grievance. Yu Xiang ignored it and said coldly, stop pretending. I don't believe you don't have any life-saving tricks up your sleeve. Hurry up and use them. If I die, you'll die too. Damn it. The system almost cursed. Why did it have to be a system? It didn't get any benefits, and it had to work like a slave, treating its host like a queen. Was there any justice in this world? But in the end, the system gritted its teeth and said in a heartbroken voice. This is the last time. We might as well die together. A faint purple aura enveloped Yu Xiang's sword, and her grip suddenly felt heavier. It was as if this sword strike could split heaven and earth. The tiger seemed to sense the danger, a chilling aura emanating from the sword. It roared and lunged at Xiang'er without hesitation, its claws outstretched. Yu Xiang's expression remained calm as she thrust her sword towards the tiger. But just before her sword connected, a sudden cough broke the tense atmosphere. Ahem. I say, let's not be so hasty. We can talk this out. Yu Xiang's eyes widened in shock. Under the moonlight, a man stood beside the tiger, his face gentle, a soft smile on his lips as he stroked the tiger's mane. He turned to her and chuckled softly. We meet again, Miss Yin. Under the moonlight, Chen Yin stroked the back of the purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger, calming it down, while his eyes were fixed on the veiled Yu Xiang, a playful smile on his lips. We meet again, Miss Yin. Long time no see. How have you been? Yu Xiang's body trembled slightly. No one could see her expression beneath the veil. After a long silence, her voice, forcefully calm and barely suppressing a tremor, finally came. It's you. You're not dead. Hey, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? Chen Yin said with an innocent expression. I practically fell off a cliff because of you. Do you have to be so cold-hearted? It's because dash. Yuxiang almost lost control of her emotions and raised her voice. She quickly caught herself and continued in a cold tone. I didn't ask you to save me. I didn't know you were such a foolish person, doing something so reckless for a complete stranger. Although she tried to hide it, Chenine could still hear the hint of grievance in her voice. Ahem. You can't say that. He shook his head and said eloquently, as a cultivator, one must act according to one's conscience. How could anyone stand by and watch a group of people bully a young woman? Yuxiang said urgently, you don't even know me, how do you know I'm not a bad person? What if I really am the demonic which they say I am? As soon as she said those words, Yuxiang regretted them. But Chen Yin simply stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he turned to her and asked, well, are you, Miss Yin? Yuxiang bit her lip and whispered, why should I tell you? You have to tell me so I know whether I saved a good person or a bad person. Are all demonic cultivators necessarily bad people? Faced with Yuxiang's question, Chen Yin thought for a moment and said, I don't know if all demonic cultivators are bad people. And I don't care. I only want to know if the person I saved is a bad person. He suddenly spread his arms open, exposing his chest to Yuxiang, and said loudly, if you truly are a bad person, miss, feel free to kill me. Consider it silencing a witness. Yuxiang's voice became urgent. Do you really think I wouldn't dare, with you exposing yourself like that to a stranger? She pointed her slender sword directly at Chen Yin. But Chen Yin remained motionless, simply looking at her with a relaxed smile. If you dare, miss, what are you waiting for? The aura around her sword intensified. But in the end, like a flickering candle flame, it slowly extinguished, her sword falling limply to the ground. After a long while, Chen Yin heard a voice filled with frustration and gritted teeth. You, how can someone like you even exist? Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. Chen Yin smiled brightly. Since you're already here, why don't we chat for a bit before you leave? Yuxiang hesitated, glancing at the docile purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger beside Chen Yin, then slowly nodded. They sat side by side on a large rock by the stream, bathed in the silvery moonlight. The tiger lay beside the stream, licking its furry paws as it bathed in the water. Although she was wearing a veil and a dark, elegant dress, completely unlike the lively and adorable Xiang'er, Yuxiang felt nervous sitting beside Chenine, afraid of accidentally revealing her identity. To distract herself and ease her anxiety, she started the conversation. How did you survive falling from such a high cliff? Who knows? Maybe I'm just lucky. Chenine lay back on the rock casually. And why did you speak up for me back then? Was it really just because you couldn't stand injustice? Maybe. He shrugged. Or maybe I was just bored and looking for an excuse to stir up trouble. Picking a fight with a bunch of Boundless Realm and Supreme Clarity Realm experts because he was bored. Yuxiang was speechless. She could only mutter angrily, how thick-skinned can you be, a mere cloud-ascending realm cultivator, to say such things? Ah, that's where you're mistaken, Miss Yin. Chen Yin suddenly sat up and said seriously, I may not have many talents, but I have exceptionally thick skin. Not even Boundless Realm or Supreme Clarity Realm experts, even Grand Clarity Realm immortals, can pierce my skin. That was actually true. Just look at his master, that old woman. She tried to break him down time and time again, but had she ever succeeded in piercing his thick skin? Seeing Chen Yin's smug expression, Yuxiang felt even more exasperated. Aren't you afraid of getting into serious trouble one day? Have you ever considered how worried the people around you would be if something happened to you? Chen Yin's smile faded, and he asked in a calm voice. What about you, Miss Yin? When those elders were questioning you, weren't you afraid of getting hurt and making the people close to you worry? Yuxiang was speechless. Chen Yin's gaze was unusually calm, unwavering. But Yuxiang suddenly felt intimidated by his gaze and couldn't help but look away. I don't have anyone close to me. How is that possible? What about your parents, your fellow disciples from your sect? Yu Xiang's eyes dimmed, and her voice lowered. They're all gone. Gone for over a decade. Chenine narrowed his eyes slightly. From what I heard, your sect is called Changli Palace. Yu Xiang turned to him and asked, do you know this sect? Forgive my ignorance. Heh. It's only natural. She lowered her eyes, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. It's normal that you wouldn't know. Who in the cultivation world still remembers that sect? Chenine hesitated, about to ask, then would you be willing to tell me more? Don't ask. Yu Xiang's voice suddenly turned cold. She looked at Chenine with a cold glare. Knowing about it won't do you any good. Chenine looked away, his head lowered in thought, and fell silent. The evening breeze rustled the unknown flowers by the stream, creating gentle ripples on the water's surface. Yu Xiang gazed at the flowing water, her heart heavy with sadness. How did it come to this? She had finally met her senior brother again, confirmed that he was safe, and she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. But she had to force herself to end this conversation. She couldn't let senior brother get involved in this matter. Just as Yu Xiang was struggling with her emotions, she heard Chen Yin's gentle voice. Let's not talk about that anymore. Do you have someone you like, Miss Yin? Yu Xiang froze, then turned her head away, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Why? If I said no, would you start flirting with me? Ahem, is that how you see me, miss? Pretty much. Yu Xiang pouted. You look like a fickle playboy. Chenine immediately protested, you can't just accuse me like that. There's no man more devoted than me in this world. You. Yu Xiang scoffed. Not to mention that woman in red who was buying you clothes at the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. What about Shen Shuanglian, the fairy who jumped off the cliff with you? Chenine chuckled nervously. Well, she was injured protecting me, and she's still recovering. Yu Xiang instantly turned her head away, a murderous glint in her eyes behind the veil. Recovering? So you've been with her all this time? Chenine felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He stammered, trying to explain. Ahem, well, yes, but we didn't do anything other than heal her injuries. Those words weren't exactly a lie, right? But Yu Xiang, as usual, felt a pang of jealousy. She snorted softly and turned her head away. No need to explain yourself to me. We're not close, and I don't care who you mess around with. Seeing Xianger's temper flare up again, Chenine couldn't directly coax her this time. He could only force a smile and say, Miss Yin, let me explain. There's no need. After a long silence, he heard Yu Xiang whisper, thank her for me. Thank her for risking her life to save senior brother. Otherwise, with senior brother's newly acquired cloud ascending realm cultivation and his incomplete mastery of the forgotten everlasting heart sutra, he might have been in real danger. Seeing Chen Yin's curious gaze, Yu Xiang simply turned her head away. It's nothing. Didn't you say you have a junior sister waiting for you at home? Aren't you afraid your junior sister will be jealous, seeing you so close with this fairy Shen? Chenine choked on his words and scratched his nose. My junior sister. She's silly and innocent. She wouldn't mind. Yu Xiang's eyebrows shot up in anger, but she forcefully suppressed her outburst, letting out a soft humph instead. Humph. She's unlucky to have such a philandering senior brother. To her surprise, Chenine simply shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah. My junior sister truly has the worst luck. She ended up with a good-for-nothing senior brother like me, who's fickle, lecherous, lazy, and useless. If I were strong and capable, if I were truly devoted and worthy of her trust, maybe, she wouldn't have to live such a difficult life. Chen Yin's voice softened unconsciously. Yu Xiang stared at him, stunned. After a long while, she snapped out of her daze and quickly averted her gaze, trying to hide her reddened eyes. Actually, you're not as bad as you say. Don't be so hard on yourself. Many people would be lucky to have a senior brother like you. Really? Chenine burst into laughter. So I'm not that bad after all. If only my junior sister thought the same. I would be very happy. Tip. Chen Yin's voice held a hint of melancholy. But hearing those words, Yuang felt a pang in her heart. She wanted to tell him that his junior sister never blamed him, never thought he was a bad person. He was always her most important family, her most beloved senior brother. But now, she didn't know what identity she could use to say those words to him. She hesitated several times, then finally withdrew her hand, hugging her knees and curling up on the rock. I envy your junior sister. Why? Even if her senior brother is as bad as you say, at least he loves her. Well, she's my junior sister. Chenine shrugged. Who else would I dote on if not her? But many people aren't as lucky as her. Yuang murmured softly, there are countless people in this world who have nothing. No family, no friends, their existence erased. Sometimes, even they themselves forget that they exist. But even then, they don't even have the right to die. They live every day in a hellish nightmare, for years and years. Are those people pitiful? Chenine didn't know how to answer. But Yuang continued, as if talking to herself. Of course they are. But what can they do? The idyllic world of loving masters and supportive fellow disciples, no matter how beautiful and dreamlike, doesn't belong to them. Sooner or later, they still have to return to that dark and hopeless swamp. Find a place where no one can find them and slowly rot away. The evening breeze grew colder, and Yuang shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Chenine listened to her words with his head lowered. He engraved every word in his heart. So this was how Xiang'er had been living all these years. Chanli Palace. The demonic path. The mist spirit sect. Chenine suddenly felt an urge to leave immediately, to confront these three parties and find out what had happened. To find out who had caused Xiang'er so much pain. But a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Can I lean on you for a bit? Chenine turned his head. Yuang's cheeks were flushed, her voice slightly awkward. Don't you mind this philandering scoundrel anymore? As long as you don't move, I'll just pretend I'm leaning on a warm rock. What if I can't help but move? Then I'll cut off your microphone. She said with a playful glare. Chenine shrank back, intimidated, and remained perfectly still. Yuang hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved closer to Chenine, resting her head on his shoulder. The wind softened, and the air grew quiet. Chen Yin's shoulder seemed to have a magical quality. The moment Yuang leaned against him, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over her. She knew she couldn't fall asleep in front of Chenine, but she was reluctant to leave his warm and comforting embrace. She let out a soft sound, like a sleepy child refusing to get out of bed. Chenine coughed lightly and asked tentatively, if you're uncomfortable leaning like this, I wouldn't mind holding you while you sleep. Clang! A slender sword plunged into the ground, inches away from Chen Yin's crotch. Yuang's voice was laced with resentment and annoyance. Can you stop having those dirty thoughts? I'm sorry. Yuang shifted into a more comfortable position and continued leaning against him. She suddenly blurted out. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just a little tired. I'm really, just leaning for a bit, okay? She whispered. Chenine didn't expose her lie and nodded softly. It's okay. Lean on me as long as you need. Silence returned. Yuang closed her eyes and rested for a long time before suddenly asking. What are your plans? Once senior sister Shen Shuangnian recovers from her injuries, we'll naturally leave this place as soon as possible. Chenine said half-jokingly, but I imagine the outside world is in an uproar right now. I might have become a villain in the eyes of the public, accused of colluding with the demonic path. Hopefully, we won't be caught when we get out. Haha. Yuang remained silent for a long time, then whispered, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You don't have to blame yourself. I told you I did it willingly. Chenine looked up and said slowly, you know, you're very similar to my junior sister. Yuang's body trembled slightly. My junior sister, she's also a bit shy and introverted. On the surface, she's always smiling, carefree and cheerful. But she always keeps things bottled up inside, refusing to tell anyone. That's why she's always so worrying. Chen Yin shook his head helplessly. Yuang was silent for a long time before finally saying. Maybe, your junior sister has her reasons. Then she's just being silly. Chen Yin said seriously, her master is one of the most powerful Grand Clarity Realm immortals in the cultivation world, Immortal Yuling. And her senior brother is the most handsome man in the cultivation world, me. With two such powerful backers, what problem can't be solved? Why keep it all bottled up inside? Yuang bit her lip gently, then said weakly, maybe things aren't as simple as you think. Then there's nothing we can do. Chen Yin sighed helplessly. As her senior brother, I can only wait patiently for the day she's willing to tell me. As if. I'll find the answers myself. Before you silly girl, do something stupid. Yuang's gaze drifted, fixated on the flowing water. The moonlight was clear and bright, the stream flowed gently, and the purple-whiskered thunder-maned tiger by the bank licked its paws leisurely. As the evening breeze brushed past, Yuang felt a wave of irresistible drowsiness, her eyelids growing heavy. Seeing her sleepy, cat-like expression, Chenine said, if you're really tired, just sleep for a while. I can't. Why? Afraid I'll do something inappropriate? No. I just can't sleep. No matter what important things you have to do, you need to sleep to regain your strength. Yuang thought for a moment, then nodded softly. Okay, but you're not allowed to take off my veil. Don't worry. No touching. No problem. And you're not allowed to leave secretly. Chenine froze, then noticed the playful tone in Yuang's voice. Don't overthink it, I just don't want to wake up freezing in the middle of the night. Just let me sleep peacefully tonight. Okay. Chenine was silent for a moment, a gentle look flashing in his eyes. I promise. The moonlight swayed in the breeze, and soft breathing sounds filled the air. As dawn broke, Yuang opened her eyes. The cool morning dew lingered in the air, and Chenine was leaning against her head. They were nestled together in a heartwarming embrace. Yuang was reminded of their time on Mount Yu, how they would often find a tree to lean against and fall asleep, nestled against each other. If it weren't for the veil covering her face, Yuang could almost believe she was back on Mount Yu. Living that carefree life. As the morning glow began to paint the sky, Yuang sat up. Chen Yin's gentle voice reached her ears. Good morning. Did you sleep well, Miss Yin? Yuang purposely snorted. You kept your word. No touching, and you didn't lift my veil. From the sound of it, you wanted me to lift your veil and see your true face. Chenine asked with a playful smile. Yuang didn't reply and simply turned her head. I'm leaving. What are your plans, miss? You're better off not knowing. Yuang glanced at him sideways. Chenine could only shrug. Then I won't pry. He bowed slightly. I wish you a safe journey. Don't worry about me. Yuang lowered her gaze. You should be more concerned about yourself. Don't forget, you're now known as the person who protected a demonic witch. Chenine maintained his carefree smile, seemingly unconcerned. Yuang seemed displeased by his nonchalant attitude and couldn't help but frown. Aren't you worried at all? The outside world is filled with rumors, and the righteous cultivators searching for you will soon find this place. You're not like Shuanglian. If they catch you, you won't be able to defend yourself. Chen Yin waved his hand dismissively. I'm not afraid. My master is Immortal Yuling. They wouldn't dare do anything to me, even if they had 10 times the courage. Unless those old geezers weren't afraid of master causing trouble at their doorstep every day. Humph, suit yourself. Yuang turned to leave, her hair swaying gracefully. But she paused before disappearing into the forest, her beautiful eyes glancing back at him. A word of advice. Don't get too close to Shuanglian, she said softly. Chenine chuckled. Are you jealous, Miss Yin? Don't flatter yourself. Why would I be jealous of you? Then why do you care about my relationship with senior sister? Because. Yuang hesitated for a moment, then finally said, she's the chief disciple of the Mist Spirit sect. And the Mist Spirit sect is full of bad people. Chen Yin blinked. After saying that, Yuang didn't linger any longer. With a few light leaps, she disappeared into the distance. Chen Yin watched her leave, pondering the meaning of her last words. It was clear, from Xianger's actions in his previous life, when she had destroyed the entire Mist Spirit sect, and from Elder Mo Jie's attitude earlier, that the Mist Spirit sect was also a key part of his investigation. But did Xianger suspect senior sister as well? He quickly dismissed the thought. If it was truly related to the destruction of Changli Palace years ago, then senior sister, like him, would have been just a child at the time. It was unlikely she knew anything. But if one day, he had to stand against the Mist Spirit sect for Xianger's sake, how would he face senior sister? Chenine sighed and murmured, this is too difficult. Then he turned and walked back towards the cave. A while after Chenine left, Yuxiang's figure reappeared. She gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with longing. Senior brother, do you know? She murmured to herself. Last night, for a moment, I truly hoped that you would lift my veil. That you would notice my disguise. That you would hold my hand and help me take revenge on those who wronged me. System, am I, being too selfish? Dragging senior brother into my revenge, into this complicated mess. Selfish. You're incredibly selfish. The system's exasperated voice echoed in her mind. I don't know about your senior brother, but I've had the worst luck because of you. Do you know how much I had to sacrifice to fix the deviation from the plot records caused by your reckless actions? Let me tell you, if you continue to act on your own and disobey the system, don't blame me if everyone ends up dead. Yuxiang lowered her eyes, her lips trembling slightly after a long silence. I understand. Don't worry. Once this is over, I won't involve senior brother in this matter anymore. Yuxiang, you're so foolish. You had made up your mind to walk this thorny path of revenge alone. Even if it meant never seeing your senior brother again, you were willing to leave him in a peaceful and happy world. But you're so weak. You made such a firm decision, yet the moment you saw him, it all crumbled. Hope bloomed in your heart again. You hoped he would ruffle your hair with a smile, like he always did, and shield you from all harm. But it's impossible. Yuxiang gently slapped her cheeks, her eyes hardening with determination. This was something she had to do alone. No one could help her. Not master. Not senior brother. Even if it meant eternal damnation and a lifetime of infamy. She wouldn't hesitate. By the time she returned to the cave, the sky had finally begun to brighten. As Chenine entered the cave, carrying 2 plump fish, he saw Shen Shuanglian wrapped in his robe, sitting quietly against the cave wall, her knees hugged to her chest. You're up early today. I went to bed early yesterday. So I naturally woke up early. Shen Shuanglian's voice was weak and hoarse, laced with a hint of melancholy. Chen Yin efficiently placed the fish aside, preparing to clean them. This is our last meal here. After this, we should leave this place. Let me show you my special skill. My grilled fish is famous on Mount Yu. He started a fire, skillfully skewered the fish, and placed them over the flames. Staring at the sparks flying from the fire, Shen Shuanglian turned her head, her clear eyes fixed on Chen Yin's profile, silent. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. I just wanted to look at you a little longer. Chen Yin chuckled as he grilled the fish. It's not like you won't see me again. Why are you acting like this is our final farewell? Don't worry. I'll come find you soon. Shen Shuanglian hugged her knees, resting her head on her arms, her eyes flickering. Really? Of course, it's true. But I don't believe you anymore. You've broken your promises too many times. Chen Yin sighed helplessly. Then, set a punishment. If I break my promise, I'll accept it. How about that? Shen Shuanglian thought for a moment and said softly, I want you to marry me. Chen Yin's hand froze as he grilled the fish. He turned to her in surprise. Are you serious? Are you sure? Shen Xuanlian nodded earnestly. You're the chief disciple of the Mist Spirit sect, the most dazzling prodigy of the younger generation. And I'm just an unknown cloud ascending realm cultivator. It doesn't matter. Shen Xuanlian shook her head. I don't care. Chenine continued grilling the fish in silence, lost in thought. The air grew quiet, only the crackling of the fire breaking the silence. Shen Xuanlian slowly looked away, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Do you not want to? Of course I do. Chenine stared at the cave entrance, his voice distant. But I'm afraid that what I'm doing might take a long time. And I don't want to make you wait too long. It's okay. Shen Xuanlian looked into his eyes intently. I'm willing to wait. Chenine fell silent. It might be a very long time. Do you know how long I've already waited for you? She said seriously, from my previous life to now, I've waited for you for over 20 years. But last time, all I got was a sudden goodbye and a cold tombstone. Chenine lowered his head and whispered, I'm sorry. I'm not afraid of waiting. She seemed to be feeling cold and hugged her knees tighter, her voice soft. I'm afraid of waiting at the airport for a ship. Her voice was soft and timid, like a child who couldn't afford the toy they desired. Chen Yin remained silent for a long time, then turned and gently wrapped his arms around her neck, kissing her forehead. Don't worry. This time, even if you're waiting at the airport for a ship, I'll bring the ship to you. I swear. His eyes were bright and gentle as he looked at her. Shen Xuanlian lowered her head and hummed softly. The fish is almost ready. Let's eat. Okay. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat? It's hot. Can we wait a little longer? Shen Xuanlian asked timidly. Chenine knew she wanted to eat slowly, to prolong their time together. He didn't expose her and simply nodded. Okay. And if you really don't want to leave, we can stay another day. No. Shen Xuanlian shook her head resolutely. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid I won't want to leave. Chenine didn't say anything more and just quietly accompanied her as she ate the grilled fish. Compared to the fish he usually grilled on Mount Yu, this one lacked many seasonings and wasn't as flavorful. But Shen Xuanlian ate with relish, chewing each bite carefully, savoring every piece of meat. As if she could delay the dawn by eating slowly. As if she could postpone their parting. It was midday. The mother and cub purple-whiskered thunder-maned tigers were frolicking by the stream when they noticed a man and a woman approaching them. Yo, hello there. Chenine greeted them with a grin. The cub rolled around playfully on the ground, while its mother let out a low growl, seemingly understanding that Chenine was about to leave. Yes, we're leaving. He squatted down with a smile and stroked the cub's belly. Sorry about taking your demon core. If I have the chance, I'll bring you both a gift as compensation. The cub purred contentedly, its eyes closing in bliss as it enjoyed Chen Yin's touch. Its mother looked at Chen Yin with a hint of worry. Don't worry. Chen Yin reassured her. I know there have been more humans around lately. But it's fine, they're all here because of us. Once we leave, your life will return to normal. The mother tiger seemed relieved and lay down, her eyes gazing in a specific direction. Chenine knew she was showing him the way out. Farewell, then. May we meet again. Chenine bowed respectfully, then turned and left with Shen Xuanlian, following the direction the mother tiger had indicated. As they walked, Shen Xuanlian couldn't help but say worriedly, You mean to say that many cultivators from the outside have already entered this place searching for us? That's right. It's been several days since we fell. Even if we don't leave now, they'll eventually find us. Then, what are you going to do? Shen Xuanlian's eyes were filled with concern. What if the Mist Spirit sect elders are still determined to punish you for protecting the demonic witch and take you back? What else can I do? Chen Yin shrugged nonchalantly. I'll just use my all-powerful master as a shield and scare them off. After all, we're all from the Mist Spirit sect. Now that Miss Yin, the cause of this conflict, is no longer with us, they wouldn't push things too far unless they're idiots. Besides, who wants to mess with immortal Yuling? He chuckled. Shen Xuanlian nodded but still looked worried. I still feel that the way the sect elders handled this matter is strange. You feel it too? Yes. Shen Xuanlian hesitated. Logically speaking, even if Elder Mo Jia wanted to attack you, he should have thought carefully about the consequences, given the pressure from the Heavenly Net sect and immortal Yuling. But he was clearly determined to kill Yin Mengwan at all costs. Why was he so bold? Before he attacked, I saw him as if he was communicating with someone through voice transmission. Who was he talking to? Chenine didn't know either. He had his suspicions but no evidence. For him to disregard the sect's interests and act so recklessly, the person who gave him the courage, must be someone from the sect as well. Shen Xuanlian also fell into deep thought. Regardless, this is what I want to investigate next. Chen Yin looked at Shen Xuanlian seriously. I can't do this alone. I need your help. Are you willing? Shen Xuanlian nodded and asked softly, what do you need me to do? What I mentioned before. The information about Chanli Palace within the Mist Spirit sect. Chen Yin lowered his voice and added, be careful. This matter might be more complicated than we think. It's best not to expose yourself. Shen Xuanlian didn't answer. Instead, she blinked and asked. Are you worried about me? Of course I'm worried about you. Chenine gently flicked her nose and said with a hint of reproach, remember, your safety is the most important. If there's no opportunity, just forget about it. Don't put yourself in danger because of this. A soft light flickered in Shen Xuanlian's eyes. I understand. Only then did Chenine feel relieved and patted her head gently. The surrounding scenery gradually became sparser as if they were entering a thin layer of fog. Chen Yin knew they were approaching the edge of the Heavenly Path perilous domain. He gently took Shen Xuanlian's hand. Be careful, don't get lost, he whispered. Shen Xuanlian obediently let him hold her hand and followed him closely. The fog was thicker than expected, visibility was extremely low, and there seemed to be a strange force within it, blocking cultivators' senses. Chen Yin and Shen Xuanlian walked through the fog like ordinary mortals. I didn't expect such a thick fog near the edge of the Heavenly Path perilous domain. Chen Yin frowned. As expected of the perilous domain. This eerie fog alone is enough to deter most cultivators from entering. Shen Xuanlian also marveled, no wonder the Heavenly Path perilous domain has been a forbidden zone for so many years. Let's be careful. We don't know what we might encounter in the fog. Chenine tightened his grip on her hand, and Shen Xuanlian took the opportunity to move closer to him. The fog was not only thick but also vast. They walked in the same direction for a long time, but they still couldn't see the end of it. Chenine began to wonder if they had taken a wrong turn. Am I walking in circles? Why haven't we seen the exit yet? Shen Xuanlian said confidently, no, this is the right direction. Just keep going. A cultivator's senses might be blocked, but the systems weren't. Chenine glanced at her but didn't ask any further questions. He continued walking, trusting her guidance. Sure enough, after a while, the fog began to thin. Chenine knew they were nearing the exit and quickened his pace. Soon, the fog had dissipated enough for them to see the path ahead. In the distance, Chenine saw the silhouette of a cultivator. After confirming that the person was wearing black clothes, not the robes of the Mist Spirit sect, Chenine called out boldly, hey! Fellow Taoist! Is this the exit of the Heavenly Path perilous domain? The figure didn't answer. Chenine frowned slightly and was about to approach when a sudden instinct made him pull Shen Xuanlian behind him protectively. Wait! As Shen Xuanlian looked at him in confusion, the fog around them began to disperse. As the fog cleared, the ground came into view. And seeing what lay before them, Shen Xuanlian's expression changed drastically. Chenine stared at the figure in black, his eyes fixed and unmoving. The ground was littered with corpses. The corpses were dressed in various attires, some from the Mist Spirit sect, some from the Heavenly Net sect, and some from the 10,000 fragrance pavilion. Countless bodies covered the ground, turning the entrance to the valley into a scene of carnage. The man in black slowly turned around. He wore a theatrical mask, its features exaggerated and grotesque. His eyes stared at Chen Yin and Shen Shuanglian with a chilling intensity. This is. Shen Shuanglian's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively reached for her sword, but Chen Yin stopped her with a hand on her arm. Grand Clarity Realm. Don't throw your life away. He said coldly, his eyes fixed on the man in black. Shen Shuanglian gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the man. Heh, good eye. The man in black chuckled, turning around and placing his hands behind his back. He stared at Chen Yin with a hint of arrogance. You're that disciple from the Mist Spirit sect branch who protected the demonic witch at the fairy conference, aren't you? Who are you? Chen Yin said coldly, aren't you afraid of retribution from the various sects after killing so many of their disciples? Those who fear death shouldn't be in this line of work. The man in black laughed heartily, showing no fear. This made Chen Yin's heart sink even further. He knew what the man meant. This person was clearly an assassin sent by someone. A Grand Clarity Realm assassin. This time, even Chen Yin had to be cautious. He stared at the man in black, stalling for time with his questions. Are you here to kill someone? Who? At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Shen Shuanglian, run. I can't guarantee your safety against a Grand Clarity Realm cultivator. But Shen Shuanglian didn't move. You don't need to know who I'm here to kill. The man in black stared at him with a playful smile. But since you're already here, neither of you are leaving. I don't mind killing 2 more people. As his words faded, the atmosphere became tense. Chenine narrowed his eyes, his hand tightening around the hilt of his eternal light sword. He sent another urgent voice transmission, don't be stubborn. I can't fight freely with you by my side. Shen Shuanglian shook her head silently, her gaze equally serious. Don't push yourself either. A Grand Clarity Realm cultivator isn't as easy to fool as Elder Mo-Jia. Even with your Dao resonance, you might not be able to survive against a Grand Clarity Realm expert. Then what should we do? Just wait here to die. I have a last resort that can buy us some time. You need to run, as far away as possible. Chenine frowned. It was normal for Shen Shuanglian, as the chief disciple of the Mist Spirit sect, to have some life-saving measures. But against a Grand Clarity Realm cultivator, ordinary tricks wouldn't be enough. Even if she could stall him, it would come at a great cost. But she was right. His first sword, imbued with Dao resonance, was deadly to cultivators below the Grand Clarity Realm. But against a true Grand Clarity Realm immortal, it might not be as effective. It seemed he had no choice but to use his second sword. Chenine had never fully unleashed his second sword before. He wasn't sure how powerful it was or if it would accidentally injure Shen Shuanglian. But Shen Shuanglian seemed determined to die with him, refusing to retreat, which put him in a difficult position. The man in black, however, didn't give them much time to think. Heh, kid, dying with your little girlfriend. What a romantic way to go. He raised his hand, a chilling black light emanating from his withered claws. I hope you two will be just as lovey-dovey in hell. The moment the man in black raised his hand, Shen Shuanglian's eyes hardened, and she called out softly in her heart, system. Chenine also drew his sword, a blinding white light erupting from the eternal light. But before anything could happen, a lazy and childish voice rang out. Yo! Which old geezer is causing trouble here? And messing with my people? The man in black's expression changed drastically. Shen Shuanglian looked around in confusion. Only Chen Yin, upon hearing that voice, felt his heart settle back into his chest. He knew everything would be all right. Because he was all too familiar with that voice. He had been hearing it for years. It was his master's voice. Which old dog is so blind? Daring to touch a disciple of Mount Yu. As the fog dissipated, a small figure emerged, draped in a large robe that concealed her petite frame. Master Yuling, the immortal, stood with her delicate bare feet on the ground, stretching lazily and speaking nonchalantly. Don't hide your face behind that mask. Show me your ugly mug. Come out and talk to me, you pathetic excuse for a cultivator. With Master's appearance, the man in black's expression darkened, while Chenine relaxed, even finding the leisure to tease. Don't jump to conclusions, Master. What if he's not even human? Oh, wow, so he's not even human. The playful banter between master and disciple made Shen Shuanglian feel a bit out of place. The man in black stared at master for a long time, his eyes narrowed with malice. Yu Ling, why are you here? Why? What does it matter to you where I go? Master raised her chin disdainfully, her voice childish. When a dog tries to shit on Mount you, I have to come out and teach it a lesson, right? You don't really think I'm a pushover, do you? Chen Yin was used to his master's foul language, while Shen Shuanglian was stunned, never imagining that the renowned immortal Yu Ling would be so unrestrained. The man in black continued to stare at master, his mind racing. Yu Ling, are you really going to protect these two? What do you mean, protect them? Why else would I be here? Master snorted haughtily. I don't know which kennel you crawled out of, and I don't care. If you don't want to leave, you're welcome to stay, permanently. The man in black narrowed his eyes. Honestly, immortal Yu Ling's appearance had completely disrupted his plans. Not only could he not reveal his identity, but even if he fought with all his might, he wasn't sure he could kill those two under Yu Ling's protection, let alone escape unscathed. If he got entangled with Yu Ling, it could jeopardize the entire mission. So, he took one last glance at Chenine, who was standing behind Yu Ling, and without another word, vanished without a trace. He ran away. What a cowardly dog! Chenine scoffed, crossing his arms. Master snorted and said nonchalantly, it's a rule of the Jianghu, show mercy to those who flee. Since he's gone, let's spare his life. He killed so many cultivators from the Mist Spirit sect, the Heavenly Net sect, and the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. I'm sure those three won't let him off easily. We can just sit back and watch the show. With that, Master suddenly turned her head and fixed her gaze on Shen Shuanglian, her eyes sharp and scrutinizing. Shen Shuanglian felt a surge of unease and lowered her head nervously. Greetings, Master Yu Ling. TCH. I thought that brat Chen Yin was lying to me, but it seems he actually managed to snag himself a beauty. Master looked Shen Shuanglian up and down with a dissatisfied expression, then muttered, such a delicate flower, why would she choose to stick with that pile of dung? Chenine coughed awkwardly and tried to explain, Master, you've misunderstood. Senior sister, she's just dash. Don't explain, I don't want to hear it. Master waved her hand dismissively and said seriously, but, upon closer inspection, she's not bad. Busty, long legs, nice curves. She should be able to bear healthy children. Disciple, you have my permission to take her back to the mountain. Chenine choked on his words, coughing violently, while Shen Shuanglian's face flushed crimson. No. I mean, Master, we're cultivators, not bandits. What do you mean, take her back to the mountain? That's not appropriate, is it? What's not appropriate? Master said nonchalantly, she's a pretty girl. It's good for my eyes to have her around. I'm suddenly thinking it's a good idea for Xianger and me to move out. The shameless banter between master and disciple made Shen Shuanglian's ears burn. She stole a glance at them, then quickly looked away. What a strange pair of master and disciple. Shen Shuanglian couldn't understand them at all. After exchanging a few more suggestive jokes with Chenine, master finally got to the point. Alright, let's talk business. Shen Shuanglian is the chief disciple of the main sect. It's best to keep your distance from her until you've properly married her. We don't want the main sect spreading rumors. As for this incident, you probably have a lot to report to the main sect, right? Master was referring to the countless corpses scattered on the ground. Shen Shuanglian lowered her eyes, biting her lip, her voice tinged with sadness. Yes. Then, Master Yu Ling, I will take my leave. Before leaving, she cast one last longing glance at Chenine. Chenine nodded silently, his lips forming the words, wait for me. Okay. I'll wait for you. With a few graceful leaps, Shen Shuanglian's blue figure disappeared into the distance. Chen Yin watched her leave with a wistful expression, sighing, "This fairy conference has been much more eventful than I expected. You brat, I sent you out for training, not to cause this much trouble. If I hadn't rushed here, you would be a pair of fugitive lovebirds by now." Master stood with her back to Chenine, her head turned away. Chenine chuckled ingratiatingly. "I only dared to be so reckless because I knew you were here to back me up. You have no idea how terrified those arrogant elders and cultivators were when they heard your name. They were practically running for their lives." Master seemed indifferent to Chen Yin's flattery. "By the way, why are you in such a good mood today? You just let that guy go." Chenine teased, "I thought you would at least rip off his mask, step on him a few times, and spit on him, knowing your temper. I can't believe you just let him go without dash." Before he could finish his sentence, the small figure before him suddenly collapsed backwards, silently and gracefully. Chen Yin's eyes widened in horror. When Master woke up, it was already dusk. She rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands, looked around the dilapidated wooden hut in confusion, and tried to get up. "Stay down." A man's voice rang out beside her, gentle yet firm. Master pouted with dissatisfaction. "Hey, brat, I'm your master. Show some respect. If you can give me a reasonable explanation for your injuries, I'll listen to you." Chenine was calmly brewing herbs, glancing at her with a neutral expression. Master remained silent for a moment, then pouted slightly. "It's not as serious as you're making it out to be dash. Whether it's serious or not, you know better than anyone." Chenine wiped his hands clean and brought a bowl of medicinal soup to her. "Drink this. It won't heal your injuries, but it will help regulate your energy." Master grumbled and complained, but she eventually finished the soup reluctantly. "Ugh! What kind of awful concoction is this, you brat? It's so bitter. It's medicine, not food. Of course it's bitter." Master handed him the bowl with a sullen expression. Chen Yin put it aside and looked at her seriously. "Tell me. Who injured you like this? You brat, are you actually concerned about your master?" Master asked with a playful smile. "That's good. I've finally managed to tame this ungrateful wolf cub. But what's the point of worrying? If someone was able to injure me like this, what can you do about it? Rush to your death? We won't know until we try, right?" Chen Yin's tone remained calm. Master's playful smile faded, and she closed her eyes silently. "Don't worry. Just focus on your own tasks. You don't need to worry about my affairs yet." "Don't I have enough to worry about just looking at you?" Chen Yin retorted. "This time, you at least collapsed into my arms. What about next time?" He said each word slowly and deliberately. "I don't want to be left wondering where to collect your corpse." Master giggled softly, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling. "You brat. Can't you say something auspicious for once?" Chen Yin just stared at her silently. Unable to withstand his intense gaze, Master sighed and said softly, all right. You have a filial heart, I'll give you that. But it's not as bad as you think. I'm not that fragile. Don't underestimate my forgotten everlasting heart sutra. She raised her arm lazily, her eyes calm. I'll be fully recovered within a month at most. She tried to get up, but Chenine blocked her way. Where are you going? What? You're going to control me now? Chenine said seriously, if you're going back to the place where you got injured, I won't allow it. Master narrowed her eyes and chuckled. What if I have to go? Then forgive me for my disobedience. With that, Chenine picked up his eternal light sword. Master fell silent, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The atmosphere became heavy with tension. Heh. I take back what I said earlier. She said with a cold smile, an ungrateful wolf cub is still an ungrateful wolf cub. You're even willing to point your sword at your master now. Don't try to provoke me. Chenine shook his head. I won't let you go. You're not going anywhere until you're fully recovered. Are you ordering me? Master raised her chin slightly. No. Chenine said slowly, I'm begging you. Master froze. You and Xiang'er are the only family I have left. I saved one. I don't intend to lose the other. Chen Yin's words were sincere, his gaze steady as he looked at her. Master fell into a long silence. After a while, she finally closed her eyes, her expression weary. Don't worry. That matter is over. I'm just returning to mount you to recover. I won't be running around for at least 6 months to a year. Chenine asked, are you sure? Silly boy. Master grinned, revealing her adorable little fangs. I'm a righteous and upstanding person. I don't lie. At least one thing Master said was true. When cultivated to its peak, the forgotten everlasting Heart Sutra could indeed grant near immortality. Although Master's injuries were severe, with proper rest, she would fully recover within 10 days to half a month. Chenine wasn't worried about her recovery. He was worried about the person who had inflicted such injuries upon her. And even more worried about the things Master was hiding from him. If you can stay peacefully on Mount Yu for the next 6 months to a year, I won't press you about this matter. Chenine said softly, I'll try to finish what I'm doing as soon as possible and return to Mount Yu to take care of you. Ha! Master giggled. You brat, you can't even take care of yourself, and you want to take care of me? Heh! You have the nerve to say that? If I weren't cleaning up your messes and dealing with your creditors every day, Mount Yu would have been burned down by now. Chen Yin retorted playfully. Master and disciple resumed their usual banter, teasing and bickering with each other. After a while, Master's gaze inadvertently fell upon the sword in Chen Yin's hand. This sword. Chen Yin quickly hid the sword behind his back and said nonchalantly, what about it? I bought it at the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Don't lie to me. Master scoffed. Do you think I'm blind? Or do you think I wouldn't know if you stole something from my treasure vault? Chenine could only chuckle awkwardly. The Eternal Light Sword. For some reason, a distant look appeared in Master's eyes. What's wrong? Is this sword some ancient artifact that has chosen me as its master? Read fewer novels, it's good for your brain. Master sneered. There's nothing special about this sword. If anything, it's just a bit tougher than usual. But besides its durability, it has no other advantages. She flicked the sword lightly with her tiny finger and chuckled. In the end, it's just a piece of scrap metal. At least for now. Her gaze lowered. Chenine examined the sword carefully. Really? Well, as long as it's tough enough. I need a sword that won't break easily, and this one feels good in my hand. That sounds a bit strange. That's because you're looking at everything through your perverted lens. After regulating her breathing, Master stretched lazily and asked curiously, so where are we? Where did you take me? Just an abandoned hut at the foot of 10,000 Cloud Mountain. Hey, speaking of which, you didn't do anything to my body while I was unconscious, did you? She suddenly asked, her arms crossed protectively in front of her chest. Chenine said seriously, of course I did. I held your small, fragrant body and kissed you all over. Ugh. That's disgusting. You lolicon. Go die. You don't have to be so harsh. Master waved her hand dismissively. Forget it, consider it a dog bite. I'm going back to the mountain. You should focus on your own tasks. Chenine nodded, then said hesitantly, Master. Don't make me worry so much. Master glanced at him sideways and smiled silently. All right, you brat. She twirled gracefully, her wide robe swirling around her, her hair flying in the air. Even her footsteps seemed lighter. The next moment, she vanished without a trace. In the early morning mist of the bamboo forest, Chenine left the abandoned hut after Master's departure. He had already left the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain and was now at the foot of 10,000 Cloud Mountain, not far from Fragrant City. It was only half a day's journey. As he walked through the bamboo forest, he heard rustling sounds. A large group of cultivators was approaching. They were wearing the robes of the Heavenly Net sect. Chen Yin didn't bother hiding. He didn't think the Heavenly Net sect would be hostile towards him. But as soon as the cultivators saw him, the Heavenly Net sect disciples became incredibly nervous. They drew their weapons and whispered among themselves, "Quick! Send a message to senior sister. We found Chenine." Chenine frowned slightly. "Everyone, I don't think there's that much animosity between me and the Heavenly Net sect, is there? How dare you say that? Our senior sister was worried about your safety and sent disciples to search for you. And you ungrateful wretch, killed them all." Chenine finally understood. So he was being blamed for the masked man in black's actions. The ultimate scapegoat. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." Chenine explained helplessly. "I didn't kill those people. And why would I kill fellow cultivators from the Heavenly Net sect? Call your senior sister. I'll explain everything to her face to face." The Heavenly Net sect disciples, although nervously eyeing him, didn't dare to attack. They simply stood there, their weapons drawn. Chen Yin could only wait patiently. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. After about half an hour, he heard a commotion in the distance. He looked up and saw a large group of Heavenly Net sect disciples escorting a luxurious palanquin towards him. The disciples surrounding Chen Yin sheathed their weapons and stepped aside respectfully. Strange. Did Luo Xiao have such a grand entrance last time? Chen Yin wondered. The palanquin stopped gracefully among the bamboo trees, and a disciple immediately stepped forward and lifted the curtain. However, it wasn't Luo Xiao who emerged. It was a beautiful woman who resembled Luo Xiao, her features stunningly beautiful, her elegant demeanor and bearing radiating through her luxurious attire and jewelry. Her mere presence seemed to dim the surrounding world, as if she had absorbed all its colors. Chen Yin wasn't stupid. Seeing the respectful attitude of those around her, he immediately understood her identity and bowed deeply. "Junior Chenine of Mountu, greetings to the vice sect master of the Heavenly Net sect." There was only one woman in the entire Heavenly Net sect who deserved such respect. The dignified and elegant woman before him was clearly one of the renowned Heavenly Net couple, the vice sect master of the Heavenly Net sect, and Luo Xiao's mother. Mu Susu. She looked Chen Yin up and down with a playful glint in her eyes, her voice carrying a mesmerizing charm. "You are Chen Yin." "It is I, this junior." Chen Yin maintained a respectful demeanor. "Not bad. Your manners are impeccable. But for today's matter, good manners aren't enough." Mu Susu raised her chin slightly, her tone hardening. "You will have to answer for the deaths of so many disciples from the Heavenly Net sect. If your explanation is satisfactory, we wouldn't mind becoming friends. But if it isn't..." Her voice took on a chilling edge. "Don't expect that silly girl Xiao to come to your rescue. Because it's quite easy for me, Mu Susu, to make someone disappear." Her words, though spoken in a gentle and melodious tone, sent shivers down Chen Yin's spine. He inwardly groaned, realizing he was in trouble. This wasn't the attitude of someone simply inquiring about what had happened. This was clearly a mother-in-law inspecting a potential son-in-law. Chen Yin coughed lightly and said respectfully, "Sect Master Mu, please understand. Senior Sister Shen and I fell off the cliff and were seriously injured. We barely survived, even after consuming a large amount of medicinal pills. One of us was at the Boundless Realm, the other at the Cloud Ascending Realm, and both were gravely wounded. How could we possibly kill so many patrolling disciples?" Mu Susu's beautiful eyes darted back and forth, scrutinizing Chenine, but she remained silent. Chenine continued to explain, "Actually, the cultivator who killed the patrolling disciples was someone else. It was a masked man, his aura is so powerful that I've only ever sensed it from my master. And from Sect Master Mu," he added, remembering to flatter her. "Oh." Mu Susu raised an eyebrow. "You're saying, that cultivator was at the Grand Clarity Realm? If that's true, how did you and Shen Xuanlian, two young ones, survive?" "My master happened to be passing by and saved us." Chen Yin replied calmly. Hearing this, Mu Susu's eyes narrowed slightly, making Chen Yin's heart skip a beat. He wondered if he had said something wrong. Heh, you dare lie to me, Mu Susu, right to my face, she said coldly. Everything I said is true. If it's true that your master saved you, Mu Susu's eyes narrowed further, her voice turning icy, then where is she? Why isn't she with you? Chen Yin's expression remained unchanged, but he became more cautious. He wasn't sure how many people knew about master's injuries. To be safe, any Grand Clarity Realm cultivator could be a suspect. So, he chose his words carefully. My master is a free spirit. After saving us, she left on her own. Mu Susu's sneer deepened. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Your master has returned to the mountain, so there's no one to prove your innocence, is there? Frost Moon Sword Immortal Shen Shuanglian can vouch for me. Chen Yin said calmly and respectfully, if Sect Master Mu doesn't believe me, then Frost Moon Sword Immortal's reputation should be enough, right? Humph, why should I believe the words of a junior from the Mist Spirit sect? Mu Susu's words were filled with arrogance and disdain. An invisible pressure emanated from her, and Chenine felt an increasing weight on his shoulders, almost forcing him to his knees. If you don't present me with satisfactory evidence, don't blame me for taking you back to the Heavenly Net sect for interrogation. Her voice was cold and threatening. Chenine sighed and said resignedly, then what kind of evidence does Sect Master Mu require? You claim that your master, Immortal Yuling, saved you. Mu Susu raised her hand gracefully, and a surge of energy locked onto Chenine, seemingly trying to seal his spiritual sea. Very well. I'll take you to Mount Yu and confront your master face to face. If what you said is true, then nothing will happen. But if you dare lie to me, I'll hold your master accountable. Hearing this, Chen Yin's expression changed, becoming serious. Sect Master Mu, his voice suddenly turned cold. I've been respectful and explained everything to you because I respect you as a senior in the cultivation world. But it seems that in your eyes, Sect Master Mu, Mount Yu is a place you can come and go as you please, accusing us whenever you want. His voice was firm and unwavering. The next moment, the Heavenly Net sect disciples surrounding him drew their swords, their killing intent palpable. Insolent! How dare you speak to the Vice Sect Master with such disrespect? Chen Yin ignored them and continued to look at Mu Susu with clear eyes. Mu Susu's gaze also turned icy, radiating an immense pressure that would have made ordinary cultivators crumble to their knees. You, repeat that. Chenine said calmly, I said, Mount Yu is not a marketplace. If Sect Master Mu insists on barging in, then be prepared to face the consequences. His words almost provoked the Heavenly Net sect disciples to attack. Stop! Mu Susu raised her hand, stopping her disciples. But a mysterious glint appeared in her eyes as she asked pointedly. Are you really unwilling to take me to your master and prove your innocence? Yes. Chen Yin replied firmly. Suddenly, an overwhelming killing intent enveloped him. Mu Susu narrowed her eyes and extended a finger, as if she was choking Chen Yin from afar. So afraid to face your master, it seems you're ready to confess your guilt. If the esteemed Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Net sect truly believes that an injured Cloud Ascending Realm cultivator could kill so many disciples from 3 different sects. Chen Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Then I have nothing to say. The killing intent in Mu Susu's eyes intensified. The atmosphere was as tense as a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Chenine felt an immense pressure on his shoulders, as if a mountain was about to crush him. But he stood his ground, unwavering. The air remained thick with tension for a long time. Then, Chenine suddenly felt the pressure lighten, and the killing intent dissipated. A melodious laughter, like the rustling of bamboo leaves, rang out before him. Well, well. That Yuling, she's taken on a rather interesting disciple. Mu Susu's face was now adorned with an appreciative smile, as if the icy killing intent from moments ago belonged to a different person. You'd rather die than reveal your master's whereabouts? You're quite loyal. But it seems, she's truly injured this time. She said casually. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean, Sect Master Mu? Hee, don't be so sensitive. These are matters beyond your current level of understanding. Mu Susu said with a smile, and don't worry about your master. That old woman might be unreliable, but she's tougher than a cockroach. She won't die so easily. Chen Yin's curiosity was piqued. It seemed that Mu Susu was close to master and knew something about her injuries. But she wasn't planning on telling him. Mu Susu beckoned him with a finger. Chen Yin obediently approached her. Not a bad-looking face. She examined his features carefully, like she was appraising a valuable treasure, then nodded with satisfaction. All right, you pass. We know there's more to this incident than meets the eye. We won't make things difficult for you, young man. She said with a playful smile, otherwise, a certain little girl will throw a tantrum. A disgruntled voice came from the palanquin behind her. Mother. All right, mother will stop talking. Mu Susu's eyes crinkled with amusement. Go find your lover. Don't keep our girl waiting too long. Before Chenine could react, a flash of red darted out from the palanquin. Luo Xiao grabbed his hand and dragged him away, running as if they were escaping. She didn't stop until they were far away from the Heavenly Net sect disciples. Sister Xiao, this is... Before Chenine could finish his sentence, a soft touch landed on his lips. Intense, like 100 flowers blooming at once, her kiss poured all her tenderness and longing into his heart. After a long while, Luo Xiao reluctantly parted her lips, her flushed face filled with indescribable joy and reproach. Bad boy. Do you know how worried I was about you? Chenine could only scratch his head awkwardly and return her kiss, a gesture of reassurance. I'm sorry. I made you worry. The wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, creating a soothing melody. Don't mind her. My mother didn't mean anything by it. As they walked along the forest path, Luo Xiao trailed behind Chenine, her hands clasped behind her back, her voice hesitant. As the vice sect master of the Heavenly Net sect, she has to maintain a certain stance. Chenine nodded. I understand. I'm not offended. Luo Xiao gently took his hand. I'm glad you're not angry. You have no idea how worried I was when you fell. I regret not jumping down with you. If you had dared to jump, I would have spanked you so hard you wouldn't be able to sit for a week. Chenine threatened playfully. Luo Xiao stuck her tongue out and mumbled. Then why is it okay for that blue stocking to jump down with you? Let's not be jealous over such a strange situation, okay? She changed the subject and asked accusingly, tell me honestly, what did you do with her down there? What could we possibly do? Chenine averted his gaze, feeling a little guilty. Two seriously injured people, we were lucky to even survive. You didn't do anything. Besides healing, we didn't do anything. Really? Really? Luo Xiao turned her head away, half convinced, and snorted. Fine. I don't want that blue stocking getting ahead of me. So why do you call her blue stocking? Chenine asked curiously. Because she's always dressed in blue. Luo Xiao blinked. And she's so dull and cold, always with a frown on her face like a smelly sock. Chenine felt awkward. Crap. Now that she mentioned it, it was a bit accurate. Of course, only during the day. At night, in the cave, Shen Xuanlian's expressions were quite varied. But he certainly wouldn't say that out loud. The stream babbled merrily as they walked through the bamboo forest. Luo Xiao gracefully landed on a rock by the stream, her bright red dress a vibrant splash of color against the green backdrop. Chenine sat beside her, offering his shoulder as a pillow without a word. Can you tell me? Luo Xiao asked softly, leaning against his shoulder. Tell you what? Why did you speak up for that woman named Yin Mengwan? She hesitated. Do you know her? Chenine was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. I guess, you could say we know each other. Luo Xiao's lips curled into a slight pout, seemingly unhappy. Why are you such a flirt? If I weren't, I wouldn't have met you. Chenine shrugged. What a scumbag thing to say. Do you want to hear something even worse? Tell me. Chenine cupped her face in his hands and said seriously, honey, I just want to enter your body, not your life. That's disgusting. Luo Xiao looked at him with disgust. Right? But you had a chance to enter my body, and you let it slip away. Chenine choked on his words and coughed. Maybe that means I'm not a complete scumbag yet. TCH, Luo Xiao rolled her eyes, a flicker of sadness hidden beneath her playful expression. You just have the desire but not the courage, and you're still acting so smug about it. Chenine decided to ignore her, his thick skin coming in handy. But although I know her, I didn't save her solely because of some childish notion of saving a damsel in distress. He said slowly, I need her help with something. What is it? Have you heard of her sect, Chunli Palace? Luo Xiao looked confused. I don't think so. Is there something wrong with it? Chenine pondered for a moment, then explained, my junior sister, might have had some connection with that sect before she came to mount you. But that sect was destroyed over a decade ago, and all related information seems to have been deliberately erased. I have no other choice but to rely on this mysterious Miss Yin. He shrugged. Luo Xiao stared at her toes for a while, then suddenly looked up. How about I ask my parents? They've been in the cultivation world for so many years. If Chunli Palace was a well-known sect, they should know something about it. Chenine nodded. That would be great if possible. Of course, if there's something they can't reveal, don't force them. I'll find the answers myself. He said seriously. Luo Xiao bit her lip gently and asked hesitantly, is this very important to you? Very important. Chenine said softly, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. I only have 2 family members left on Mount Yu. I have to get to the bottom of this matter concerning my junior sister. She's like you to your parents, Sect Master Mu. She's a very important family member to me. Luo Xiao's eyes softened, and she whispered, okay. But since I helped you, is there a reward? Chenine sighed helplessly. What kind of reward do you want? I'm broke, you know. It's okay, you can pay with your body. I'm quite fond of young and strong men like you. Luo Xiao chuckled, her slender finger gently lifting his chin, her gaze seductive. Then why don't you just hire a male escort? Ordinary pretty boys can't satisfy me. I need someone like you. You're my type. Chenine couldn't win against her and could only surrender. Alright, sister, stop teasing me. You really want Sect Master Mu to kill me, don't you? Coward. Luo Xiao pouted. If you were bold enough, you could just give her a grandchild. Then see if she dares to touch you. Wow. Is that what they call, the bolder the move, the greater the reward? After her teasing, Luo Xiao's smile faded slightly, and she said softly. I'm not that greedy. I don't need any other reward. Just promise me, next time, don't be so reckless, okay? I don't want to experience the feeling of watching you fall again. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Chenine was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Do you know why my mother came? She said seriously, I called her. If we couldn't find you, I would have asked my mother to take people to the Mist Spirit sect and demand Elder Mo's life. Or she would attack them. Chenine chuckled wryly. It wouldn't have come to that, right? Just for an insignificant cultivator like me dash. I know, in the eyes of others, my choice might seem reckless and unreasonable. Starting a war between 2 major sects for a single cultivator doesn't seem worth it. But some things can't be calculated like that. Luo Xiao shook her head, her gaze fixed on Chenine. I'm my parents' only daughter. In their eyes, I'm definitely more important than the Heavenly Net sect. Similarly, you're the only one I love. In my eyes, you're definitely more important than me.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.